and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you, as I ever do, for tuning on in here on a fine Wednesday afternoon where the sun is shining bright here in the Pacific Northwest, but maybe not quite so as much if we go down just a little bit south. We want to go a couple 100 miles south. Things might have a little bit more grayer skies down there. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe it's the high pressure system out there or something. But we've got some good news here coming down the pike for our Seahawks. Overall, there's, always a little bit of going to be a dark cloud. It's Pacific Northwest. We're used to a little bit slightly dark clouds here. That's how we handle it. But Jamal Adams was announced today as indeed very close, inches away, any day now, any second, any moment, any hour, due to be activated off the PUP, meaning that he would then be able to go out and practice. And of course, the sooner that we get him out there practicing is the sooner he can get then onto the football field actually playing football games, i.e. if you have him off the PUP at the very end of training camp after the third preseason game, and he's you're maybe 4 or 5 days away from getting into your ready to go play, call, and schedule, all that. He's not going to be playing the first game, probably not likely playing the second game. So if they can get him back there, the quicker the better, in order to have him back on the football field. Not that I'm rushing towards it. And I've got a couple of things I want to talk about on the top of this show, so I'm not going to belabor it here with Jamal, because I think that he has his camps in the Seahawks fandom that are split pretty thoroughly, and you're not going to really pull one to the other on this one, being those that are, just don't like him as much, and those that just say, well, he's done, and then the others that still, have their hope out there, like my brother, he was his favorite player before we traded for him. So he's been standing there trying to, hold the line on that one. I do indeed and like him quite a bit, though, and I just want to put this reminder out in regards to Jamal Adams, at least as far as my opinion goes. I don't know where his health is going to be going into the future. He was traded here for a lot of draft picks. It's a trade that many are bitter about. And I think that in a lot of respects, for a lot of people, the amount that was given up in the trade, those first round and the third round pick on top, I mean, hell, you might have been thrown a fifth on top of that. Those people have felt like, in a lot of ways, kind of their ire went a little bit to Jamal at that point. Folks that would be, more analytically inclined would look at that deal and go, that just doesn't add up to why you'd make that much. That's quarterbacks quantity you're giving up, quality and picks for this player that's a safety at a position that's devalued. And I think it kind of slanted some of the stuff towards Jamal. He came in that first year, and the Seahawks did make that trade out of desperation. I'm not going to reframe the trade from any other capacity of it. That's why you gave up the assets you did. That was on the back of the Hawks going into that offseason, not paying enough close attention to the edges. They signed Bruce Irvin and Benson Mayo to 1-year deals, and they expected that to be enough to get it done off the edge. And, of course, it wasn't Darrell Taylor coming back as well. They thought that little three stack would make it go, and it did not make it go. And they realized that in camp. Hence, you make the desperate trade to, yes, help your safety position out, but also to bring on a safety that could then go out there and blitz a tremendous amount. He went out and went from a standing of about 6% blitz rate with the Jets prior to coming here to, in that very first season, he ended up at a 13% blitz rate, but he was even higher than that for a long period of time. Part of the reason why he was able to set the sack record for a defensive back in 2020 when he first arrived with the Seahawks. From there, it's been just kind of one injury after another, from one body part to another, from one finger to the other, as he has 2 fingers that are now fully fused, on top of the major injury, maybe the worst of the bunch that he suffered last year in the very first game of the season. And so there is definitely a chance here he's not coming back. He's not coming back as strong. He's going to have to just, if he even does eventually come back, it's going to take this whole year, even in addition, to kind of get the body back to right after this kind of major of an injury. All of these things very well may be the case. We don't know, but I will say this. The top end of the Seahawks defense, as far as it's going to go this season, is going to be on the back of Jamal Adams being on that football field. They can still be a functional defense. They can still be even decent. But to, I think, get to where their possible highest end could be, their ceiling, if you were, he's got to be out there, in my opinion, for that to happen, because he can make this whole thing cook and go along. When you blitzed him before, you blitzed him in a 4-3 defense that wasn't built to blitz. You didn't have man defenders on the back end. You were still playing a lot of cover 3, and cover 2 was basically your go-to 1-2 punch that year. And it's really hard to blitz out of 4-3 defenses. They're not really built for you to do that. It's a little bit easier when you can go with the 3-4 and you can bring different guys from here and drop different guys over there. You have a little more flexibility in your player movement at that point, which just makes it a little more confusing to a quarterback. And so when teams got to Jamal throughout the course of that year, they started to kind of solve it by realizing Seattle was only going to blitz him off the edge. And so they would just slide their protections. You have a natural 5-man protections with an offensive line. So you just slide that over, pick up Jamal, and if you're dealing with a 4-man front, you've now got a hat for a hat for a hat for a hat for a hat, right? 5 guys, there you go. And if you have a running back in the backfield, you got a cleanup man to come up there and help if anybody should get some penetration. And this worked, of course, because part of the reason you traded for Jamal was that you didn't have the guys up front that could win one-on-one to then get in there and create the pressure on their own, even when they were singled up in man-on-man type matchups. Why this changes now is because you've moved your defense along, haven't you? You're now in a 3-4 defense. You now have defenders here that you're putting out there that can play a little bit more man than you have had in the past. Tariq Woolen, man match situations, and Carroll himself has said this. I'm going to hit it again and again and again and again because it needs to be said. From the horse's mouth. Some of the best stuff he did last year with us was in man situations. And it's man, match, man, whatever you want to get down to the terminology of it. It's just you're getting away from the zone. You're getting away from just telling the guy to drop to depth at 30 yards and let everything eat in front of him. And no more of that. But it goes well with blitzing because blitzing is going to look to bring quick pressure, quick manufactured pressure. And so what you need is sticky coverage for that small amount of time it's going to take for that blitz to get there. The coverage isn't going to always have to be there now for the 5-6 seconds deep because you're going to hopefully have overloaded with bodies or you're going to have a guy running free very soon after running it in this fashion. But you need the man guys. Devin Witherspoon, if he goes into the slot, great man defender in there that you can align in that way. Julian Love can do a lot of man stuff as well. If you've got him in the back end as a safety now, he's very fluid and he can do everything under the sun. And Julian Love also now frees up Jamal in a way that even goes beyond just the 3-4 nature of the changing from that to this, which is better for him. It's what he was in New York, right? He wasn't in a 4-3 defense with the Jets where he was a Pro Bowler, where he was an All-Pro, where he was on basically a Hall of Fame trajectory through his first few years. He is back in that now. But now on top of it, the cherry on top here is you have Love to move Adams wherever you want to move him. He gets to be freed up now of not having to play as much of the cover 2 or even worse, the single high situations. The Seahawks have done a lot this offseason quietly for Jamal if he can get back onto the field to be able to put him in a position to really go out there and flourish. And you have Bobby Wagner brought into the fold here together. And I'd been a guy reticent for many years to believe that maybe Jamal Adams could work down there in kind of a linebacker look. But indeed, the game is becoming positionless. It's not about what you're technically termed, but get down to this terminology stuff. Was he a safety? Is he a linebacker? What's his label? What department do I put him into? Doesn't matter. He's a football player. And you put him and Bobby together with their instincts and their understanding of the game, and allow those guys to kind of work off of a certain amount of freedom from what they're seeing on the field. Allow them to use, those smarts to pull the trigger in the way that, for instance, Quandre Diggs last year did against the Raiders in the video breakdown I did. Where again, you're moving your coverages away from that old. It's no longer as much the cover 3. That's still there, but you've at the very least halved it off what you were the previous year. And now that means that Diggs doesn't just have to sit in center field 24/7. Part of the reason Earl Thomas doesn't have more interceptions in his career, despite being a guy whose reputation probably deserves to be more than that, to have had more than that, is the fact that he had to play so much of the center field situations where it was just about him dissuading quarterbacks from throwing deep. And so it's that guy that is he was almost a little bit at times like what Sherman was, where, I'm not going to want to attack Earl deep, so I'll just go to the other weaker parts on the football field. And now that guy who is a playmaker, who can jump routes, who can pick passes, who can take away the football, gets neutralized without actually being tested. And this is what you can kind of get around now as you move this around. It's going to require Clint Hurt to, make all of this work. It's not going to be simple for them because it ain't just line up and just let them go. They're going to have to find a way to intermix all of this stuff. But the more Jamal can be on the field in 2023, the more he's going to help this football team. And I don't know if he's going to be back to his peak self. I don't know if you're going to get back to having Jamal of what he was, but I do think he helps this football team with his presence out there. He gives you another hitter out there. He gives you another tackler. He gives you a guy that, for all the naysayers that do exist out there that question his coverage skills, and there's a few that exist out there, it's very hard to question what he does in the run game and his willingness to come up and tackle, his willingness to be violent in the running game. He brings all that to bear. So we'll see how it goes here for Jamal coming back on that side of things. But I am hopeful for his presence to be returned here, and hopeful that the Seahawks use him in a more creative fashion than they did before, not merely bringing him down as the strong safety and sticking him to one side of the line or the other, but allowing him to, flow like water, like Bruce Lee said, right? And if we do go back to last year and the play in which he got injured, as sad as it was, bad play, don't want to relive it, don't want to make you relive it. But was Jamal coming off the edge there? Was he coming off either side, either end of the line on that play? Was it looking predictable on that play? No. Probably Wyatt caught Russ unaware. And Russ, being Russ, was able to kind of just hip around and flip around him because he's hard. We saw it for years. He can be hard to pin down in the pocket, even an elder Wilson. And he did get injured on that play. But it does show a creative je ne sais quoi for Mr. Hurt in the respect that he sees maybe a little bit, let's not just do this as, blunt force. Let's be creative with how we can use this guy around there, make it harder for offenses to account for him. And then that'll maybe make him more effective and more efficient. Fun fact, too, I was thinking that Bobby Wagner last year had actually blitzed more than any time in his career, and I went back and checked some of the stats, and indeed he blitzed at a pretty high rate. But you did have Bobby in that season that Jamal Adams was here in 2020. You did have him blitzing at his league high, at his career high level, 8% or so of his snaps that season. Bobby Wagner was blitzing. And that's that pairing together of them. You're able to send two. And why do I like sending two? Because when you send only 5, the offensive line's got 5 guys for them. Right? It can still be useful. That can be a helpful way of doing it. But when you send 6 on 5, now I got a numbers game. Now I got somebody freed up who's coming. And if I got to make the quarterback thinking about that being a real possibility, snap in and snap out just messes up his head, makes it hard to play the position. And I hope the Seahawks take advantage of that, and I think they will. Because while it wasn't really remarkably effective with Bobby back in 2020, this is a different defense. This is the 3-4 defense, again, more effective with bringing the middle linebacker, I would say, on a blitz than a 4-3 defense. Because you have the other middle linebacker there, for instance, who can pick up all the coverage holes that might now open up if that guy leaves that section, where that doesn't necessarily exist in the other way of it with the will linebacker, though it can too. So it's just, I think this will work a little better, and I think they'll learn some lessons from the way they prior ran it, which will just make it hopefully more efficient, better, more effective, and help to take this defense a little bit further. Let's dive into a couple other topics here that I want to talk on really quickly before we get over to the PFF grades from this past game. And that is the Niners. Hold on. Let me take a sip for a second. I just need to enjoy this one. I need to let's take a moment of silence. Let's take a moment of silence for the San Francisco 49ers. 3 first-round picks invested into one Trey Lance. So much assets given up, so much years now of investment of time. And indeed, unfortunately, Mr. Lance wasn't at practice today, the final practice of the training camp period for the San Francisco 49ers. And the reason this man was not at training camp, this top 5 first-round pick, this man the Niners gave up 3 first-round picks for, is because he was busy requesting a trade. Yeah. Yeah, because the Niners had announced prior that they're going to go with Sam Darnold as number 1 Oh, no, sorry. Brock Purdy is number 1 and Sam Darnold is number 2 and Lance was going to be number 3. And because Sam Darnold and Trey Lance have the same agent, that agent said, don't you dare do that to one of my clients. You take one or the other, basically. And so it would look like they forced the hand. What we're now hearing, hold on. We're hearing they may only get a late round pick for Trey Lance. Well, I'm not going to try to dwell on the, I will. Go ahead. I'm going to be petty. Oh, this is nice. I'm going to enjoy this quite a bit. I'm a big Lance backer, and I know that he hasn't looked good in preseason. I think this is a situation where by Shanahan's own silly hand and by just kind of having the assent, of course, of Brock Purdy on top of this, it has created kind of a powder keg situation that I don't know allows any of these quarterbacks to necessarily flourish from within it. I've been kind of following it somewhat as closely as you possibly can stomach, of course, with Niner stuff. I've been following it as closely as I possibly can, and it doesn't seem like from any of the people that have commented and watching practices or anything else, there's been one guy who's really necessarily stepped forward to go and take that job and just looked way better than anybody else. But now you have the Niners looking to now, after giving just a couple years ago, all of those picks up for Lance, and having now moved potentially on from for a later round pick. And not only is it very funny, and and not only am I going to keep laughing about this one probably all night, I'm sorry, but we had to take our share for Jamal, but this makes the Jamal thing look like I don't know. It's like a break-in compared to a store being burned down. This does take their quarterback situation in an interesting direction this year now, because we look at this division, and it may sound like I'm being Mr. Big Talk, Seahawks content creator, blah, 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 with this telling you that you don't really got to worry with the Rams. You don't got to really worry the Cardinals. Me and Brendan were talking about this last night, where these guys, the Cardinals, it's an easy one. Everyone can kind of see that one, how that's just year one. That's not going to work. They're definitely turning this thing over. It's not that they have just a completely crap team, but it's one you should go 2-0 against fairly easily. Rams, likewise, where McVay, yes, he's still one of the better coaches in the NFL. Donald, I'm guessing, is going to come back and try to really, play at the very least. I think with Donald, if he's looking at making this a final run of a year, maybe to force the Rams' hand at the trade deadline to try to maybe move him to a contender or something. But he's going to come out like a monster. I expect Kupp, whenever he's on the field and not having a major injury, he's producing. And Stafford, we'll see with where his back is and all of that, have not played all of last year, but he still tends to be a pretty effective quarterback. Well, that in itself caused me to say that they really have this puncher's chance against us because of those just players, because that is just it. It is just those. So let's throw that's a 4-0 record. And if this Niner against those two guys within your division, say nothing of where the rest of your schedule is, and if we take those 4 and put them in the pocketbook for now and call me Mr., you guys can laugh at me. You guys can all give me the clown emojis on week 1 if I look silly on this one, but I really feel good about this, not only because of how limited the talent is with the Rams as we're going forward into the season, but also by how many rookies they're going to be starting, how many young players they're going to be playing in particular. It's hard enough to win the NFL with young guys, as we saw last year, but to try to go win with young guys that aren't necessarily the most talented, that's a bit too much. So we get to the Niners. Now their quarterback situation becomes one less. And this is the big part of this, because Lance was sort of the X factor there for that quarterback room. With Brock Purdy, ding, dunk, ding, dunk, ding, dunk, ding, 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 dunk, dunk, ding, dunk, ding, dunk, ding, 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 dunk, ding, dunk, ding, dunk, ding, dunk, ding, dunk, ding, ding, dunk, ding, dunk, ding, dunk, ding, dunk, ding, dunk. Eventually, somebody solves the dink and the dunker. The dink and the dunker don't go all day long, 24/7, 2 years. There's going to be a solution to this where he's going to get pressed on it, where a coach is going to realize, wait, this guy can't throw 40 yards down the football field. Especially when we start getting into the elements, especially when we start getting into the wind and the cold. Might pull it off when it's a little bit warmer weather for a little while. And then you got Sam Darnold, which you all have got your opinions on Darnold. I ain't going to sway you on that one, and you're probably right. And now there is no more X factor. And now you start to see a team, as I talked about this offseason, where it's a strong team. It's a strong team, but at its base, it's like those houses out there in like Malaysia or what, where they build like the huts on the stilts. Do they have enough stilts? You got the offensive line, the quarterback room, the secondary. You got some stuff that's a little shaky there beneath you. Strong to the top, shaky beneath. And one little 4.5 EQ. And down she goes. And suddenly, as we play the Niners late in the year, if that does go that direction of things, this division, take away from it what you will at that point, this division looks a lot more wide open. I'm not saying it's the downfall of them, but I am saying that this is not a good turn for the Niners. The Trey Lance is turning in this way, and this is going to be, I would think, a benefit to the Hawks. Maybe I'm wrong on Purdy, and he's just that good. He truly is Brock Montana. Brock Cool. Whatever stupid nickname they're going to try to apply him this year. But I've never bought into Darnold. Certainly not buying into Purdy. Happy to see Lance go. I think they put a pressure cooker situation under that kid. Needed some time to develop, and instead he had snapping in his ear and saying, now, what's going on? Come on, why not now? And then he doesn't perform. Well, not good enough. A couple other stories I want to get to, and I got a lot of stuff to get to folks today. This is us. We're in NFL territory now. We got some things to cover, so hang on with me in the chat if any questions and whatnot. I'll be a little late on getting over to you guys there necessarily, but I do see it. We will be definitely doing some stuff on that. Jonathan Taylor, we didn't have a chance to really cover this too much. Me and Brendan did yesterday, has requested a trade. I don't think it means the Seahawks are going to, of course, look for him now, but the fallout of this is nice in the respect of this could mean the Colts go into sell mode, and if the Colts go into sell mode, they've got a couple of defensive linemen that John Schneider could eventually target here, and it's a situation worth continuing to monitor. Not even necessarily if the trade's looking to happen now, which would be possible, and I'd be hopeful for it, but that we could get this before the trade deadline. So it's a situation to continue to look at from that. If this actually does go down for the Colts, they're looking for a first rounder. They're probably going to be lucky to get a second. It's more likely or not to me about a third round pick is what you're going to probably go with. And you're probably going to have to agree not to franchise tag him and call it a day with that. But Grover Stewart and DeForest Buckner, two defensive linemen there. Grover's the run stuffer down there, and then DeForest Buckner's the star. You'd love to grab either or. We ain't picky. Right? As the saying goes, man, and we know this one in the Pacific Northwest, we're well accustomed with this one. Any port in a storm. You know what I mean? You got any port in a storm. So we'll see what happens with Jonathan Taylor. Chris Jones, another one, is also requesting a trade. This is, of course, maybe perhaps now the best defensive tackle in the sport. Of course, Darnold, if he's healthy, is probably the best, but right behind him is Chris Jones, coming off of his best season. We had a whole show, of course, centered around the talking point of this being a potential landing zone for us Seahawks. Remember, I told you guys at the time, this is something that can be fluid. You don't know how it ends. A lot of people are saying, no, he's coming back. I go, these situations can turn, these situations can change. And the Chiefs are a very pragmatic bunch when it comes to making player moves, even with guys that have been very valuable to them. See Tyreek Hill, see Orlando Brown, who they let go this offseason when they weren't willing to pay him his price. And so it's another situation worth monitoring that's definitely very unlikely for the Hawks to see even him being put onto the market. In fact, I think the Chiefs here quietly have really a great position here with Chris Jones. You have a guy about 29 years old who's played a lot of football, a lot of extra football and playoff contests throughout his career, who wants his money, rightfully so. He sits out for those first 8 games. You've got Mahomes in those first 8 games, you figure, and especially if you look at Andy Reid's track record and how his teams start, they start out on fire every year, like 7-0, 6-1, 7-0. So you start out and maybe you're 5-3, and now you get Jones back at that point, fresh, healthy, only having to play through the back half of the schedule and then into the playoffs right when you need him. And if you look at their schedule, they play the Broncos twice in those first 8 weeks. there's some winnable games in those first 8 weeks along there. There's a couple tough ones too, and it's a pretty tough schedule overall, but they're not up with a lot of expectations this year coming off the Super Bowl win. I think that they just sit on him and they're actually okay with it. They actually have money back in their pocket, for the time that he misses. So everyone keeps saying the Chiefs have to go do something on this. I feel like they actually kind of sit, even if he comes back late like that, in a position where it's not the worst thing. But they could prove pragmatic here. Decide, hey, Seahawks, what do you want to give? What do you want to give to us? Give it us. One last thing I want to talk about before we get to PFF, and this is character concerns. It's not an exciting piece of content to get into, I know, but I'm already anticipating, and I want my people in my chat to understand that this is going to be something to come up, and we all got to be patient with it in our own way. And that's going to be that Jalen Carter discussion that is inevitable to this year if he flourishes. If he doesn't flourish, you're not going to hear nothing about it, and everything will be awesome. But it is going to come up at times during the season, and I'm going to be very patient with it. And I'd ask everyone in my community and chat to do the same, because you can't get mad at people for putting this into consideration. And it's understandable that they want to look back on this situation and reevaluate it. I think it's human nature, and we can't get mad at human nature, in my opinion. Just a fact of life. The part of it, though, that I want to discuss is not Carter right now at all, actually. The part of it I want to discuss is those folks that are going to be looking with that itchy trigger finger to jump on the Carter Express with the very first splash play you see, like the very first play we saw from the preseason game, and then he didn't do a whole lot else after that preseason game. But one splash, and he's been highly rated by PFF in the preseason. Definitely, all that stuff's great, as he's been rotated in still very heavily, as we saw in college. But character concerns. We go through the draft. I always say it is the one part of things that you just can't determine or understand. That the teams know this information, have this information, and can figure out what is what and where a player really lies and how much he's all in on ball or how much he's just going to like being a football player and the benefits that brings with it. These things that we can't determine in a 40 time or with a 3-cone drill. I can't see it on his college tape, but they can get a clearer picture now, I think, than ever before with the PIs and all the insider reports and all that. And where am I going with this? Because that's the label that hangs up over the Jalen Carter pick. That is the thing that's at the forefront of why he's not a Seattle Seahawk. Not because he wasn't good enough, not because he wasn't talented enough, because that determination came into play, that's where they stood with it. Okay. Let's push this forward in a real world situation for those that are going to be itchy for that first splash play of Jalen Carter, or for that couple week period where he goes out and has a couple sacks in a few weeks and looks dominant. The character stuff it rears its ugly head at the worst of times. It's kind of the thing with it. It's usually not going to rear its ugly head when they're first coming in the door and they've got to toe the line and they know they've got every spotlight upon them. And if they step off that line, they're going to get whacked. Right? So you get them in the mode, in a line of thinking and a mentality that they maybe not able to, once they can get comfortable and some of the lights start looking away in other places, and now things start to get a little bit looser. So let's take a real world situation of that. Sam Williams, kid out of Mississippi, one of the most talented edge rushers coming out of Mississippi, a guy that I pounded the table for our Hawks to take during that draft. Obviously, it was to the draft from 2 years ago, and we were all celebrating and popping champagne and shooting confetti all over the room. And so we weren't really concerned with missing out on an edge that slid down to the Dallas Cowboys. Very, very talented. Very fun film to watch out in college. This guy will be able to play. Sam Williams came in this last week against our Seattle Seahawks in our stadium and went out there and was the best player on that front for the Cowboys, outplaying Maze Smith, their first-round pick. And maybe depending on how you're depending on if you're a Seahawks fan or a Cowboy fan, maybe a dirty hit on Drew Lock. And that guy looks, after coming off a year where he had 4 sacks last year in that rookie year, which may not seem like a lot, but when I was doing my deeper dive into the edge class of second rounders going back 6, 7, 8 years, 4 is as high as you go. So that might as well have been star level of production from a second round edge by the Dallas Cowboys last year for him to put up that production. And he looks like he's starting to take a step now. But he now just gets arrested, I believe, here for the second time in his Dallas career here this past 24 hours. And stop me if this one sounds familiar in regards to one Mr. Carter. I believe he was speeding in regards to a myriad of other charges now being put on him here, as he was speeding last year when he was arrested. The character concern stuff may not show itself initially, but it will pop up down the line. And so when you look to say, well, how went with Witherspoon, not this other guy, and this guy's and Witherspoon's taking some time, and he's not out the field flashing all over the place, keep that part in the back of your mind. You might just come to find that guy now suddenly week 13, week 14, right as the Eagles are just getting prepped and ready and suited and booted and good to go now for the playoffs. We're going to go get into now's our time. Now we're ready. We got this guy, Carter, and then he goes out and does something stupid right around Christmas or something. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I'm saying we got to hold off on our evaluation. I would recommend, you don't have to, but I would recommend holding off on some sort of certain evaluation about the fact that the Hawks were just completely dumb on this whole Witherspoon, because look at what Carter's doing for the Eagles. Look what he's going to be. I'm as big a backer as there is on Carter. I'm going to be patient with this stuff with people because I get it. I do. But at the same point in time, the character stuff, it doesn't just come out right out the gate usually. It ain't usually like, oh, rookie minicamp, he's out there doing keg stands. No. It's going to take a little bit of time for that stuff to come in, to potentially bear. Let's go in through a couple of just PFF scores. As you can see here, I've got it going just right below my deal here, as though I saw like a little weird thing going there. I gotta fix that. That's weird. Sorry, it's a little bit doesn't look right for some reason. It's messing up a bit. I've got the PFF scores, of course, just scrolling here beneath me ever so slowly, where you can see that as well for you guys. Offensively, just want to take note of a few different scores from this game that I thought were interesting. Your two tight ends led the way here. They were two of your only three players with 80+ grades coming out of this game, Disley and Fant. Both of them played only collectively 27 snaps in this particular game. But I think that this is also something that I know, and again with PFF, this isn't to be the final end-all, be-all. I've gone back and watched the All-22 in addition to this, so when I talk to you guys about this, this is also with the 22 tape in the back of my mind a little bit. But when you go back to last year and your success last year and what you got done last year, and you go back and look at PFF scores on a weekly basis every week, your three tight ends were oftentimes three of your best 10 performers on the offensive side of the ball. And a lot of times even be of that, they'd be just like this, two of your top three. So they are a steady ship on these waters that can get a little bit rough at times, and they're not the most flashy. They are definitely a forgotten about part of this offense. But let me go back to it and say it again from what their productivity was collectively last year. 1,100 yards receiving, 9 touchdowns. Is it just one guy doing? No, it's 3 guys. But go across the league and find a collection of 3 guys putting that production together, and you're not going to find a lot of teams doing that. It's, I think, notable, and the fact that those guys, again, really steady in this game, even though it's, again, sample size, they weren't out there a lot. Drew Lock came in with an 80 grade. No shock there. I'm kind of shocked. Actually, he's not actually higher. I mean, he played hard to fault or expect to have him to have played better than what he did. He only had 6 attempts. But I guess PFF's got a bone to pick with Drew. Tyjon Lindsey had 4 with a 78.2 grade. He was, they didn't give him, I don't think, as good a, yeah, they did. They gave him a great grade, of course, on the special teams, which is going to help on this. But he was good. Really, really good as a receiver in this game. Jackson, of course, in there at a 77. He did undergo that wrist surgery. So he's on the mend now officially. Hopefully they've got him in the cryogenic chamber, like the one Michael Jackson used to sleep in. Like they got to put him in that now. We got to hook him up with some of the special goods, get him ready to go. Jake Bobo in at 6, 72.3. No shocker there. He was at a 41.2 as his run blocking grade, by the way. So Bobo, guy with his build size, you're kind of hoping he run blocks a little bit better. Didn't quite give that to you in this game. Gino came in at a 72 on his 7 pass attempts. Charbonnet, nice solid 71.8. Phil Haynes continuing a strong start to his preseason. He was at left guard in the first game, went back over to the right guard here in this last game. Came in at a 71.5 grade. He kept the pass blocking grade up from where it was last week similarly. And his run blocking rate at 66.4 is okay, average. So good overall day for him. He looks like he's going to be the steady guy there in at the right guard position here to start this season off. And he does look right now at this point far ahead of Anthony Bradford. Tyler Mayberry, 67.2 on about 15 snaps. Cody Thompson played 18 snaps, 65.6, so solid there. Jody Hunt, 65.1, solid on 31 snaps at the center position. So Hunt's definitely going to be making this practice squad at least, I would say. Don't think he gets the active roster unless you have Oluwatimi really hurt, but no, I think we're going to get Olu back here. Cross and Lucas were together right next to each other, 13 and 14 in the rank of players offensively in this game, 63.3 and 62.2 respectively. So okay games from either of them. I know Cross gave up one of those pressures, or 1 to 2 of those pressures there to Sam Williams. So hopefully he starts to look a little better in his next bit of action, but just kind of felt like the starters across the board. I felt like this on defense too, that only were in there for that basically series or two. We're really just going kind of through the motions a little bit. It wasn't like, game day intensity just wasn't quite the feeling necessarily. Evan Brown, 59.9 grade. He really struggled in this game as a pass blocker, especially 47.1, 61.6 as run blocker. So he did okay over there. Jake Curran, 59.9, a little bit better as a pass blocker than he is in run. Neither was good. Holden Allers in at 59.2. So a bit of an up and down day for him as far as their grading goes, but I think that's actually better than where they had him last week. And then you had DJ Dallas, 11 snaps, Lockett, 2 snaps. So most of these guys, I won't mention them. The rest of them here that aren't really applicable just because it's such a small sample size. I'm not going to give you Tyler's rating on 2 snaps. But a couple guys that I think are notable if you're looking to track on them and see if they're going to make the squad. It looks like to me Greg Island at this point is definitely on the outside looking in, potentially even practice squad. He's been here a couple years now, and you're looking to see him step forward. 56.1 grade coming out of this game. A little bit better as a run blocker, but really bad as a pass protector. Colby Parkinson on 19 snaps, 53.9. Derek Young, we knew he was going to have a tough day, and that did bear out. Unfortunately, I didn't talk about it at the top, but it does look like with Derek Young, and I left this thing on for you guys over the top. By the way, I was leaving this on for you guys to see. Hope you guys dig it. This is just that these are the top jersey sellers in the UK. So I always tell you, we're worldwide here. So I hope you guys know that. Yes, we've got Anthony Bradford down at near the bottom, 53.3 grade, which is actually better than where he was last week. So, hey, the guy's improving at least. Stone Forsythe, 31 snaps, rounded out the bottom of this list, 34th worst, the best graded. So really tough. Stone Forsythe continues to have kind of an underwhelming start to things here at this point in the preseason, unfortunately. But yeah, Derek Young does look like he's going to potentially need to have surgery at this point. So we're going to have to roll, it looks like, maybe with Jake Bobo here, as JSN, of course, is also under his just had his surgery. So the receiving core is going to be a little light, and I mentioned those tight ends at the top of this, and it's good that I mention it because, of course, we're going to probably be going with a lot of 2 and 3 tight end sets through the first bit of the year. I'm going to estimate that that's probably going to be the case at this point. On defensive side of the ball, let's flip it over here really quick, and we'll get over to you guys here in the chat then. Thanks for bearing with me here on the top. Levi Bell was the best graded guy coming out of this game. A guy that I know we talked about, me and Brendan did about, I don't know if this guy's really a guy that, is going to be able to make the roster just because it's going to be so hard as an edge guy to get in there. And yeah, he's having 2 great games. But the one thing I said, even when I said I don't think he can make the roster, is I said this guy comes out and has 3 straight games where he's going to put a performance up like he did in week 1 with Minnesota. And he certainly did in this last week with an 89.5 grade. Then I can definitely look at that guy and say, okay, the way you got to find a way to potentially have him make the roster. And this is even with Tyreek Smith also balling out, which would be the guy who he'd have to take his roster space. I mean, this is maybe the place where you're going to have to hold an extra guy if he can go out there and continue this performance. I don't know if you just do it off the back of these two games and that's what they've seen. We don't know what they've seen in practice and training camp, and maybe the kid's a gamer for all we know. But he indeed was your best graded guy here. The pass rush, again, like it was last week, the strongest aspect of his grade at an 86.1. He was a little better, I think, in run defense this week at 70.6 on 29 snaps. So he didn't play a ton either, but he was very effective in his time that he did play. Trey Brown ran out for 56 total snaps in this game and came away with an outstanding 88.7 grade. So this was not just the interception. This was not just him running up there on that little throw to the flat and making a play and looking good in that aspect. He was targeted 4 times. He did allow 3 receptions, but they only have him down for 15 yards. So if you're going to allow 3 receptions and you go at 15 yards, you feel pretty good about your corner's work at that point. Part of the reason he had a 90 coverage grade, Trey Brown did. Boye Mafe was your number 3, 76.7. He was good as a tackler, good in pass rush, okay against the run in his grade, not great on that part. They didn't like him there, but strong and decent coverage in the zone drops he had. Artie Burns, your number 5 corner on this roster, your insurance man. That's what I call him. You know what I mean? He's got the suit. He's got the tie. He's got the briefcase. This is your guy that's there. If something's going to go wrong with Mike Jackson or Trey Brown or Witherspoon, or you got to call upon depth, he is there to be your depth guy, your steady veteran presence back there in the secondary, and he was steady in this game. Jonathan Sutherland, strong safety, coming in and having a pretty good preseason as far as the games are going at least. Came in with a 75.9 grade. Tyreek Smith, the aforementioned one from Ohio State, continued to build upon last week's. I thought he was a lot stronger in his performance than PFF's grade was giving him last week. They dinged him heavy. This week, they really did like themselves some Tyreek Smith. I thought that was pretty cool. So Tyreek comes back. He was all over the place on the field, of course. I think even a 75.4 grade doesn't represent to me the kind of game that he really had on 31 snaps. He was just all over the place. But a guy, again, I don't think you can find a way to cut. He's got to make this roster at this point, in my opinion. They're just going to have to find a creative way to make this work, I suppose. How about Ben Burke-Irvin, the returned one, the Husky, the man that had to take a couple years to get back after that major lower leg injury, played 30 snaps, 74.7 grade. That's mighty good for Ben. Devin Bush, 71.7 grade. Finished up on his strong week 1 performance, though he was only in there for 20 snaps, but it was good to see from Devin Bush, and it will be very, very interesting to see the battle that's going to now unfurl in front of us between Bush and Jordan Brooks as he gets back to full health. Bush in this game, 77 grade tackling, 60 as a pass rusher, 65.8 as a coverage grade. So respectable there again in coverage on this one, which is the one place we do point to oftentimes with Jordan Brooks as the place. You know, I can't remember the last time I ever saw Jordan Brooks in any game, preseason or regular season, post a 65 plus PFF score in coverage. Derek Hall, the rookie coming back, having his first sack in this game, 69.9 overall grade, which is strong for him. And according to them, he actually did his best stuff as a run defender, not a pass rusher in this game. Interesting enough. Uchenna Nwosu, 8 snaps, 65 grade. Again, on these guys with about under 10 snaps. Not really much to dwell on, I don't think, with it on that. So we'll kind of bring up the notable guys. We got Miles Adams, ran 40 snaps in this game, 63.1 grade. Had his one hustle sack in this game. Looked a little bit better down the line, but the grade was okay. John Radigan had a little bit better day than prior, though it wasn't still good. He was still okay. 56.2 grade from John Radigan. Jarek Reed struggled in this game after last week having a really good game, I thought. This was a little bit of a step backwards for the Rook at 51.8. Patrick O'Connell, the Montana State linebacker, again continues to struggle a little bit, 50.7. Jacob Sykes, who was good last week, not quite as strong this week at 46.7. And down near the lower end of the scale, you've got Michael Jackson on 25 snaps with the 41.3 grade, which we all saw pretty clearly and was pretty self-evident as to how it got to that point and that particular grade. So those are your grades for the game. Some interesting spots in there, some disappointing ones. Just on an overall standpoint, I will say that we have 2 straight weeks now where the offensive line continues to show from the starters down through to the back end guys that your pass protection looks stronger than your run blocking at the moment. And maybe run blocking will come along and that this is just a thing that's going to take time. But that's certainly the part that stands out as you look at it, to where this is where we got to get better. This is where it's got to improve. On the flip side of that, run defense early on is a little bit more improved over the top of the pass defense a bit early on here, and that's encouraging to see for a team that's probably trying to concentrate on fixing this and clearing this part of that game up that was such a trouble spot for them last year. So good overall things to kind of take away, I think, from this game, and we'll have to see if that kid off the edge, Levi, can cement his spot. He's a fun player. I don't want to take anything away from him. It's not his fault, but he's on a team that is just, the depth chart is so stacked up, and I really do think this Tyreek Smith kid's got some talent to him. He's got some real ability to him. You can't just get caught up on his 6th round draft status. He's definitely better than that. He's got more talent than that. It's going to be a tough call for Carroll and company. It's going to be a tough call for Clint Hurt. If you guys like what you're listening to today, please do do me that favor and smash that, destroy it. Lay it to bear, that like button if you could for me. And if you're not subbed up already, please do get subbed up. We are on the edge. We are I think we started the sub here. We're 4 subs away right now. A mere 4 subs away from crossing over the mark into 13,000. So if we get 4 more up over the top, we can cross it today. Of course, we're on the hopeful track to get to 15,000 by the end of the year. We're going to blast past that. So I want to say thank you to all those folks too for jumping aboard on the stream here and jumping aboard and becoming a subscriber to the channel as you guys have. We're going to be going strong all the way through the course of this season. A lot of content coming down the way for you guys here this year. So strap in on that one. As well as that, if you guys didn't get a chance, you didn't see it coming down your feed, I just dropped a video yesterday in regards to Tariq Woolen. So I'm really happy with this video and how it's turned out. It seems to be really well received. If you get a chance, go check that video out. I think this kid is definitely, after going through and doing this video, going back and looking at the tape of him and looking at these all 22 snaps where you're just staring at one guy game after game and watching what they're doing. I'm not going to belay it. I want to get over to you guys in the chat, but this guy is on a superstar track. It's not an overstatement. He's that good. Deion Sanders today, if you were on your Twitter, would have noticed he was asked about his favorite corners in the NFL. Who was his number one after 1 year? Reek the Freak, Tariqistan, the cheat code, the avatar. And it doesn't take long for the legends to see it. It doesn't take long for the former NFL players to see it and realize. And I think you're going to see it, and you're going to realize it even all that much more this year, health willing. Tariq's able to get on that field and get out there and do it again, which I'd love to see. I did show that little deal there. I think it's really cool. Just shows you, as I always say, I tell you guys, Hawks Nest is worldwide. Our Megan can attest to that. We've got many others in here that are from other countries that pop on in here. Jersey sales in UK show this as well. I'd love to see what it'd be in Germany and in Australia. I think we'd be leading the pack there. But you had DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett as your 1-2 in Jersey sales out there in UK. Just a small thing, but just to remind you that we are not a team that's just segmented to Seattle. We're not just a team that's segmented to the state of Washington. You got Oregon. You got Idaho. You got at least western Montana. You got the western half of Canada. You got Alaska. You got parts of Hawaii. And yeah, you got the rest of the world right along with it. Let's just take it all. I want it all. Megan is going to get us started off in a wonderful fashion here, and I really do appreciate you, Megan, for that. Sorry, a little late on acknowledging the dono, but I was on a kind of a little tangent here to start things off. But thank you so much for the $100 donation, Megan Gockroger, my lady from Danenda. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're enjoying the day. I'm sure you're enjoying this Niner plight a little bit. Slight plight. It's not full plight, but it's slight plight. And I'm going to enjoy whatever Niner plight that there happens to be out there at all. But thank you for the $100 donation. She says, no sad tears for Lance. Tears of laughter. Oh, yes. This makes an aching wrist head ache. The head making the wrist an aching wrist head. Head cold from hell has me enjoying this way more than I should. Wonder what Walken, Cosell, and the rest think. Time to sweep the Niners, methinks. Well, Howard Cosell is I am completely befuddled by this situation. I can only wonder what was going through Kyle Shanahan's medulla oblongata as he seemed to have a complete brain fart on draft day, taking a quarterback he himself seems to have admonished to the seventh ring of Dante's Inferno. I do not know what possesses a man to spend free first-round draft picks on such a player as one they had no confidence to see fit to start. I have never been this disappointed, at least since 1997, and they stuck Jim Drunkenmiller, who should have been the next great Niner quarterback. I don't know what they're doing down there in San Francisco. Perhaps too many trips to Napa Valley. Perhaps they just are too damn drunk. But let me ask my friend, my good friend, Christopher Walken. What do you say, Chris? You still like the Niners this year on your bet? No, I don't at all. I made that bet with you, Howard, when Lance was there. I'm a Lance man all day, every day. I want him. Start, should. Now they're going to trade Lance. Why? I don't know. Stupid, dumb. Give me back my money. Now, Howard, I don't want to do the trade no more. It was only on that. I don't like Brock Purdy. He's not good. It's my money now, you jackass. Howard, the mic is on. Why would you say that to me now? Niners, no, they're not going to be good. It just goes without saying, they're going to lose. Fall from grace, fall stiff, splat on the ground, boom. It's how it goes now. It's inevitable. It was a good run. No more Super Bowls for you, big guys. But at least you got, the 80s. They're hyped on it, Megan. The boys are Cosell's disappointed and Walken bet Cosell, so it's they're not loving it, but we're loving it. I'll tell you that, and I'm glad you're laughing with me on this one. I'll give you some Cosell and Walken through the night. I'm feeling so good. We'll get a couple Walken Cosell drops for you. I promise. Thank you though for the $100 donation. Very, very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. It's a hell of a way to start off this stream, I'll tell you that. DJ Owen says, with a $5 donation, says 49ers Super Bowl window just slammed shut, and they still have to pay Nick Bosa the Super Bowl big bag, no team-friendly deal. Go Hawks. Well, DJ, thank you for the $5 donation, and Howard didn't even get a chance to expound upon my opinion about not signing Nick Bosa to the deal that man has deserved. He played 3. He played 4. 4 years on a rookie deal. Slave wages, I tell you at that. And now he comes to be paid as the defensive player of the year. And you refuse to open your pocketbook. What in the hell is going on in Santa Clara? Slamming shut is a good way of putting it. I am a guy that am always going to be worried. This has come, you guys will do this that are young fans growing older too. There's things that happen throughout your life to kind of start to inform you more and more of something that you didn't necessarily think when you first came through the door as a fan. And one thing that has come through the door is you think about these guys always training and always being in the best of shape and keeping their bodies like well-tuned machines. But they also will tell you that there's no real way of simulating practice and simulating the preparation for your body and why coaches do what they do in training camp and why every little thing you're doing throughout every single day is put in place was on purpose and was a lot of times on the back of multi-generations of coaches coming up with that program to make it where it is. And you on your own in your backyard trying to run through foot drills on a ladder, it's not going to replicate it. And so Bosa now coming off Defensive Player of the Year, having now been out, this is it. Last day of training camp for every team's different, right? They all start their training camps at different times and different this and that. This is it. Last day of training camp for the Niners. Done. Is he going to be good enough to just pop in, not miss a beat, don't need any training camp? Maybe he'll be just that good. Maybe. As history taught me, though, there's a real good high chance, DJ, that there's going to be an injury now. Yeah. Very good chance. Chris definitely thinks so. That's why I want my bat back. Now, I don't have Trey, and Bosa's going to get injured. No, I don't want that. So it's looking tough, and it's kind of it's there's kind of an energy thing to this too, and there a little bit. Maybe I'm getting too metaphysical with this, but there does feel like things got to kind of come together from a synergistic fashion of things on a team-oriented basis as you're going into the season. If you're hoping to reach the highest of heights, you're just trying to get everything just kind of locking in. It feels a little bit like that on our end. I'm not saying that we've attained that, but that does feel a little along the lines of what we've been doing in training camp. Whereas with the Niners, and at one point, even up to a couple of days ago, having 4 different quarterbacks sharing all the reps equally at camp, not even having 3 guys share the reps, 4. It's a lot. There aren't a lot of snaps in training camp. Not a lot of throws to be had. And Bosa on top of it, their most important, potentially, maybe Trent Williams is their most important player, but Bosa's at least number 2, if not a 1A to Trent, or 1B to Trent Williams 1A. So I don't know if it's slammed shut. I'm not going to fully call it that, DJ, but I'm telling you that window's, it seems like every time you look back over, it's losing a little bit of, couple centimeters drop to it, right? Still maybe open, but oh God, it's like a crack left there. We'll have to see. Then I'll tell you this: if it does go sideways, this is definitely, you can see the signs of potentially that with the way that this is kind of setting up a little bit. But I still think they'll be good. I still am not changing my prediction quite yet. But I feel a lot better about facing Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold than I did about facing potentially Trey Lance when he got fully tuned up. It's a good deal for us. Thank you, though, DJ. I appreciate the donation, man. Hope you're having a good night. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you on that, Sanchez, man. I hope you're having a good one, brother. He says, we get to 13K. Everyone donate a C note. I'll take just the 13K. That's good for me. If anyone can donate, they can donate, but it's all good. I'll be just happy enough to get 13K. It's been our best year. I feel like I always say it's been our best year yet here, and we're just rolling along, Sanchez. So it's great to see folks hitting that button, getting subscribed up, not being scared. Don't be scared to hit it. Hit it. You know you want to. Just hit it. Just give it a little. Just give it a little. But thank you, man, for the $2 dono. I appreciate you, brother. Devin Martzall says, hey, Brandon, and thank you for the $5 donation, Devin. Appreciate all of you on the donos, DJ, Sanchez, and Megan. Thank you for the $100 dono. Says, Devin says, hey, Brandon, good to see you. Good to see you too, man. It says, just saw a stat that Johnny Manziel had 2 more touchdown passes than Trey Lance. Poor dude, I guess. Go Hawks. Yeah, it's going to be one of those places with Trey Lance where I know in Niner Nation there's going to be no nuance, and I went over and took a little bit of a peek at our buddy over there at Last Second Sports who does his Niner channel, and me and him do some collabs, and we're going to do a couple this year, of course. And poor guy over there, I mean, he was just looking like a guy in an interrogation room with the light on him, all the old movie trope where they'd have the hot light on him. He's just, because he's trying to back Lance, and it's just, he can sense it slipping away, and just not a great energy over there. He's doing his best. They're all, but just they can feel there's a little bit of a not a great energy. And the thing with Lance, why I say there's got to be nuance here, is it's going to be, well, he's failed, or there's this bad throw he made here in this preseason game, or this bad throw he made there. But what really this boils down to for me is that you take a guy like Lance who needs time to get to get the skills to pay the bills. He's got to develop that stuff. He's really talented. He's physically definitely a first round kind of talent in that mode. But you draft him, you need to understand that this is a guy where we got to be patient with. The problem is that you have a Super Bowl ready team. And so that patience is not built in. Instead, there is the snapping of the fingers in the kid's ear. You need to be out there getting better. And so now it's not, I'm developing and learning and getting, and I'm a young kid, and I had a whole year off of playing the prior year, and it's going to give me some time. You don't have any time. Now's the time. We're trying to win here. We're grown men in this locker room trying to win. What are you doing? And that pressure, I just don't think ends up getting to the point of, maybe it's what separates the good from the bad. Maybe that's, Brock Purdy will ascend now is because he shows he's got the ability to navigate that and handle it and persevere. But I just don't feel like with a young quarterback, it's necessarily a recipe for success in that situation. And then you go also onto the fact of him getting injured last year, where you're running power quarterback runs over the A gap at a shotgun, and then you get your quarterback hurt. And Shanahan continues with this Lance thing as they traded now. Will continue to get no flack for that, which is a little bit beyond me. And so, I do feel bad for Lance. I don't know. Maybe he's not good. Maybe. But I also don't think that both things can be true, and that maybe he's not good, and maybe also the Niners didn't do a great job in this situation of developing properly or having the proper outlook on this kid when you took him, having the right plan in place for understanding what you were doing and when you were taking him and what all that kind of meant a bit, But Lance was out there for a bit. They ran him out there a decent amount of time. Wasn't shocked to see Lance not take off, though. That was one you could see coming. I haven't watched the documentary just because I was never a big Lance guy. He was fun to watch at times in college, but he definitely always had sort of that douchey energy. So it was always a little bit of like, no, thank you. I don't, especially because you could tell he was not going to be able to make it as a pro. It was pretty obvious to anybody that could watch him. People would have that opinion. Everybody up in arms like, oh, you don't think he's going to be a pro quarterback? How could you not think? It's like, just look at how he plays. He's not going to be able to do that at the pro level, and he's not Vic quick. He's not super twitchy quick. He's get away at the college level, but not the pro level, and that's what happened. Didn't have the arm, too, on top of it. Go Hawks, Devin. Thank you, man. Megan, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate all the donos, Megan. She says, I'm going to need a bigger shelf for my Funkos, B. Just ordered Bruce the Shark and Chief Brody from Jaws. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, you're going to have that shelf stacked, Megan. That or you got to put an extension on it. Just glue out the extension off of it a little bit off the top, maybe. Give it a little second deck below. That'd look kind of cool. Get some little like mini stadium steps in there. And then just kind of put them all on little stadium steps. I could go for that. That'd be all right. Thank you though, Megan, for the dono, and congrats on the Funkos. I'm digging the Chief Brody. I'm about due to need to go back and check out Jaws. It's been a while now. Let's go. Chad Hart, how you doing, man? James, Camden, Roger. What's up? Jose Rodriguez in the house. He says, I just did a Jamal video last week. Hell yeah, Jose. If you're not subbed up, do get subbed up over there to Jose Rodriguez's channel. I'm going to be over on his spot next week at some point, maybe about Monday or so. So do get summed up over there to Seahawks Jose Rodriguez. Hope you're doing well, Jose. It's good to see you in the house. James Watson. Hope you're doing well. Herbicide. They do love us in England, man. We're huge in England. We're so hot in England. England and Brussels. Tell you what. Gemini Glass, hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. Absolutely, Gemini. I hope you're doing well too. I'm having an awesome time. Awesome. Gemini Glass, what are the names with the numbers scrolling under you? So these will be the Pro Football Focus grades. These are the analytic grades that are applied to the players from this past week's game. So their overall total grade. Benelli, Jamal ain't going to let the town down. He's a GD warrior in his prime. I love it, Benelli. And look, I have still hope for the guy too. I'm not one of the naysayers on him. Injury luck is one that hard to predict. And it can, as I say in my thumbnail, can snake bite a guy for a couple year period, and then a guy can find some health. He can regain his footing back underneath of him. So it's not necessarily death knell, especially if you look at the injuries he's had, which they've been varied. It isn't like one knee that's just been shredded over and over and over again. It's a couple of different things in different places on his body that he's had some problems with. Maybe we can get it all together. And James Humes, the DK throwback. I've heard so many stories, James, about the throwbacks being sold out, and it's beyond me. I don't know. Do they just not have warehouses they can store this in? Do they not have a way to order more? And then, like I keep saying, the team doesn't seem to understand how popular these jerseys are going to be. Another part they don't get with it. Like, you've had plenty of time now for weeks here to realize that everybody across the country was loving these jerseys, not just Hawk fans. So I hope they come back with some more out, but it's been a common theme I'm hearing. Erickson, Julian Love's growing nicely in our system. I'm stoked for our wild defensive back room. Julian Love is a very good player, and he's had a very good camp on both of those. I mean, it's so nice to have a guy that's this legitimately versatile. Strong safety, free safety, and he can play the slot and play them all well. Not, well, you could throw him in there and he'll hold on for dear life. No, he'll play all of those spots well. And he tackles. Erickson, it indeed does sound like JSN's surgery went well. So hopefully we can get this kid back. For me, it's not even the first game that we got to get him back for, in my opinion. It's really that Lions game where, like we saw last year, you couldn't punt once in that game or you were going to lose the game. And it's probably going to be another high-scoring affair up in week 2. And we're going to probably need every bit of the arsenal that we can call upon. Vincent F., he's like corn. He's got the juice. He elevates everyone around him. Jamal does elevate. I love it, man. Tony Rice says, what? Trey Lance has requested a trade? Indeed he has. And Tony, I always like to see the Niners fall a little bit. It's not, and I got Keldon. Keldon's probably shaking his head. What am I going to do, huh? What am I going to do? Where's Keldon? Keldon's right now probably struggling. Cases thought the thumbnail was Draymond Jones. I'm glad somebody asked Draymond Jones about the whole doppelganger thing with Jamal. He had that whole story he talked about coming in with Denver last year, and they were in the restaurant and they're eating food and he's with his Denver teammates. And everybody in the restaurant keeps thinking that he's Jamal Adams. And his Denver teammates find it hilarious. But it was like all throughout the meal, everyone kept, can I take a picture with you, Jamal? Can we? John Wirtz, hopefully Jamal plays a game this season. Hopefully so. I would tell you if they're not being like super, why I'm doing the little bit of this show, and I guess why somebody might be, well, why is this notable necessarily? If there are struggles with Jamal coming back from this injury, if he's still got pain in that leg, if he's not running right at this point, the Seahawks would be way more likely at this spot. They wouldn't be under any pressure here to have to activate him off the PUP. You can do that at any time. And so I think in doing that, it's more of an acknowledgement as much as anything else that he indeed is ready. Keldon says Purdy did look good when he played. He looked good last season. He did. I give you that, man, Keldon. I do. I give you that. I wouldn't take anything away from how he played last year for sure. Hopefully he remains upright this year, and hopefully he can duplicate that. Vanelli says, I got Brandon playing on the patio TVs, spitting facts while I cook ribeyes and oysters. Ooh, yum, man. Get it, Benelli. Get it. Keldon then offered, I just want one of them to stay healthy. Yeah, that's all I'm saying, dude. If I was a Niner fan, I liked it. Even if I didn't like the fact that Lance was sticking to third string, I would have liked it a lot better to have all three with the way that situation played out last year. Now you got to put Phillip Rivers back on the speed dial. And Phillip's out there having his 19th child. Probably hasn't thrown a football in 15 months. Doc, Brandon, can Pumpkin do a video where she picks which game of the season Jamal starts? Not one where she predicts the next injury? That joke grown. I'll have to ask her. Is Jamal back by week 1? She said week 1, maybe week 2 more likely. Stuart, how you doing, man? And Keldon, it's good to see you in the house, bro. Keldon says, stop talking about Buckner going to Seahawks. Hey, man, I'm just, I'm laying groundwork over here. I'm putting cobblestone bricks down on the ground in front of us, and it leads to Indianapolis. As Benelli said, he's a dreamer, I'm a dreamer. But I'm not the only one. Docs, do we have the salary cap for Taylor or Buckner? It depends on how we kind of package and structure a trade to go pick him up, Addicted Ox. It also depends on if you're going to look to try to get Buckner on a new contract if you bring him in here. And I would think that if you make a trade for Buckner, you might try to see if he wants to do a contract extension at that point in addition to it. But I don't suppose it's guaranteed. But you could make it work. They could make it work. Where there's a will, there's a way on this one. Alexander says, B, how much faith do you have that Adams can make it halfway through the season? Hopefully he's on the field every single game. I mean, it's a very tough question to answer here, Alexander, because I think that there's not a lot of basis to go one way or the other on this one because it is different injuries. And if all of those injuries are technically 100% by a doctor's feeling on them, obviously the fingers are fused, but a guy can play with fused fingers. That's not necessarily means he's just utterly reduced as a player. But if that's the case, and the rest of him is back to front, predicting the next injury is a possibility and maybe a high likelihood just based on recent past. But is there one injury he's had that stands out that's going to happen? Maybe his shoulders, I guess. But this is a tough question to answer, man, because I don't know how his body feels right now. I haven't seen him on the field or how he looks. But we'll have to just kind of see. Half a season, if I was going over/under on Jamal playing more than 7 games this year, I feel better. I feel good about that. I think he's going to play. I'd go 85% on my feeling that he plays more than 7 games. More than 12 games, 53%. More than 15 games, 5%. You can run the numbers from there. Not for sale. Thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you on that. He says, I say we save JSN for week 3 versus the Panthers. Well, there certainly is to me, speed. You got to really rush to make this thing happen with him. Wait till he's back, wait till he's right back, right. Make sure that he gets the full go from doctors before he goes out there. There is no reason to rush this. I tell you though, the Detroit one could be one that you do want to look to. I know it's an early season game, but that is on the road. That is with the team that you could end up, jostling back and forth with for playoff positioning, or what, if they win the division, say nothing of, I know it could be wild, but a bye kind of situation too. I don't think the Lions are going to be that good necessarily, but they certainly are an interesting team that's on the rise, and it's hard to predict when those kind of teams are exactly just going to pop. But wherever he's ready and wherever the doctors say he's good to go, and you just roll with it from there, I would say. But if there's not a lot to be gained from going one extra week to week 3, if the doctors say, well, he won't be any largely better in his recovery from, he's good enough to play the week, I would go to the Detroit on that one. But not the worst way and to your point, it's not for sale. They tend to be pretty conservative with their guys coming back from injuries. So there's probably not going to be a big rush on this one, to get it back. Thank you though, man. Appreciate you. Megan with another $5 donation. Megan, thank you for all the donos. Says, we'll send you the pictures of the new Funkos. Brody looks just like Roy Schneider. Oh, hell yeah. I'll check it out. Check it out offline because it probably isn't going to be too scintillating for the deal here. That does look like Brody. They even got the cigarette sticking out of his mouth, right? That's awesome. The cigarette makes it perfect. That's the part that makes it absolutely perfect because they got this the way he held the cigarette in his mouth. That's just how he did it. Almost like he's got like a lollipop in his mouth or something. Thank you, Megan. Appreciate the donation. Hope you're having a good night and on the mend over there with that wrist, taking care of it. Claude Bishop, is Devin Bush looking good in camp? He's looked pretty solid in camp overall, Claude, and he's looked pretty good in preseason games. I think he's going to push Jordan Brooks pretty strongly as far as, you know, who's the guy to go take that position next to Bobby. I don't think it's just clear cut that it's absolutely just going to go to Devin Bush 100%. James Hughes Brandon's going to love our Thanksgiving chat. Yeah, it's going to be fun. That's going to be a fun night. Maz Guru says Brandon is going to love the Brandon. I like his football. So food is good, especially Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving food is good. And Rich Prods, I agree with you, man. We should just sit JSN week 1. Go Bobo. Even if JSN's ready week 1, on that I say sit. You don't need him for the Rams. I can't see him being the difference between you taking the Rams or not. Give him that extra week on that. That's for sure. Jen says my Bobby throwback jersey still has to arrive. See, Jen, this annoys me. They couldn't prepare for this stuff to know that they were going to have a huge groundswell of people. You've been holding off for decades on allowing these jerseys back into play. And now the first time you do, you're not going to anticipate that there's going to be a demand for them. How did they, I mean, you'd think they would be wanting to sell this stuff. Jen Moss says, don't forget Toronto. That's right. We got Canada too. I'm telling you, worldwide, Jen. We're worldwide. I love it about that being the Seahawks reach. We're just an international team by nature. By nature. Deadly's anyone been keeping tabs on Jalen Carter? Carter's been doing good for the Eagles. Heavily rotated out. I would reckon, I guess he hasn't played a ton of snaps this preseason, but he has been good in the snaps he's played. Sam the Great, this chat has me hyped up for San Fran game on Thanksgiving. As well it should, man. I might be wearing eye black on that game. I might be eye blacked up. I might be bandanaed. I might have to tape up my fingers. We're going to have to maybe go hard for that Thanksgiving game. All pro Seahawks, Brock, Noodle, Arm, Birdie. The dink and dunker, man. Dink, dink, dunk, dunk. Maze Guru's Sherman's interview with Pete was cool. Good to watch if you haven't seen it. I did get a chance to see the interview. It was a very, very, very good interview between Sherman on his volume channel and Coach Carroll. Some really good tidbits in there. I thought that Carroll did a good job of being, not a good job, but just it was nice to see Carroll be so open and forthright with kind of what was going on there. You know, he didn't sort of cover up some of the difficulties there and some of the goods on it. But as always with this stuff, with more and more time, we get a little bit clearer and clearer picture of things, and it becomes a little bit more understandable of how things went a little bit sideways in that situation. Megan with the $2 donation says, Thanksgiving drunk stream, asking for a friend. I think we're going to have to commit to it in advance here. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it, folks. I've been asked about it. For you folks that are new onto the channel, if you are smart and you can ask the right person in this channel, You can find somewhere buried within my deep stack of live stream videos, you can find somewhere within it a drunk stream where I spend 5 hours completely blitzed because it was a bad night that was the night the rust got broke, which gives you a little hint. And I've been having people calling upon it for years now for a return to I think Thanksgiving will be a good night to do it with. I think that's going to be a good night to pull back to points. So strap in for Thanksgiving. Megan just put a suggestion out there to make Thanksgiving a little more lively. So if there wasn't already a little more heat on that game, you're going to get Brandon doing shots and play calling. The best of combinations. And late night. Thank you though, Megan. Appreciate you. It's a good suggestion, by the way, too. That'll be a good time to do it on, I think. 360 bets, Trey Lance, the biggest bust of all time. I mean, you got your Kajana Carters in there. Jamarcus Russell. I mean, he's probably in the discussion, but I would guess that there's probably like 3 or 4 other names throughout time that you could probably go to that were probably worse. But his story's also not fully told at this point. Let's see if he goes to a different situation and different coach, and maybe a breath of fresh air helps the kid out a little bit. I will say it is telling that you're not hearing that there's a lot of heat out there as far as trade possibilities for the Niners. Certainly not for them to get a real great haul for him. That stands out to me of where the opinion is around the league as far as this kid's concerned, and doesn't bode well for his future. So in the contention, I suppose, contending thereof for. Maze Guru, Hawksnest, did you notice Pete's press conference today? It sounded like a lot of injuries. I didn't. I listened to a lot of it. I don't know if I got to the part where they were talking on the injuries. I think I had to break away at that point. But I've got a pretty firm handle on where we are with most of the stuff that's going on. We've got McIntosh back with the knee. We got JSN out till probably week 2. We have Eskridge out till week 6. We have Derek Young with probably a sports hernia, which is going to keep him out for probably minimum the first 4 to 5 weeks of the season. We have Mike Morris, who just had his surgery, so he's going to be out for a few weeks now. We have Witherspoon, who's still not yet back off of his hamstring injury. Olu's down right now. They're still waiting to get him back into the fold here, so he's also still been beat up. I think that's just about it of truly notable guys, though. I don't think there's a lot of anything else new beyond that. Jen Moz says, Chris Jones ready to hold out till week 8. He is, and I think it's good for him. I think this is where it's like kind of, to me, a win-win from all parties. I'm Chris Jones. I don't go through a training camp. I miss half of a season. I get to rest a body that's had a lot of football played upon it over the last few years. And then if I go out and I go and ball out through the back of the schedule and do really well, which I'm likely to do because I am going to be fresh, then I'm going to go hit the open market. They're not going to franchise tag me a second time and pay the second. I don't think the Chiefs would do that. And so then he gets back onto the open market. He's still only 30 years old. And I still think at that point he can go get probably a deal that'll get him close to around the 30 million mark. I don't think he gets 30, but he'll probably get a 28. And so to me, this whole thing with it being a point of friction there between the Chiefs and Jones, I think for both parties, this ends up, Jones is out a little bit of money this year, obviously. But he does make that up then later on with the new contract, theoretically, as long as he doesn't get injured. That's the big what if, of course, too. So probably should mention that. Chicken God says, there are a lot of distractions in San Francisco right now. Not the way you want to see your team start the season. Very well put, Chicken God. That's just my feeling with this too. It isn't one thing of saying, well, look, it's them completely in a point of falling apart, but it's just to make this work in the NFL season, it's such a competitive sport, and all these teams are doing things that are so right across the board. We all like to think it's our team that's got the edges wherever they can get it. You know, our facilities are better, and our environment's better, and our this is better, and that's better, and this, and that's how we'll be a better team overall. But it's all very close across this sport. You know, that's why there's so much parity in the sport. That's why they say any given Sunday. More so, I think, than you get in other sports and other leagues. Everyone's got kind of that fighting chance week in and week out in this league, just by the way it sort of plays out. And a thing that can knock you down on a negative side of things, you know, like cohesion, like chemistry, like continuity, these things can raise you up and help you. When you've got this sort of uncertainty that is existing there in the background of things like this, when it concerns a position like the quarterback position, that is the heartbeat of your team. That is supposed to be the leader of your team. And nobody's really sure where to look in the locker room for who's the one to give the guidance. Is it this guy? Is it the second year guy that's 5'11" and is probably going to be broken in half by week 6 and can only dink and dunk the ball? Is that guy? Is it this guy that's already had 2 stops prior that he's not been able to sit back at and take hold at? He's now the guy, you know? And you hear it. You hear the little bit of you hear the desperation. It comes out in just the little wisps. If you just listen, you just got to listen right. For instance, Sam Darnold is the most talented quarterback we've ever had since Steve Young. What? What the are you talking about? But this is what we were hearing coming out, right? Already setting stage, already setting groundwork. It's hard to see a team like that going through this. And it's straight up Days of Our Lives, soap opera style. And I'm talking the 1988 version style when you come home and your mom's been recording it on the VCR, right? And you're like, man, I want to record this thing. I don't want the stupid soap opera. It's been the bad soap opera, their quarterback situation for the past couple of months. And it just does not feel like, to me, it just doesn't feel like, Chicken God, you're saying the same way, that it bodes well for where this team is heading on into the future of just this upcoming year at the least. It doesn't mean that they've completely had some Super Bowl window slammed shut and they're going to be just dog water now and there's no, doesn't mean that. And I'm still going to predict that they win the division, but everything's got to break in the right way for them. Purdy's got to get back to front right where he was last year. He's got to be taken off right at that spot. They got to have 35-year-old Trent Williams at left tackle, who's had some major injuries in his past history, who's played a lot of football, hold up this whole season because that line is not looking good across the board, absent him. They got to hope that Nick Bosa can skip out on all of training camp and then just bounce back onto the scene, I guess, a week from the start of the games being played, or maybe week 8 like Chris Jones. And then that he won't miss a beat, and then that he won't get injured. There's a lot of things that are on shaky ground to me when it comes to the Niners right now. We'll see if I'm right on this or not. Jen says they'll ease Brooks back and Jamal too. Bush and Love will be on the field. Agreed. I think with both of them, they take their time. I'm not convinced too, Jen. I think Brooks is a really good run defender, but I'm not convinced that Bush doesn't have Brooks beat by a pretty wide margin when it comes to the coverage skills. I'm not certain on that, but I have an inclination that that's maybe the case. Megan with another $5 donation. Megan, thank you for all the donos. I appreciate you on that. She says, I have the drunk stream saved. I'm willing to post it on my YouTube unless you recount your love of Craig over Zorn. I'm a man of principle and honor. I'm a man of principle and honor over a man of worry of my embarrassment. And, it had to be done. I'm not proud of the drunk stream. I don't look at it with necessarily a level of fondness. I showed it to my parents and they had to look away. But I'll tell you this. It was true. I said that night it was the end of an era. Here goeth the end of the era. And I didn't little know me. It was a good thing that it was going to be the end of the era. But, maybe I didn't take it well. And I can't do that, Megan. I'm too structured in my integrity to let one spill over another. And by the way, that's kind of blackmail, by the way. That's kind of blackmail. I'm going to have to call that what that is on that one. Washington Fist Quest, thank you for 22 months as a member of the Hawks Nest. I really appreciate that long time support as you do. You're awesome for that. He says the drunk stream was YouTube history. Yeah, I'll probably someday repost it back up to the channel, or I'll do a reaction to it with you guys or something when we're bored someday in the future. But yeah, that was a fun stream. I paid the price for that stream for about 2 days afterwards. That was one that was not just like, well, by the next day, at the end of the next day, I was pretty much back to front. Everything was right. Like, no, I was just holding my head for the next day and a half. That's why I don't drink much. As I've gotten older, if I do drink, it's you're paying the big price. Youngster, you just bounce back 2 hours of sleep. You're like, I'm fine. You just have like one drink as you get older. You get back up the next day and you're like, oh God. What is it? What day is it? What's going on? It's horrible. It's horrible. But thank you, Washington Fist Quest, for that long time support of the channel, man. I appreciate you on that. Kyle Mulkey with a $5 dono. Thank you, Kyle. Says, I think it was closure for Sherman. I feel like the Super Bowl loss really put him in depression more than anyone on that team. Yeah. I think you mentioned what maybe is at the forefront of the main take I would have from the Sherman Coach Carroll interview that they had. And that is that Sherman's coming around in a mature way on this, in his outlook on it, that does seem to have changed with time, which is good to see. Because I think that Coach Carroll saying the words he was saying to Sherman, it wasn't the first time that he had said that stuff to Sherman about the play. Of course, I'm referencing the Super Bowl play, but just everything that went into it. And I think that Sherman probably wasn't at a point at that time of being willing to listen and really take it in what Carroll was telling him. And I got to tell you, I having done this channel all these years and having had dozens of interactions with folks talking about that play, there's a lot of people that reacted exactly the same as Sherman did when it came to trying to discuss this thing. And I get it. This is football. We love this team. It's a play that's going to stand in history for good, bad, or the other. But Carroll did a good job, I think, of succinctly putting it in a way to let's boil this down to a bottom line of what this is, what this play was, what went into the thought process of the play. And it wasn't to raise up the star of Russell Wilson. It was, they beat us on that play. It sucks. It could there have been better calls? Yeah. Would we like to have gone to Marshawn? Yeah. But were there reasons why we went to the pass that went far beyond just simply let's make Russ the star of the game? And I did feel like Sherman's reaction to what Carroll was telling him, there was no snipey remarks. There was no sort of, sarcasm or a rolling of the eyes. He took in what Carroll was saying and seemed to really accept that, yeah, okay, that is what was going on. It's just, it was hard for me to face it at the time. And I think that, in him facing it in that hard way and being depressed in that, and Carroll, they did talk about this part too, that I think is a very important part of those teams. And when you look at those teams and it was the good and the bad, the double-edged sword. These guys cared so much. They were so invested. They wanted to be great. They didn't just want to merely go win championships. They wanted to be viewed in this special pantheonistic fashion. And that drove them in a manner that almost like to a psychopathic-like state in pursuit of that goal. And when you have a moment like that happens, that as you're in that pursuit, that is not you just simply falling short or having a play or messing up or giving up a completion, but that you see it as a tactical error and not a player error, that's going to be hard. It's going to be hard, and I can understand the reaction of the players. I can understand why it could have been the thing that sort of then toppled everything going forward. Nothing could ever get up to as high again because the trust had been lost a little bit, whether that was right or wrong. It's just sometimes a moment that big, that large, that scale, there's nothing you can do about it. It's like stopping an avalanche. Yeah, you're going to get taken away with it. If you're in the pathway, it's taking you out. Just hope you can stay on the top of it and ride it down. Well said though. Well said, Kyle. And it is a very good interview. I definitely highly recommend going and checking that out on Sherman's Volume channel. Lalo, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you, Lalo, for that as well. He says, B&B show drunk special on Thanksgiving at 12 p.m. in honor of the 12th man to celebrate the best game on Thanksgiving Day. What a wonderful idea. What a wonderful idea. Thank you, Lalo, for the $5 dono. I'd have to check and see if, I'll tell you, I will be, there is basically going to be about there's 100% certainty that I will still be certainly streaming at that time. So we'll see if Brendan wants to potentially come over and get on the stream at that point and, jump on in at 12 o'clock if he's up and around and wants to do some drinking himself at that point. But I'm down to do it. I think it'll be a great night to do it. We're going to have an insane amount of people in here. The whole country is going to be watching our team, watching that game. It's the last game of the day on Thanksgiving. It's going to be a game between two fun opponents, theoretically. Both opponents probably playing pretty good football. And you're going to have everybody watching. So I think it'd be a great game to get it out there and get it rolling. And we'll just have to maybe go really late with it too. Go late on the stream with it, to get it right. But I love a suggestion, Megan. Let's roll it. I'm committing to it officially. I'm inking the paper. It's on the books. It is on the books. But Lalo, I agree. I think it's a wonderful idea. It's time. That's going to be a good night. And hopefully it's a win. Else you're going to get the angry drunk. Son of a bitch team. Fucking care. I don't care about no football's stupid. I like football. I think football's so good. Why would they beat the Niners? Why would they beat them? I don't know. I don't beat them. It should. There's a little sneak peek for you. There's a little preview. All I need is some of that Christopher Nolan trailer music. I don't know why we can't win. I don't know. Appreciate you, Lalo, for the donation, though. Thank you so much, man. And it's on the books, I promise. It's on the books. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, let me know when you hit 13,000. Bet. I got you. Let me get my little thing up here so I can refresh. We are at 19,998 subscribers. We are a mere 2 away, Sanchez, from the magical mark of 13,000. What a ride. What a ride. What support from my fellow 12th Man Nation out there. Hope all of you guys, one and all, every single one of you guys that are subscribed to this channel, thank you for doing that. I know how hard it is to get that button clicked. I know a lot of people out there that have a hard time getting the subs to come on in. So appreciate you guys hitting that button, jumping aboard here. And like I said, I got some big plans this upcoming season. We're going to have a hell of a time, including a drunk stream on Thanksgiving. A little bit of turkey, a little bit of singing. I want to sing. on Thanksgiving. Megan, thank you for another $5 and $5. Megan, thank you for the triple dono. Just going off the top rung with it. All right, let's go, Megan. Let's go. Appreciate the dono. All the donations. She says, the morning after the drunk stream, I babysat Ollie with a hangover from hell. Yeah, it was, for me, it was just sleeping in the bed. And I kept the lights off and I just tried to sleep it all the way through. But it was one of those sleeps you have where you're waking up every few hours and you're just kind of like, why did I do that? Let me get some water. It was worth it because I had a hell of it. We had a really great time. We got Dr. Sanders in the house. He started bringing down whiskey shots halfway through, which just kind of took it over the top. That was we were kind of turned up that stream. I'm not gonna lie, that one went kind of hard. It had to. You got to do that every once in a while, though, Megan. You know, you got to clear it out that way. Megan says, "You say blackmail, I say great deal." All I got to say is this one little thing, and I saved myself from all that embarrassment. I feel you. Megan says, with another $5 donation as well, says, you know the 12s, and I will hold you that B. Will Dr. Sanders be there? I'll see if I can call Dr. Sanders in. The trouble with getting Dr. Sanders is that we might have to do it out of his home if we do it then, because he's going to be, I think, on a Thanksgiving himself with his family on Thanksgiving night, probably pretty toasty and warm himself, especially because this will be the late game. So, he's going to probably be by that point pretty blurry-eyed. You want me to come over and what? Bring Jack's whiskey? But if there's a guy that I could talk into it, I'm sure I could talk him into it. I'll just get his son to drive him. It's a good part about now is his son just turned 16. So it's like whenever we all drinking now, if we do, it's hey, he's going to drive us. No need for anyone. We'll just have him drive us. But yeah, we'll get Dr. Sanders back out. He's got to make a return. So you know it, Megan. Megan says, with the $2 donation, says drunk Cassell better be there too. You're damn right. I'll be there, Megan. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Mr. Howard likes himself a little drinky winky when he gets himself some time off from providing scintillating play-by-play coverage of the NFL, NBA, and American Professional Boxing Association. But I will certainly have my brandy in hand with my big stoke, and we will make it happen. Cheeseburger has answered the call. I had myself a cheeseburger earlier today. Coincidence? I think not. But Cheeseburger, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Coming aboard the Hawks Nest, you answered the call. The call I made to my fellow Hawk fans to say, let's get us up over the top. Let's get us up over this mark. Let's take us to the next level. Where's the next level? You go from 12 to where? 13. And now we find ourselves 12,999 subscribers. Who is going to be the one to take us to that big 13,000? But Cheeseburger, you're helping us get in there step by step, man. So thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you. Megan, I appreciate you as well for that, all those donations. And like I said, you can write it down. Thanksgiving night. Prepare yourselves. You better be there. I don't do this stuff often, but I'm most likely to probably make a complete and utter fool of myself. But I'll have fun doing it, and I'll make you guys laugh probably a little bit while I do it, so that'll be worth it. Lalo with another $5. Thank you, Lalo, for the double dono. Says, this one is for the history. Nothing better than an afternoon buzz before a Thanksgiving dinner and a great game. And I want Brandon to drink. Laugh my ass off. Hey, it's due. And I'll tell you, everyone loved that. I haven't had anybody hit me up with the stream like, I didn't like that stream. So everyone seemed to like it. I was pretty sloshed, but everyone did seem to enjoy it pretty well. So it's like, all right, you guys like this? I'll do it again. I'm not a big drinker, but, I am Irish. So, and the bottle pops. We tend to empty it. What are you trying to do? Are you going to leave it as half full for who? For who? Open the bottle. I'm drinking on this. What are you trying to do here? What are you trying to sip it? Sip it. And you got to drink it. Damn fools. But we'll go hard, Lalo. We'll go hard. I'll have some definite stuff on ice here that'll make we'll make it a little more lively that night. Thank you though for all the donations, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad you. This Thanksgiving is gonna be a hell of a game. Get ready. Stewart says PFF gave Lockett a 59 rating. Lockett has never performed anywhere near a 59 rating. Seriously. Yeah, this is the sample size part of it. So I probably should have just left Lock on. I was thinking about whether I should on these guys that only have like 7 snaps in a game. But when you have too much, little bit of sample size data like that, we're not even talking about a quarter's worth of play. So we don't want to, any of the guys that you see that I put on there that are the starters for us that went out there and played just a little bit, it's probably not to take too much away from, them because of those limited snaps. Matthew Phillips says you can tell a pod person ketchup on steak. I can't do ketchup on steak. I never do that. That's too much for me. Jen Moss says Lynch should be fired. It's not a good look. Somebody's got to take the heat for a Jen when it comes to this Lance situation. And the thing that's been remarkably apparent from somebody sitting on the outside in looking at this situation is that there doesn't seem to be a real plan in place where this is what we're going to do. We all want this guy. He's our guy. Train him up. Do this. Here's our plan for how to make him his best 2 years down the line because he is going to take time to develop. There's been none of that with this. It's all been sort of a kind of casual. Shanahan just seemed almost non-committal with the kid from the start, to be honest. And I don't know why, except for the fact that he had him maybe forced on him or something. It's very strange. And Seahawks, Sam Darnold is trash. I mean, I know he got us a little bit last year, but that was more about Donta Foreman running through us than it was about Darnold somehow lighting it up. Spuds Max says if the Niners don't win a Super Bowl, Lynch will be fired. Could be. Robert says, are we talking about trading for Lance? I don't think the Niners would trade us Lance, even if they're only getting a late round pick at this point. I don't see us making the move either because to get Lance in here, even if the Niners were willing to do it, he still carries a pretty hefty base salary. You've already got Locke on the books. There's really no chance on this one anyway around. But down the road, could be a player that they take a look at maybe. Good to see you in here, Rob, my brother. Hope you're doing well, bro. Jen Maz, JSN did indeed have his surgery today, and it indeed was successful. Besides says, what happens when a guest asks for well done? Well, we politely but firmly ask them to leave. Oh, man, I'm bad then because I'm a well done guy, man. My brother, you'd be speaking my brother's language, but I'm definitely a well done dude. That was a hilarious story of Draymond Jones. Yeah. It was funny too because he had that happen to him, Jen. I was kind of wondering at the time because somebody put on Twitter when we signed Draymond Jones, Jen, they put up Jamal Adams' picture and Draymond Jones, and they were like, do you ever notice neither of these two guys are in the same room at the same time? And then Draymond commented on him below, and he's like, oh, hell no, we're not doing this. Keldon says, poor Keldon. Hey, man, I feel bad for you a little bit. It's not a good thing. You can definitely be like, well, Purdy's just so awesome, but this is not a good thing. Purdy still may be good with it, but this 3 first-round picks and you're going to unload him for a bag of peanuts. There's no dressing that up. Even a politician couldn't sell that one. Tired Canadian, Trey Lance requested a trade. Is the USFL still around? Alexander, speaking of the Browns, I think the uniforms are absolutely the worst. Putrid. I agree too. I still just go back to like the days that when they originally even came up with the Brown uniforms. Like I know they're honoring Paul Brown. Even that's just dumb. It's like they need to change their uniforms. They need to change their name too, really. But what are you gonna do? Kyle says, I'd be upset if my team traded Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, and Bradley Chubb for Trey Lance. Was that the compensation? Is that what it eventually was? Oh, Lordy. Woo. Keldon, I haven't heard anything about Trey requesting a trade. That's all speculation as far as I know. He wasn't practicing today, Keldon. One reason that you hold a guy out of practice and if he's requested a trade, one thing you're not going to be having a guy do, practice. If you're just about getting set to move him and offload him in a trade, one thing you're not going to have a guy do, practice. Why? You don't want to have him get injured if you're in the process of trying to trade him for something. It is speculation, but if he's dropping a third on the depth chart, I don't think that there's any guarantee that there's been a lot of smoke to the thought process. They were already kind of softly looking to maybe offload him throughout this offseason. I'm guessing now, understanding and hearing about around league circles of how low value he is considered throughout the league, that the only reason he was still on the Niner roster as we got into training camp with their lack of confidence in him was the fact that they couldn't get anything good for him in the offseason. Like they're not going to get anything probably good for him now. But I think that they had done some kind of, it seems like if we're reading tea leaves here, they had done some kind of, piece they had made with the situation about this being a process they'd go through at some point, it seems like. We'll see. Dick Docs, any more news about Jonathan Taylor in Miami? Still scares me. I think that's a likely team to go look at him for sure. It is a little weird, though, with Taylor to Miami, I will say, though, because Mike McDaniels comes from, Niner outside zone attack, really. Taylor's a really pure A-B gap runner to me. I don't think he's as good as getting wide as he is about getting downhill. But Miami just might be looking to stack up their offense a little bit more. Danny says about a year since Jamal's injury. Timeline is right. Week 3 against Carolina is my guess. Also, Julian played outside corner at Notre Dame. I'm a big Irish fan. He was one of my faves. Surprised we signed him. Yeah, it's a great value signing with Julian Love. Maybe the best of any of the signings we made, even with Evan Brown only on a $2 million deal and a 1-year contract. And if he's your starting center and plays okay in that role. But Love, with the versatility, and not just the versatility that where you can move him around a bunch, but that he's a really good player all around. He can cover, he can tackle. He plays the run game well. You can blitz him. There's really not a limitation to his skill set. He maybe doesn't have some flashy one thing he does that really sets him apart as a safety back there that would draw eyes to him. He's a ball hawk. He's just picking this ball. He's got ball skills for days, but he's a really good player, and he's going to fit into this defense so well with that versatility. It's going to be so helpful being able to move them all around the place, and hopefully the team is opened here. At this point, Danny, hopefully the team is open to being creative in how they use both Julian and Jamal. And I think they will. Julian hinted at this a couple weeks ago in an interview that he had when he was talking about his reason for choosing Seattle and what drew him to them when they still had the 2 safeties as they did. He's like, oh no, it's about getting the three best on the field at one time. Ah, okay. Light bulb goes on. Sygen's hot take, Lions will win the division. That's who I'm going to have winning the division, Sygen. I think Graven Bay gives them a little bit of a fight for the money. I think Vikings are plucky and annoying, but yeah, I do think Lions probably end up taking. I think they're coming together there. Nick Dog says, Brandon, thanks for the pumpkin Jamal Adams prediction. Laughing out loud. Of course. She's always got some thoughts on it. Will he have 10 sacks this year? Yeah? She said 10 right on the button. Robert, my brother Pennington in the house, who's been a member of the Hawks Nest for 25 months. Thank you, Rob. Says, I thought we agreed. Impressions only. No accents. I don't know. Every once in a while I got to come up with a accent. I'm an Irishman. Through and through. Through and through. Megan, thank you for the $10 donation. Appreciate you, Megan. She says, don't celebrate Thanksgiving, but will celebrate an epic drunk stream always, as I love you and the 12s be. Well, nothing but love right back at you, Megan, on that. Thank you so much for that, too. And it'll make it a little more funner, add a little more spice there on Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? I mean, if we win, I'll just be in such a grand celebratory state that it'll just be, let the night never end, right? Like, I'll probably be up to 4 still going at it. And then if we lose, it's just going to be me being just pissy at every Niner fan coming in the chat, you know. F off. I'm probably just going to have to not monetize that particular stream in advance. There's definitely going to be some cursing that night. But I look forward to it, Megan. Write it down. You can put that one in granite. We're going to make that happen. And I just got to get settled up on my drinks of choice for the night. I just got to figure out what we're having now. Thank you, though, for all the donations tonight, Megan. You're very, very kind on all your support. I really do appreciate that. O'Dwyer with a $10 donation as well. Thank you, O'Dwyer. Says, I'm all for the Thanksgiving drunk stream. Give the people what they want. We want drunk. We want drunk. We want drunk. I'm not a man. Not a man to deny the people. You want me to tip it? I'll tip it back all night. Problem is, it won't stop. Just keeps going all night through. Glug, glug, down the jug. It keeps going. What will you do then? Slurry. It's on. It's on. I'm never a man to deny I'm never a man to deny the people, and I am certainly not a man to deny my people. So you all can see this when you see me getting tipsy up on Thanksgiving, you know. Luckily, everybody's going to be in this state, which is the nice point. I won't be the only guy in the room where everybody's like, all you'll be in your all houses. You all be deep. We're talking evening time, right? Everyone's going to be in their bag a bit. So we're all together on this one as far as I'm concerned, okay? We're in the trust tree on Thanksgiving night. We're in the trust tree of non-judgment, okay? Don't knock me out of my little nest there. Okay. Let me sit up in my trust tree because we'll probably be going hard. But I'm not going to deny you, no, Dwyer. It's set. It's in place. Mark your calendars. November 26th, 4th, whatever it is. Thanksgiving. We're going to let it rip. We're going to let it rip. I'm all in. You guys got me jacked. Let's go. Megan with another $5 donation as well. Says the only Paul worth honoring is Paul Allen, a true 12 and our savior. Well said, Megan. Well said. A man that deserves at some point, hopefully, maybe the next ownership, if they look to do some honoring of the old and coming in and endear themselves to the fan base, I'd say one of the first places you could do that with is by putting a statue of that guy out there. I don't think we got that out there in front of the stadium, and I think that he is a guy that his contributions, and did way more in Seattle than just beyond that, of course. But just for what he did with the team and all that, he certainly, I think, is deserving of having that out there and honored in that way. Megan, though, Dwyer, thank you for all the donations. I really do appreciate it. Lalo, you too as well. You are very, very, very kind. Kyle, Wash Visquest, appreciate you guys so very much. Let's take a quick peek and see if we've gone over the line. Are we over the danger line? Oh, not quite. Not quite. Ox says, Brandon, let's drive over to Snyder's house tonight. Make that Buckner deal reality. Go Hawks. Well, we've got to make sure that we get the Colts to sell mode. And that means that this whole thing with Jonathan Taylor does not need to be just a, kind of like a thing for him to feel placated, right? Oh, we tried to trade you, Jonathan. We couldn't do it. So I guess you got to come back to the team. Now we're back in go mode. Now we're back in the mode of thinking that we can compete this year when in actuality we probably can't. So you've got to get the Colts pivoted off of, we think in this AFC with Anthony Richardson and his 13 college starts that we're ready to go out there and truly push this ball forward and really be one of the best in this conference. And I think you can get them pushed off that spot. I think that general manager that's there is he's to me already kind of like one of those opposite of aggressive general managers where he's sort of like will have his 2 and 3 year plan sometimes to a fault. So let's take advantage of that. And if they move Taylor, you jump right in there if you're Schneider and you're going, okay, you guys cannot think now you're going to compete with this offense and the way it's constructed currently. Coming off the year you came off of last year. So gives us Buckner. Gives us Buckner. We want DeForest. Gives us our precious. Roger the Shrubber B, did I see Pete's interview with Sherman? It's a great interview. Highly recommend it. Every bit of it was worth listening to, and I thought there were some real keen insights in there that we haven't necessarily gotten in other places. I also think that it sort of confirms some of the stuff I've hammered on about the particular, if we're just going to lock in on the play itself, for instance, the Super Bowl play, which there was way more to the interview than that, but that's, I think, a big part of what people have referenced to me about on my DMs and whatnot. And if you just look at that part of it, I think Carroll's explanation is very illuminating, but not surprising because it's a lot of what I've been saying for years. The Patriots going heavy like they were, Carroll trying to make sure that they get 3 plays off so they're not one less play because they've committed to running to Marshawn. You know, the success they'd had that year running at the goal line situations like they had. There's a lot to win the play, and it failed, but it didn't, fail for any other reasons than it's just Patriots made a great call and Malcolm Butler made the play of his life, on the biggest stage. But as you get the Hawks, I can be over there in 5 hours, man. I need you to get Schneider's address located in that time. So by the time I'm at your place, you better have the address down, and then we can go. I don't want to be getting there and you're just starting to Google it, though, when I get over on your door. We'll just pick it outside his house, Give us Buckner. Give us Buckner. Hell no, we want DeForest. Hell no, we want DeForest. Could work. Oh my goodness, I'm behind here. Matthew Phillips, you have a good night, man. Appreciate you jumping on in. Everybody says I got Seahawks, Atlanta, Detroit, and Philly. I like it. I would go with all those 2, Herbicide. I'm still leaning a little bit. I'm still leaning a tiny bit to still stay in the Niners at the moment. But it's a fluid situation. What's up, Hawkaholic? I saw you responded to me too on a trade for the fantasy league. I'm still thinking it over. Kind of liking my squad the more I look at them. I didn't get a good draft evaluation, but I think I kind of did a good job in this draft. Luke Fernie Ho says, do you think we should have drafted Jalen Carter? No, not at the moment. I think that I think that I've got to lean back on this, Luke, with sometimes referencing something that I don't know about, and that is the background information on Jalen Carter, his reputation at Georgia. And I'm not just talking about the speeding thing and the car crash that happened and that stuff. I'm talking about, is this guy a guy that they want to bring in the building that's a guy like what they're trying to build from a culture standpoint? And if they didn't get that feeling, and I just don't think that they got that feeling, I think that they took all of the steps they could, Luke, to pursue Carter as far as they could pursue him, to make sure that whatever their opinion was on him at the end of it, it was not derived from them short timing it and taking shortcuts to come to that determination. You did your interviews, you did your background checks, you came out the other side of it, I would think, in believing that those character concerns are things that aren't going away and that you didn't want to have to take that risk with them. And I think those were valid concerns. I don't think that the Seahawks were just dreaming those up. Now, do other teams weight those concerns in as heavily as Seattle does, like Philly? No, maybe not as much. But were there way more teams that were like the Seahawks that were going to pass on them with those character concerns? Yeah, because let's remember, it didn't just go from us at 5 to the Eagles at 6 taking Jalen Carter. The Detroit Lions could use a defensive tackle. They could have used a dominant guy like Jalen Carter to add to Hutchinson on that defensive line, and they passed. The Falcons pairing up Grady Jarrett with Jalen Carter could have worked. He got all the way to 10. He dropped 5 more spots with 4 more teams going, nope. So there was obviously a lot of smoke to the Carter fire of character concerns. And at the end of the day, Luke, you either give that value or you don't. You either, as an evaluator, look at that stuff and say, okay, this is going to prevent us, or this is going to sell us on a guy, right? It can prevent you, but it can also bring you aboard. This guy's got tremendous work ethic. He's a leader. He's a gym rat in there 24/7. The coaches say that he's like a coach on the football field with his preparation. It can go in the other direction too. And why I say that is because I think that's a little bit of what led you to the Witherspoon pick, in that being a bit of who he is. So you try to build a culture. What is your culture? You got to bring players in that fit that culture. And, then the background check stuff. You either give it weight or you don't. And I don't think that you can overlook it just simply because the guy's so talented. On this one given case, we're just going to throw away all the character stuff, act like it doesn't matter because the guy's just a Hall of Fame talent. I don't think you can do that. You've got to weight it. You've got to measure it. You've got to use it as a point of data to go off of to make your determination, or you're going in a little bit more blind rather than into the situation more clear-eyed. Rob says drunk stream. Rob, it's coming, Rob. Herbert says, okay, what about the AFC? Each division, who do you guys got? So I would take, I'm going to take the Chargers in AFC West. I take Buffalo. I take the Jaguars. I can't get there with the Ravens. I really like their roster, but the roster just feels like a talented roster that doesn't quite all go together, where this makes sense with that makes sense with this makes sense to this. It's like you've kind of assembled a lot of really talented players. I think I'm more driven towards saying the Steelers at this point, even though I'm not a big Pickett guy. I like their team, and their defense is going to be tough. I'll go with that. Alcoholic says, I'm for the drunk stream. Let's make this happen. It's on the books, folks. Thanksgiving, it's on the books. Gelton says, dink and dunk until Purdy punks y'all with the double wide receiver screen fake. Ha, ha, ha. He got us with it. I mean, he did get us with it. You're right about that. I got to feel like somebody eventually is going to be able to squeeze the routes down on this kid and end up forcing him into doing what he doesn't want to do, forcing him into throwing deeper down the field. Roger says, so now that we have more detail about that play call, how we all feel about it. Obviously, it stings, but now that we have a clarification, what's y'all's opinion? I'm obviously okay with it. I've never had any issues with it, Roger. Myself, I haven't gotten caught up with it as much as others have. Little Dallas Cowboy says, I remember that drunk night. Awesome, bro. It's a day that lives in infamy. I'm bringing it. You guys want it. I'm on board. Let's go. You don't have to twist my arm too hard when it comes to having a little bit of a few drinks. Let's do it. And Alexander, if we win, it might just end up turning into a 24-hour drunk stream. It might just happen. Oh, I would be a mess by the end. I'll tell you that. Let's keep going. We won. We're good. We're a good team. Herbert says, I will come and get drunk with you at the Hawks Nest. Just let me know when you want to get loaded on the internet and talk football. Hell yeah, man. Well, it sounds like it's going to be that night on Thanksgiving at this point. It sounds like we're locked in. Happy Hammered Thanksgiving. Does that sound right? That does sound right. A Happy Hammered Thanksgiving live stream show. I'll do maybe what I'll do is I'll do a trailer for it. And I'll play like the schmaltzy music, like ding ding ding. This Christmas, this Thanksgiving, with your family and yours, and then I'll cut back to like the drunker moments from the live stream with me just completely like, cussing and I was have it. Will you and your family join us at the Hawks Nest? I don't even know why I follow this team. Why do I follow him? Why do you follow him? Come and join us tonight for a very happy hammered Thanksgiving. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do a trailer for it. I gotta do it now. I gotta do it. It'd be just too good. Big Doc says, speaking of drunk, I watched the last 49ers Seahawks Thanksgiving game in Vegas. What a weekend. Wow. That would have been a fun game to watch in Vegas. Woo. That place is trouble. Lalo says, B&B show drink special on Thanksgiving 12. I'll bring it up, Lalo, to Brendan. I don't know if Brendan's a big drinker though. I don't know if he'd be as on board. I'll try him. I'll see what he says. What do we drink? It says Robert. Jameson and ginger for me. I don't know if I got to go hard A out the gate. Man, that's going to be pretty crushing tough for me. Probably, though, I'm going to get talked into it. So, yeah, some whiskey. Maybe do a little Maker's Mark, Rob. Maybe we'll bring out Mom's old recipe on the Maker's Mark. Maybe we'll do a little bit of that. I think we'll have to think that one through a little bit. Jose says you forgot Josh Rosen. Josh Rosen is definitely a bust, Jose, but he's harder to put up in that point because I think he was taken at like 21 overall or something. He was kind of a later first round pick. So if you're a top 5 or a 1, I hold you in a little bit of a higher point than those 5er guys. But I mean, yeah, he was a bust. That's for sure. As far as first round picks go. No doubt about that. Megan with another $5. Thank you, Megan, for all the donations. Very, very kind of you. It says B, Thanksgiving is 4 days before my 48th birthday. Another reason to celebrate? Up to you. No, I think we got to do it, Megan. I think you brought this up. It's a great idea. And I've been wanting to look kind of for the right moment to kind of do another little let's pop the bubbly kind of thing here on a stream. And I think that'll be a great night. Hopefully we're in the midst of a really fun season. And I think it'll be a good point right there on that kind of game to hit it up. I got a nice long recovery time at that point. Take a couple days afterwards so I get my wits back together. But it's on, Megan. As they say, it's on. Or as the kids would say, bet. But thank you for the donation. Let's go. Birthdays, Thanksgivings, and Seahawk wins, Megan. It all goes together. And I know you're an Aussie, so Thanksgiving's not a big thing, but it can be. It can grow on you. There's always room for another holiday. Randall McDaniel coming in hot with a $50 donation. Thank you, Randall, for that. I really do appreciate you. Another man, long-time donator on this channel, long-time supporter on this channel. Appreciate all of that support, Randall, for that. Thank you so much, brother. I hope you're having a great night, and I do appreciate that huge $50 donation. Jeez. Says, hey, buddy, been a minute. Glad to see the stream is rolling. When is the big countdown date? Heard you all earlier on Spoon. When is the big countdown date? Cornerback and 2 take more time than in other positions. Teams just be careful and ease them in. Nickel is a starter these days, just like slot wide receiver. You might have to read what you mean by when is the big cut down date. Oh, big cut down. Okay. That part finally got clear here. So, okay. So we are officially right now, Randall, 6 days away from the final cut down day. And thank you, Randall, for the $50 donation. You are amazing, brother, for that support. So it's a very important day for Seahawks fans to pay attention to, the cut down day. We are sitting right now with some money burning a hole in our wallet right now with the money that we restructured with Quandre Diggs. It's not like a super amount of money, but it's enough to go make a move somewhere, wherever we may want to make that move. The cut down day is an interesting place because in NFL history, you've had cut downs work like this. 3 phases. You go from 90 to 75, and then 75 on down to the next. I think there might have been one more, something like that. And now it's all going from the 90 down to the 53-man roster. So if you take the 32 NFL teams and you take all of them cutting that amount of players and times that, you're about 1,400 players are going to hit the active market on one day. And so the 29th is a day to pay attention to. That would be next Tuesday. It's a day to pay close attention to because it is a day where we may potentially really be active because we have maybe more money to spend than certain other teams would for a guy that just because he's been cut doesn't mean he's bad. It just means that team's moving on from him. It could be because they have a younger player who's on the rise, who's cheaper. That tends to be at the front of the stack. It could be that he's being paid way too much money. Still worth a lot, still a valuable player, but not worth $14 million a year. That kind of player that's cut up at that point. So even though it might seem like you're picking over maybe secondhand other teams' guys, it's not necessarily just that. You can find value there, especially when you're looking for specific things, like, for instance, a run-stuffing defensive tackle. You're not looking for star quality. You're not looking for a guy that's a game changer out there. You're looking at a guy who can fit into a role that you need for this particular defense. And I think the Hawks are going to be able to find somebody at some point there, Randall, but the 29th is going to be the interesting day to pay attention to. And Spoon is, Spoon's going to take a bit more time to come back. I think they are being careful with him. Like you say, they're easing him in. There is still, I even saw in the chat here, Randall, some consternation from one of the folks in the chat here again about, Witherspoon being moved into the slot. And then I know there's just going to be people that just don't want to wrap their heads around this one a little bit, and that it's not a valuable point to put a guy in the slot. Your outside corners, Mike Jackson and Tariq Woolen last year played 93% of the defensive snaps. They didn't play 100% of the defensive snaps. They played 93%. Your slot corners played 71% of the snaps. Does Witherspoon value as a 5th overall pick for this one season that he'll play slot until he eventually goes to the outside become terribly diminished if he happens to give you one season of playing at 71% of the snaps out of the slot versus playing the 93% of the snaps? To me, no. I guess for some, though, that it's a big issue for them getting caught up on, because you can't really say it's about, well, he's not doing the kind of help that he could be doing on the outside. A guy shutting a guy down in the slot can be every bit as valuable as a guy shutting a guy down on the outside as far as corners go. In this modern NFL, it's really not as much difference between the two anymore. The point will be that he's shutting somebody down. He's doing his job. He's preventing completions, which will help your defense out. On top of the fact that there's some other parts of this that help with putting him into the slot, specifically the more of the man-based coverages, which is Witherspoon's bread and butter. You play more zone on your outside guys, especially on that side of the field. Tends to be zone with Jackson over there. And then his tackling ability. You can better take advantage of that with him down near the line of scrimmage in the slot than you can with him way on the outside as an outside corner. But that does seem to be one, Randall, that does get stuck in people's craw, kind of no matter which way you try to present it a little bit. And I agree with you. I think a nickel starter these days is just like a slot wide receiver, and I think a slot wide receiver is a de facto starter in this day and age, in the modern NFL age. Not in 1985, not in 1995 maybe, but in this modern age and where the NFL is going, it now is. And it's not going backwards at this point. It's not going to devalue back to 2 wide receiver looks. It's only going heavier in this direction. And so we got to look at him, I think, through a little bit of a different view than how we looked at him prior, Randall. So I, as always with this, a lot of our items on this, I agree with you on this one 100%. And there's no reason to rush Spoon back at this point. Kobe Bryant's functional down there. Julian Love's functional down there. You want this guy for the long haul of this season. A lot like Jamal, a lot like Jordan Brooks. It's not about how fast we can get them back. It's about making sure they're back at 100% and ready to go, and you've got them for that long haul. Because it's going to be a long season, and you're going to need to probably call upon all these bodies at some given point to come in and contribute. Randall, thank you for the $50 donation. I thank you so much. You are awesome, brother. I appreciate you. Megan, thank you for another $5 donation as well. It says, Nick Nolte better make an appearance on the drunk stream, B. Well, the good news with Nick Nolte is he's so much easier to do his impression if you're actually a little bit drunk, because it just all goes together. But Megan, let me check. Nick. Nick, come over here for a second. Nick, all right, will you come drink with us on the Thanksgiving drunk stream?
God, I don't want me to drink. I don't need to drink anymore. God damn it. Okay, I'll drink. Give me a drink. Thanksgiving or now?
No, we're not drinking now, Nick. No, we're not drinking now. I'm saying at Thanksgiving.
God, you gotta make me wait.
Nick's happy, Megan, but he doesn't want to have to wait 2 months to drink. I don't know. I guess he's a little thirsty already, I suppose. Alexander says, I don't drink. I'd only make the first 30 minutes. It does definitely make you sleepy. I get a little bit at that point too. I'll be so hyped up by this chat and football, though, I'll probably be just already naturally kind of buzzing along. Brunk says, imagine starting Brock Purdy and having Sam Darnold as your quarterback too. Doesn't seem like, I'm glad I'm not the only one, just doesn't seem like a recipe for success to me. I know Brock had his last year magical run there at the end of the year, but there's a lot of quarterbacks that have had a little magical run of games through there, you know, at the end of a season that gets people, you know, thinking that's what they are, that's who they are. I mean, even Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, didn't this happen with him? Wasn't it when he first came in there, it was like this magical run of games at the end of the year where they're like, oh yeah, he is the guy. It is him. Him is it. And it's like, yeah, then he kind of came back down to earth. I feel like Purdy's going to come back down to earth. And he'll have some success with the dinking and dunking, but eventually defensive coordinators throughout the league will say, enough with the dink, enough with the dunk. Show me you can throw a 25-yard post route on a line. Show me you can hit a 9 route over the top. You know, eventually you got to make the big boy throws. And I just don't think whether the will's there or not with a Brock Purdy, I don't think the arm strength is there to get it done. Luke Fernie says, I swear if Adams doesn't play all season, it was a worse trade than the Lance trade. I don't know. It's hard to see that on that one, Luke. I mean, let's not forget that you did get a very good season of him in his first year, or basically a Pro Bowl level season. He set a sack record coming off the edge with 9 sacks in a season. You got performance from him legitimately in that first year. He was your best pass rusher that season, kind of by a wide mark. So you have gotten some productivity from him up until this point. The Lance trade's 3 first-round picks, and I think even a little bit on top of that. Ours is 1 late first-round pick, 1 top 10 first-round pick, and a late third-round pick. So that's also part of this, Luke, is the difference in compensation here is different. It's not just apples for apples on that. You know, the Niners have not gotten 1 season out of Lance yet, and we did at least get that out of Adams. I'm not saying the Adams trade is good in retrospect, but Lance one is worse. Greedy Does It says, I'm feeling a lot better today at this point in the than last season, so that's good. As you should. As you should. Seahawks says Bills is better. They have the second best defense in the league with Greg Russo and Ed Oliver. I agree. I think they're a really good, solid team. They got that division. I think you're probably speaking to someone else there. Herbicide says, watch, we both end up being bad drunks, crying and stuff. I love you, man. I love you too, brother. Maybe it'll go that way. What are you going to do, you know? That's just how it goes sometimes. Giant James Watson, I agree with you. Save JSN for week 2. We need him for the Lions game. We'll see on Adams. I do think he's probably not at least for week 1, and they may just protect him all the way like you said, week 4. That makes a lot of sense to go to that spot with it. Alexander says Sam Darnold equals Steve Young. Okay. Yeah, that's my reaction to that. I was like, they were like, this is the most talented quarterback we've had since Steve Young. I mean, maybe technically true. Felt like a little bit of Princess Bride. You say that word, I do not think you knew what that means. Kelton says it's been a quarterback controversy since Trey's first year for real. Yeah, and it does bother me with a little bit because it's not have your plan in place when you draft a quarterback. I'm consistent about this, Kelton. You know, I've said this about my team. For instance, I've said don't get a quarterback when you don't have the offensive line in place. And this is a different thing with Trey because it's not a weak offensive line base. It's not about team not being ready thing. It's more just about the plan for the player. You drafted this raw quarterback who was really gifted. But in being so raw, he was going to take time to get to where he was going to go. And you have to have that patience at that point. You have to give him that time at that point. And if it's just that impatience, if there's that toe that's just tapping at all times, you know, Shanahan over there screaming in his ear like Marisa Tomei and my cousin Vinny, you know, to Trey Lance. My biological clock is effing ticking. I feel like that's what Shanahan was doing to Trey. It's not, doesn't feel exactly fair to me. To Trey. I'm not saying he didn't not take this bold, you know, job by the horns and, you know, run with it, but same point in time, they didn't do him any favors either. Gibson says, I'd be happy if we were 7-3 going into the Thanksgiving game versus the Niners, hoping for a good start like last season with fewer injuries and better consistency down the stretch. I'd be okay with that. 7-3 going into those. I'd love to be a little bit better, but I would probably take that. Alexander says, I don't want Brooks on the field. He's horrible in space and crunch time. Can't count on him. I don't trust him in coverage at all, Alexander. It's why my hope is a little bit more towards Bush on this one. I think Bush gives you maybe a little bit of a step back in his run defense from where Brooks is, but then he gives you a big step forward in his pass coverage from where Brooks is. And that's, to me, an overall upgrade. Ramsey Foster, who do you think has been the biggest standout rookie this year? Oh, Ramsey, there's no doubt about it. It's been Jackson Smith-Njigba. He has been a star in the making from day one of stepping on a football field in Seattle. And I don't say that lightly. I don't think that I've had a rookie that has come through here in my lifetime that's had this much hype, hope, praise, clips coming out of practice every day with him doing something new. He is going to be a difference maker for us very, very quickly from the slot. And one of the better ones in the league. He will ascend to that mark, I think, very quickly, Ramsey. So him far and away, I think a number 2 would be Derek Hall, I would say. Addicted to the Hawks says, when was the last drunk stream? I must check it out. It was the Rams game a couple years ago when Russ got broke. You could probably figure out from there. I think the thumbnail has, I put my mouth in the jaws of a goat, of a monster goat, and I stuck my head, I put my head in the thumbnail and I was on one that whole I was on some, I don't know what I was thinking. But that's how you can find it. Just look for the demon goat with my head in its jaws, and it's that stream. Dig the Hawk says, yeah, Brandon must repose. It's hard to do Addicted to Herbicide to do a cut of it because it's a little bit at times I'm like, oh Lord, man, I went too hard that night. Jason Tudor says, Pete reiterated to Sherman that he had already told Sherman this, and you can see Sherman kind of shrink down and go, yeah. That's why I think it's definitely been said before, but sometimes messaging like this takes a while for it to really set in and you to get the clarity that you need. And what's just good to me is at least we're not in a point where this is going to be, to me, a thing that remains bitter, where these guys can, in retrospect, look back upon it and understand that there wasn't some great conspiracy at play here, that it was just stuff went bad and you lost your chance on it and it sucks, but there wasn't something of extra on this one. It was just a guy made a play and they out-called you on it, and sometimes that's football. You know? Jason says, just saw a vid where McVay agreed with the call as well, said it was typically successful kind of play. Yeah. I've said it for a while. I just, the people going, should have ran it. It's one of the most laziest takes ever. And I understand Marshawn and all that stuff, but it's just, if you really care about that play so much and you really care about whether or not they should have scored there, coming to some quick conclusion that they just go and they go run the ball at that point, that means the score 100% is just, it's factually wrong, number one. And I did this for a stream on, for the members only, and maybe I'll publish it to the regular channel. I've held off because it can be a little bit of a toxic subject that gets people in their emotions. But Marshawn had not had success in 3rd and goal and 4th and goal situations throughout that year and throughout his career. You like to think of Marshawn Lynch as being this guy that was untackleable when he wanted to be. But if you go back through his period there, a 10-year period of his career through the 2010s, and you look at his success down in 3rd and 4th and goal situations, it wasn't good. It wasn't good even versus his peers. For whatever reason, it's weird, it's odd, it's strange, but the data is pretty succinct. So simply saying that you running there with Marshawn was going to go get you a touchdown, especially when you already saw this, the Patriots, regardless of the Seahawks offensive formation, call heavy, and they were going with the extra big bodies down there to make it even harder to find a road there in the run game. A lot went into that decision. It wasn't quick. You know, it wasn't just a knee-jerk deal. They were trying to think it through, and I think as Pete says, you want 3 plays. You go up there and you run Marshawn on second down, you could end up coming out of that situation with only 2 plays. Another thing, these kind of decisions, a lot factors into it, you know. James says, would love to see a crossover with you and Top Billing, Norb, or Hawks Blogger. Well, let's go through the list on that. Top Billing has been asked about it a couple times, according to me and my subs on this one, James. They've asked him if he's wanted to do something like that in the past, and he's been pretty succinct in saying that would not be something he's interested in. So I'll respect him on that and won't bother him on that, but he doesn't seem to be on board with that. He kind of likes to do his own thing. I get it. No worries there. I've put the shout out to Norb. Anytime he'd love to do a meetup or do a collab, I've definitely reached out to him and let him know it's on if he ever wants to do it. And it's my understanding with Hawk Blogger, not necessarily the biggest fan on the Nest, on their side of it. So not everyone's going to like you. You know what I mean on that? I accept that. But, you know, I don't think they're as much. So if they're not as much, they riding with me on it, I'm be like, all right, is what it is at that point. You know what I mean? But all good suggestions, James. I'm not opposed to any of them on it, but I certainly wouldn't want to go on a channel or somebody on a channel if they weren't a fan of what we do here or what I do, ADL, the only thing that bugged me about the Butler Super Bowl interception was I was convinced that Butler hit Lockett's shoulder before the ball got there. I thought it was PI, but maybe I'm wrong. If you have both players have a right to a pathway to the football, and if the contact is what they would call incidental, where I think that it gets overlooked at that point. There is contact before the ball gets there, but I think that's what the official would say if they were asked about it. Alexander Brandon's probably still be better than most streams out there. They're drunk. Yeah, it's an experience watching me drunk. Roger says I'll probably miss a good chunk of my stream for as far as I go up to my grandparents' house. We'll be up late that night, though, Roger. I mean, we're the late game on, and it's going to be everybody tuned up. We'll have, I'm sure, hundreds and hundreds of people in the stream at that time, so it'll probably be going. And if I'm drinking, I'll be on one. That's for sure. Zajan says, Brando, don't let the drunk be like Depp on Pirates of the Caribbean. I'll be just like that. How you doing? Start speaking British halfway through. Pirate. Lego Mago says, let's effing go Chiefs Kingdom. What's up, Lego? Zajan says, Brando, if you get drunk, this should be a PPV, dude. Probably should. Like, you want in, you hit me up. Alexander, I'm 50. I don't think I ever wine. I'm not a big wine guy either. It's okay. And James, I'd love to go to a pub in Ireland at some point too. That's kind of a bucket list item. Someday. WTC says, how about DJ Reader next season for the Seahawks? Love DJ Reader, WTC, and Bengals are certainly just about to kind of have to figure out what they're doing with Burrow. And so you do figure they're going to be in a little bit of a tougher situation. They probably have some other guys they're going to pay on that team rather than Reader. He is probably a top 10 defensive tackle in this sport right now, a good all-around player. He's a lot of what makes the Cincinnati Bengals defensive line work. I know they got Hendrickson and some good edges there, but and linebackers, but him really up front, just he makes everything, he kind of cleans everything up for everybody else. A guy that can both do dirty work and be impactful and splashy. I like DJ Reader a lot, man. And if he's out there, I would certainly look to jump on him. He won't be cheap. That's probably going to be a $20 million a year kind of guy. But sign me up. O'Dwyer says that Irish accent made my ears bleed, Brandon. Please never do that again. All right. Sounds good. Oh, Lordy. Erzad, the reason I got Miami over the Bills this year, Josh Allen is dating Haley Steinfeld. You guys know what happens when quarterbacks date movie stars. Not a good track record. I'll give you that. It's hard, though, to ding a guy on that solely, you know. Jody Barris says, watch from the start. I love watching from the start. Thank you, Jody. Have a good show tonight. Seahawks, yep, the Bills still do have Von Miller, I believe. Roger the Shrubber says there's 3 things that are certain in life: death, taxes, and Kyle Shanahan blowing Super Bowls. Oh! Justin Elizaris says, I like the JSN message, smoking that fool on his last play. I insert a little humor there, here and there where I can. There's not always a place for it in football, but you know, where you can. Megan's got 3 bottles of vodka, methinks. Maybe throw in organic Merlot and some red label scotch. Ooh, that sounds good, Megan. Sign me up on that. Alexander says tequila shots every commercial. Holy hell. I'd be in trouble. I don't know if I make it through the first quarter, man, with the amount of commercials in the NFL. By the end of the first quarter, it'd just be like, first and 10. Jill shotgun. Sets back to throw. Woo! Throws it high. I think that by first quarter, I'd be about that spot with it. Probably not too scintillating the coverage at that point. McCarr, the Waddle, Chubb, and Tyreek thing is blown out, way out of proportion. They trade away more for all of them. Yeah, I think there's a little more of extra picks on top with it. I don't think that McCarr, anyone can contend at this point that, considering they're going to be trading him for the bag of peanuts soon, potentially here, that they would have been better suited no matter what, whether it would have been those guys as an equivalency or something else, to sit on the picks and draft them or go a different direction with it. But then they probably, you didn't know you were going to be able to find Brock Purdy in the 7th round either. Then that's probably what a Niner fan would say. Devo says, I don't drink anymore, but I'll burn one while you'll drink. Sounds good, Devo. Riverside, let's get Brandon stoned and watch him talk. Perhaps. Dick Docs, Brandon got my best hacker buddies working on it. Good. Make it so, Addicted to the Hawks. Make it so. Ran the cut. How you doing, man? Herbicide says Buckner or Jones would be the piece that brings us to a Super Bowl. Sign me up for either, Herbicide. I ain't turning either trade down. I ain't apologizing for any trade. I ain't worrying about the downside of either trade there. Let's go. All systems go. It's hard to find a defensive tackle now going forward. It is not going to be easy. Logan West, Brando, how do you feel about Levi Bell? Could he make this team with the edge room probably only keeping 5? Is there any way he could slide inside or maybe a flex guy replacing Ballore? I think that the team paying Ballore as they have and him being an early signing this offseason was kind of indicative that they wanted to keep this guy in the fold and here with the team. So I just don't, it's been mentioned by others, Logan, as far as Ballore being maybe a cut down kind of target. I just don't see it happening. I think rather than him being the 5th edge on this team, Logan, I think you would have to carry 6. I don't think the team is going to be able to put Tyreek Smith on the practice squad, and I don't think they probably can get Levi there at this place either. So you may have to make a call between the two of them, Logan, about which one's upside you like better as far as the coaching staff goes. But I will say that if he goes out and has a 3rd game where he comes out and plays in the way that he's played through the first 2, he could make it just very hard for the coaching staff at this given point to say, we can only carry 5. And maybe they just decide they're going to carry 6, especially if, like you say, I think what you're talking about is if they can get Levi Bell to be more of a factor as a special teams guy, which could maybe help him to kind of get his foot in the door here a little bit. It's a little reminiscent to me of the Michael Bennett situation, where Michael Bennett came in as an undrafted rookie free agent out of Texas A&M, and each and every game he was flashing, and like Levi Bell, kind of flashing against those third stringers, but you could really feel his presence. And kind of like Levi, a little undersized, right? And then the Seahawks ended up cutting him at that time, went to Tampa Bay, and then really found his footing and had a career. And you would hate to have something like that happen with Levi Bell. It was great that we got Bennett back here, but you just didn't need to have to necessarily lose him in the first place. So team may go into that thinking, let's just hold, he's too good. We got to hold on to him. He may drive that in that way. And he's had a good enough preseason where that may just be the case. But it is going to be hard, Logan, to hold the 6 edges, because I don't know where you're going to pull the extra thing from. You have to go 5 corners. You got to go 4 safeties. You got to go 3 tight ends. You got to go 4 running backs. You know, some of these things, 9 linemen. Who and where are you pulling from? And I don't know on that. I don't have a good answer for you on that. But one thing I know for sure is Levi's been one of your best players defensively this preseason. And if it's about competition and earning your job in that way, then, you know, he has kind of in a way here earned his right to be a guy in this roster. But Tariq has also played well. It's tough. Digdox says, Brandon found it, but won't put it in the chat. Wow. You can put it in the chat, man. I'm not. If I was embarrassed by it, I would have unlisted it at this point. You know what I mean? Herbicide says, how many more subscribers do I need to hit 13,000? It's a good question. Let's check in on it. We're at still 12,999. So we're 1 away right now. We're 1 mere subscriber away from getting up over the top, the tippy top. Herbicide says Steelers over the Kitties. That's a bold statement. Yeah, I just feel like the injury with Burrow kind of holds him back a little bit. It's going to be, that whole division's kind of one of the more low-key, tougher divisions in all of football. I also just kind of like the way the Steelers have been putting their team together. I like Jalen Warren a lot as a running back coming along for them. I'm a big fan of the Georgia receiver they took, and I think he steps forward for them now. I don't like Pickett, but I have to acknowledge the fact that Pickett's was making that offense functional by the end of the season last year. And that's not a team that's got to be driven by their offense. I mean, very much what it does defensively can bring their success because it's good enough to do that. But I'm torn on that one. I got to admit too, I'm not just clearly like, oh, this is the one I take. It's obvious that's the one you want. Did Jayanth Kumar put us over the top? Did Jayanth Kumar put us over the top? Let's see. Look at that, folks. Look at that. Let's get you guys a picture of this. Well, I got a big thank you out to Janeth Kumar. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, but I want to say thank you for subscribing to the channel as you just did. You're awesome for doing so. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have just crossed over 13,000 subscribers. So take a look at that. There we go. Not too shabby. Thank you for everyone and all of your support out there helping us get on up over the top of this mark. We're trying to get to 15,000 by the end of this year. We are going to fly past that number at this point, at this rate. So I am very happy we got here before even the start of the season here. Absolutely wonderful. And Janeth, however to pronounce your name. I know I'm just killing it and probably shredding it, but thank you for helping us get to 13,000 subscribers. Let's go. Megan with another $5 donation. Thank you, Megan, for the $5. Says drunk stream will be mid-morning here. Gonna suck as I'm allergic, but the migraine will be well worth it, I guess. Well, the only thing we can hope for, Megan, is that in this drunk, that at least we get a victory. The sweet taste of victory makes any kind of hangover quickly go away. It's better than any kind of, spicy, fatty meal you could have the next day to get it out the system. I'll tell you that, Megan. So they'll make it worth it, hopefully. It's going to be a great game. Thanksgiving night, final game of the day. We're going to be getting, you figure making it all day. You're just kind of sitting on pins and needles waiting for the game, amped up. Come on. But I think it was a great suggestion on your part. It's a perfect, ideal kind of day to do this on. Night game, all the nation, eyes of the nation upon us, and then we're just going to have fun with it, So we'll have a fun time. We'll laugh, and hopefully our Hawks will give us a nice, sweet victory at the end to just cap it off properly. But you're a trooper. Got to sometimes take one for the team like that, Megan. It's the way it goes. Thank you, though, for all the donations. I really do appreciate you on that, my lady from down under. And I hope you are doing good tonight out there. Hands not too sore. Randall, thank you for the $5 and the $2 donation. Got kind of a double dono there. I think you're correcting what you were saying in the other one. It says, is there a world where if balance is, so you're saying is there a world where if Trey Lance is cut, you snag him and ride quarterback 3 for the upside? How does waiver order work to start the year? Well, I believe that waiver order priority is probably based upon last season before the start of this year, would be my guess. And I would think that, and I'm trying to think, Randall, why I'm quiet on this is I'm thinking of how this plays out. My opinion is that he even if he gets to the point of them putting him on waivers, they would get some team that would want to then just throw him a 7th round pick at least for him to get the controllable rights to step ahead of everybody else to go get the access to the player. I don't see them just purely cutting him, Randall. I think that I know his value is down, but I don't think it's to the bottom of the barrel, scraping the barrel level of value that somebody would take a flyer on him, I would think. But then again, I got to admit on this, Randall, the part of this that makes this hard with him, that maybe you're right on this, is he's carrying like a $9 million base salary. So whoever picks him up, you have the Niners off basically having to eat the rest of the bonus money, but you then have to pick up the base. And maybe that makes that less likely that there's really a team out there that's going to pick up that $9 million base. Especially because I think that they didn't activate his 5th-year option. So aren't you just getting him then for one controllable year? It's kind of, it makes it harder versus if he had been a 2nd or 3rd round pick and he wasn't carrying as much salary weight to him, where then there would be a trade deal to be had. I don't think though, if he's cut, let's say if he's cut, Randall, let's take this a little bit further though. He's cut. There's no team that's jumping to the forefront to go after him. Would he be somebody that we would jump on as the 3rd quarterback and put him on the roster at that point? I mean, maybe, but I don't think that Lance is going to want to come here. Part of the reason that he wants to leave, Randall, is that he's stuck behind 2 quarterbacks. I don't think he wants to go to another situation where he's going to find himself again stuck behind 2 quarterbacks, unless that's the only option that's available for him at that point. And I'm not certain that that's the case for him. I know his stock's not really great right now, but, would a New England go out there and, kick the tires on that? Would one of these teams out there like a Raiders team, I know they got Garoppolo and O'Connell, the new Brady out there, but I mean, would they maybe, think about that a little bit? I think they would. I can't see him in Seattle though, Randall. I couldn't. Not with Locke here, and you can't take on the base. You're not going to let the rest of the money that you got to spend to go get a defensive lineman be eaten up for Trey Lance. So I can't quite see it. It could make some sense down the road, Randall, where once things are a little bit more settled on that part of it, he could be a guy that certainly would be a reclamation kind of guy that I could see Carroll liking and the team gravitating towards. But not initially. Not for the 3rd guy. Thank you, though, Randall, for all the donations, man. I do appreciate it. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, you know what you have to do so I don't share the drunk stream, B. I'm okay with you sharing it, Megan. You think I ain't scared? If I was embarrassed by it, I would have unlisted it. I would have privatized that sucker. I would have memorized that sucker. You have to buy the membership, and then you have to get past the paywall, and then eventually you can see the drunk stream. But I'll keep it out there. It's just nice and buried, so people have to kind of sift through it to find it, So I've done so many live streams. You ain't blackmailing me into it. You ain't blackmailing me. I'm a man of integrity. I have integrity, Megan. I will not be swayed in my integrity. Thank you for all the donations, though. Appreciate you. And share away. I don't care. I ain't got nothing to hide. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate the double dono from you as well, brother. He says, remember when Pete Carroll and John Schneider drafted Stone Forsythe and D. Eskridge when we had 3 total picks? Genius. Yeah, that draft's not looking great in retrospect. Hopefully Trey Brown can come back and reclaim a little bit. He's had some flashes where he's looked pretty decent. I don't hold too much about as Forsythe wise. I'm not as worried about that pick to me, Sanchez, because that was a 6th rounder. You weren't likely to find anybody of any value at that pick anywhere at that point. Now the Eskridge one, the 2nd rounder, it's a bad pick. It's a bad pick, and it was a pick that I didn't like in the moment, and I like less with the more time that goes past. If you miss out on a player for something that you can't predict, that's understandable. Jamal Adams with his injury situation, for instance, is something I can't really hold the front office to account for, in that you got this bad because you have this injury thing happen, and that should have been something you should have factored in when you made the trade for Jamal Adams. You didn't know that the injury situation was going to be this bad with Jamal. He was a pretty healthy player with the New York Jets. He wasn't missing on very many games, if any games. This injury thing's been a new thing that's happened. And with Eskridge and the issues that have plagued him as a player, and mostly staying healthy at the forefront, he was an injured guy in college. You could see that risk coming down. And that should have been a reason enough in a lot of ways to probably avoid, looking at him already being kind of a slight player as it was. And then, he was also injury prone on top of it a little bit with it. Then you added on top of it some of the other slights that are problematic for a wide receiver, like not the sharpest route runner, not the greatest of hands. These things become kind of then death knells for a player on top of, being so injury prone. So I wouldn't cover that one up. That one still is as bad as ever in retrospect, Sanchez, but it's going to be a tough draft. When you only had the 3 picks, you had to make hay while the sun was shining. And, at least right now, it's kind of a question mark whether or not they made any hay at all in that. If we even got one little straw piece from that. Kumar, thank you again for subscribing, putting us up over the top. Megan, coming in with another donation, another hundo drop, Megan, with her 2nd hundo drop of this stream. Thank you, Megan. I really, really do appreciate it so very much. And that is very kind of you. Unbelievable support here on this channel from my folks, and you especially within that, Megan. Absolutely outstanding. Thank you so very much. Really, really do appreciate it. Megan Gockrodger out there. She's our hero tonight rolling it. So thank you for you, Megan, on that one. And I appreciate you. That's all I can say is just thank you and I appreciate you. It never seems enough for a donation like this, which is just amazing to come out of pocket like that on your end of it as you are. She says, well-deserved on 13KB. Love you and am so damn proud of you. So happy to have found you and my place among the 12s, even though I'm all the way down here. Well done. Well, I like you. I'm very happy. Nothing but love right back at you, Megan. Love you as well. And, appreciate you as well for all you do. You're our main mod in here every week on this. Every show we're in there doing this. It's not always an easy job to do, but I do appreciate you as you do it on your end of it. And all of the support you brought to this channel throughout these years. And being part of the community. Thank you for that as well. This is something that is very highly valued here by me. You know that, Megan, with what we've been able to build here and the folks we have that come in here, and everyone knows what time it is when we go live. And that is a hard thing to find out here on the internet. Hard to find a thing in chat boards and message boards and live stream shows. But it's going to be a thing that continues on into the future because we got folks like yourself in here that are committed to it. And that's what it takes, is everybody to be on that same page and not be on their own kind of run, so to speak. But thank you so very much. I'm so really happy with where the show is at, what we've been able to accomplish this year. And it's been absolutely amazing just to watch what we've been able to accomplish this year already before we even got into the season. Just going from free agency to draft, and the show's just, the viewership's never died away or fell off, or even we were in the quiet times. There's still everyone out here checking the show out, coming in, showing their support, showing their love in the chat. hitting the like button as you guys do. I really do appreciate it. I have more support than anybody out there that I can see in any of the live stream shows I watch. I don't care who you're looking at or who you're watching. And I'm really blessed to have that kind of support. And I hope you guys know, every one of you, whether it's a $5 donation or like Megan would drop in the hundos and multiple donations over, is that it is really, really, really appreciated. It lets me just continue to do this on a daily basis. Every day I get up just to what's the next video I want to put together, what's the next thing we're going to put together, and people are responding to it, which is the best part. We're making progress. We're getting up over the top, and this thing just keeps getting bigger and bigger. So thank you so much, Megan, for that $100 donation, for all the double hundos today, $5, all the donations you put down, and that support. And we're going to have this. There's going to be a great community going on in the future years here, and a place that Seahawks fans can come to and talk Seahawks football and get into the depths of it, and just know it's going to be an awesome place to come do that. And it will forever, hopefully, remain that. But thank you so very much. It feels good. 13,000 feels good. It's a good number. I mean, 12 is a good number for 12s, but getting to 13, and we're clipping right along. So appreciate you, Megan. You're awesome, girl. Appreciate you so much. Megan says 24-hour drunk stream is on as long as I don't have to babysit Ollie the next day. I'll go as long as I can. If it's a win, especially, I'll push it as long as I possibly can go. I'll go blurry-eyed on it. By the end, it'll be rough. I'll be holding on for dear life by the end. Rand in the Cut says, Thanksgiving drunk stream, I'm all in. I think we're going to have a lot of folks on the same joint with this one. I love it. I won't be the only one. So it'll be good to see. The Rand, we want Megan to make it over to Spokane for Thanksgiving. Oh, that's a long trip for her. Soon, I'll probably be in Spokane on Turkey Day. Hell yeah. My neck of the woods. Roger said, I'll watch the stream, but not drink. I like alcohol. No worries, Roger. Lethal Lance says, hey, y'all, I'm having my first baby tonight. Seahawks Nation is going to gain one more fan. Hey, let's go, Lethal Lance. Congratulations. One of our Hawks nesters out there is adding another nester to the bunch. So I love to hear that, Lethal Lance. Congratulations on the baby. Hope everything's healthy and good with mom. But congratulations, brother. Congratulations. That's awesome. Night just got a little bit more magical. You had a baby just as I had 13K. It seems fitting. Hawkaholic says, rumor has it that Philly could cut Penny. Do we bring him back if that happens? There seems to be an issue with Penny coming back from his injury last year where he just does not seem to be as fast as he was prior to the injury. I don't know what to make of it, but I saw one clip in particular where he looked really, really, really slowed down from where he was last year even. And I don't know what to make of that, Hawkaholic. I'd look at bringing him in and taking a look at where he's at. But I'd also need to see if, he's in tip-top shape. There's an issue here too, Hawkaholic. I think where, he's going to have to sit on the practice squad at this point. He's probably not in your top 4 that you're running with going into the season. Because DJ Dallas can give you special teams value, even if Penny was a better running back per se. You need the guy that can do the kick return stuff. You need the guy that can be out there on kickoff coverage units, which is not really Penny's game. So he'd have to be a practice squad guy if you did bring him back. But if he was to be cut, then I would think the Seahawks would be willing to bring him in to take a look at him for that way. Can't have too many, as we've seen through the last few years, Hawkaholic, can't have too many running backs. Of course, I don't have to tell you that, Mr. Fantasy running back. Select all the running backs in our fantasy draft. Dude. Addicted Hawks, Brandon, not frustrated if Spoon only plays 71% of the snaps. Just learning to be a slot corner is not as easy as it sounds. I'd still play Kobe again in the slot. Well, I think I'd let the best guy win, Addicted Hawks. Let the best guy win out at practice, and they've been going at it through training camp, and I think they probably have a good idea at this point of which guy's better, which guy's worse, if Spoon's kind of in that rookie learning mode of not knowing how to do it. I would argue that it's not an easy position to play Addicted Hawks, but that he did play a good amount of snaps out of the slot last year with Illinois. So he has some familiarity with it. I also think that when you factor in the fact that he gets to play, there's two different things that go on here in our defense between the slot and the outside corner. Outside corner is playing zone. Slot is going to play primarily man coverage. This is an important part when it comes to Witherspoon for me, Addicted Ox, because if he's playing on the outside, he's playing predominantly zone, which Witherspoon himself has said is not the strength of his game. He needs to work on that part of his game. Moving him into the slot and having him play man then now works him towards what is currently the strength of his game and would help to, in my opinion, maximize him in his rookie year as he was going through that learning curve. Just where I sort of see him on it. Herbicide says Penny's got good stats for the preseason games. Okay. I have heard there are rumors of the cut thing going on, though, Herbicide. I have heard that's out there. We'll see. And I've heard they're even potentially kicking the tires on a Jonathan Taylor. Deatel, would Trey Brown over Mike Jackson? I don't know, Deatel. I'm not sure on that one yet. I think this battle is going to be more determined than just by the two preseason games they played. I think it's going to be determined by preseason, scrimmage, training camp practices, mini camps throughout the offseason, and sort of let the best man win. I think Trey, by all accounts, is giving Mike a run for his money. Mike has taken some steps forward this offseason in his game by what we've heard from the accounts of Coach Carroll. You know, where that all comes out in the wash is kind of hard to determine, though. Wouldn't surprise me if either guy ended up starting. D Nugget with the $2 donation. Thank you, D Nugget. Says Dono on Dono. Dono, shout out to Megan. Brando equals the GOAT. Well, thank you for the GOAT comment. I'll take it. Why not? And yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Megan. One of the folks in this chat that has been one of my biggest donators and supporters on this channel and chat. And it's absolutely amazing to me because it's as nice as it is to be at 13K. You go and look around a lot of these YouTube channels out there that are higher marks than I am as far as their, channel markers go with subscribers and all that type of stuff. And, some of them don't even do live streams. Some do live streams and there's just not anywhere near that kind of love that I get from you guys. And it is nothing short of amazing. And it's, as I say, it is always there every stream. And it is something that allows me at a spot where 13,000, where a lot of other channels, I think, still have to do this in sort of a part-time job manner, where you just do it on the side where you can. Even speaking to a guy like, I know Jesse over Last Second Sports was talking to me about that, as he's trying to, get more into being able to do this full-time for what he does versus his full-time job. And it's just, I got to make that transition last year because of this support. I got to go, okay, I get to move off of having to do side work here, side work there, and then squeeze in the last hot content creation I can get of the day in. Now I can just go all hot content creation. And that frees me up in a way here just to go kind of crazy with it. And I love it. And I'm loving doing this channel more than ever. It's a bit of my obsession with just everything kind of going into it, but I love that it's that way. And the fact that the support is here like it is, D-Nugget from you or Megan or anybody else as it is has been the most amazing, surprising part of doing this channel. And I'm glad that it's opened this door for me to do this quickly. Because once I'm in here now, I ain't going nowhere. Once I'm able to do this full time now, it ain't slowing down. This bus only starts to speed up. Yeah. The pedal only goes down further. But thank you, D Nugget. I appreciate you, brother. I do. And definitely shout out to Megan. She's awesome. Megan with another $5 as well. Thank you, Megan. Says, you're all too kind. I'm just me and try to do what I can. Well, you're amazing, Megan. And your support is amazing. And it's worth being called out as far as how awesome it is, because it's not where a lot of people get this stuff just everywhere. Everybody's just getting these kind of donos. Everybody's just getting this kind of support. I'm getting it uniquely here. And that's why I say I've got the greatest community out there on so many different levels. You guys are not only supportive, but you're smart. And you keep me thinking, you keep me on my toes, and you keep me laughing, and you educate me. And if there's any point of this that I educate any of you guys are doing every bit as much, if not more so, to educate me on back on the other side. It is a tit for tat situation. Why would this not be the funnest thing that I get to do when you put that all together? when you put it all together, Megan, but no, what you do is above and beyond, and it's amazing and noteworthy, and it's really appreciated. Really, really appreciated. Snail, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you too, man. I hope you're having a good night. He says, Thanksgiving is the first day of my birthday vacation. I'll toast your drunk stream. I'm too old to drink for 24 hours though, so you're on your own there. Yeah, I can say I'll try to go 24 hours, but once the drink comes out, 24 hours is going to be it's going to be a tough mark to hit. I'm going to have to get some Red Bulls going or something at some point. You know what I mean? There's going to be some rough moments in there at that point of me just holding on. Maybe you guys will have to watch me for like an hour on nap, where it's like, and that's why the Seahawks will be. It'll be a little bit like that. Might have a couple of those moments in there, but as long as you guys give me some slack on that, I'll be all right with it. So, but you better, we're gonna do it. Megan brought it. It's in wet cement that's currently drying. Thanksgiving, we'll go maybe we'll do an hour or two even before the start of the game. Just start to get it cooked up. Just start to get the front burner up a little bit, right? Turn it on just a little bit. Get a little bit warm, simmering. And it's on. So you guys get ready. Have your drink of choice in mind, and we're going to have ourselves one hell of a Thanksgiving night, hopefully on the back of having totally torn all San Francisco 49er dreams asunder to shreds. I want to break the 49ers into a million pieces and scatter them to the wind. And then we drink. Appreciate you though. Megan with a $2 donation says, now you made me cry, B. Well, you should know it, Megan. I mean, you should know how much the support means and how much it's not just a frittered thing here, and that it's this is something that's so very important to me. You know that. We've had discussions about that this is something that I really value so very much because I love it. I appreciate what I got here from the folks that I got in this house and who come into this particular arena and chop it up as we do. And it's unique, and you don't find this down every block and every place down here on the internet or in YouTube. A lot of people do these type of things, but not a lot of people are able to kind of foster this kind of situation. And it's really, it's a testament to people like yourself, Megan, that good people that want to come in here and have, real motivations of just loving the sport and wanting to celebrate the sport at the forefront of all this. We love our team. We love the sport. We love to talk football. And that's all that's really driving us at the end of the day on this, and we get along and laugh and all that stuff, but that also is really at the forefront that kind of connects us. And I love it. I didn't anticipate it when I started this channel in any way. I never thought it would kind of come close to this mark in this manner, especially not in the couple of years that we've been rolling. So you've been amazing, and I appreciate it. DVN says, I'm not going to lie, man. This 49er is going to be powerful. Brock Purdy is going to be amazing. Talk is getting about as annoying as the Broncos have Russ, so Super Bowl talk was. Yeah, I just don't buy it, DVN. I mean, it just washes over me like just a wave. I get United fans are really high on Brock Purdy. I get that he had that last of the year run that he had, but I watched the kid. I scouted the kid coming out of college, and he does not have an NFL arm. And his offensive line, he'd ball out of his hand as quick as possible. He'll dink and dunk you to death. He's not going to try to hold too much. He'll stay within himself, all that other stuff, right? But at the end of the day, it really comes down to me, a simple thing here. And most quarterbacks, I don't really have some simple thing I can break and boil it down to in the way I stop them. I take away your ability to throw short. I take away those short routes. You don't have the arm to then beat me deep, especially when the elements start taking into effect. And I believe that in the pit of my soul when it comes to Brock Purdy. The pit of my soul, I believe that. Where that limitation of arm is going to come up to rear its head sooner than later. And it doesn't mean he can't have some success as a quarterback. Doesn't mean he can't be somewhat proficient as a quarterback, but it does mean that it will be a limiting factor that to me eventually holds him back, and within holding him back, holding back the team. Jody says, we're about to get back on the Niners. Ain't never getting sweeped again. Never again, Jody. Never forget and never again. That's our mantra this year. Alexander says, yeah, Niners gave up Noah's Ark and every single animal on the boat for Trey Lance. Boy, did they ever. Two of each one. Sanchez, Jeff Garcia was pretty good. He wasn't a super talented guy. I could see the thing of going back from Darnold till Young where the talent thing, because Garcia was really more of the overachiever type of bit. The overachiever who could scramble and could move. Tony Wright says, Brando, I left you Chapman hour ago, but I'm back now. Did Lance actually miss practice and told his agent to request a trade? Because if he did that, he's pouting like Kyler Murray's character. Indeed, this is, Keldon was kind of correcting me on this, and I'll give Keldon some room on this, where our requisite Niner fan, saying that these are just quote unquote rumors. So there could be that this isn't necessarily the case. I will say that Tony, he wasn't out at practice today, was Trey Lance. And the fact that this rumor comes out on a day where they held him out of practice does kind of have one putting two and two together. So if I was to lean and be a betting man here, Tony, I would say that that is indeed the case, that, he did request that trade, and I get what you're saying at the pouting like the Murray thing. The one thing I leaned to with this though is I kind of get where Lance is coming from, Tony, because I could understand Lance if you were to put him under a lie detector test, him saying, I've been put in a position to fail here with this Niner team. I wasn't set up with success here. I was put in a position to fail instead. And if that's the case, I could get him saying, get me out of here. If Shanahan, if I'm not your guy and you don't want to ride with me, and it's been very crystal clear since I walked in the door that that's the case, then just let me go. And that's the one place with it, Tony, that I might have a little bit of sympathy for Lance in this situation. And I don't know for sure, but I have an inclination it's that way. DVN says, isn't this not the same team that on paper looks good, but went 6-10 and 10-7 the previous years? I get they play aggressive, but come on. Are you talking about the Niners? I think it could easily swing that way. I think definitely, especially the 10-7 thing, where they just go a couple games back. Health doesn't hold up quite as much. Some of the issues that they have rear itself a little bit more than it has in previous years, like the offensive line. And they're still good, maybe playoff good, but they're not in that great area anymore, maybe. Mr. Dog, Witherspoon is going to be compared to Carter's success his whole career because he was picked so high. Agreed, Mr. Dog. That's why I think, too, it's got to be patient with these comparisons and understand that they're going to be a part of the process as we go through with them. Megan is finishing us up with another $5 donation after a ton of donos tonight on this channel. Really appreciative of her of that. She says, okay, 12s and B, love y'all, but I need to take a break for a bit. Maybe back. If not, talk soon. Well, Megan, if it is out with you for tonight, thank you for all the donations. Really do appreciate all you put in tonight and all you all do for the channel as well. Hope you're feeling a little bit better. Hope that hand's taken care of. Hope there's not too bad a migraine cooking on through, but above all else, thank you so much. Thank you so much, sweetie, on all of the donations and all that support, and get yourself ready for Thanksgiving. You're going to be an American this Thanksgiving, okay? You're going to be eating turkey. You're going to be having mashed potatoes and pumpkin pie and getting drunk as hell. We call it the quad combo out here in the U.S. DVN, I want to stomp the Niners. I've been on their pages. They're saying Hargrave doesn't even look good. Yeah, I saw a couple cut-ups. He looked a little thick. He looked a little thick on tape to me on the cut-ups I saw. Bosa still hasn't made the progress on a deal. They said the defense is not looking good in practice. Yeah, well, you lose Bosa off that defense, DVN, and it is look different. I mean, that's the defensive player of the year, and there's not a lot of defenses where you remove the defensive player of the year, and that defense still looks exactly right around the same mark of what they were prior to losing that kind of guy. One thing that might help with this Lance deal is that the Niners, in moving off of Lance, will free up some money, and maybe that's the money that they need to have freed up in order to get the Bosa deal consummated. So I do believe the deal will get done sooner or later with this one, DVN. But then my question was at the top with this, okay, you get the Bosa deal done a week from now, September 1st. He's not played a lick of training camp. He's going to come in there and now be expected day one to come in there and play. Do you really trust at that point that he's going to go out there and have a healthy season for you and be able to perform at the top top range. Maybe. I mean, some guys are just built to where they're going to work that hard all the time and they don't need to be in. But I have to think that in a time as we're looking at the Niners right now that's building up, that's not necessarily looking ultra positive for them for the upcoming season. It's just kind of another little bit of a black mark a little bit on this upcoming year. Kyle G says we couldn't beat broken Jared thumb and AD broken rib. I knew the Hawks needed a real change. Yeah. You've taken that whole thing at that time as far as you could kind of take it. Things needed to be changed over. Ideologies needed to be changed. Defense needed to be changed. You needed the commitment to the new offensive structure of things. A lot needed to be kind of done at that point. And it speaks to it by how much needed to be accomplished at that time when you're looking at things on paper, by how far they've taken it now at this point, Kyle G, in just a mere short 2 years. Dad tells us thing is can't force Purdy into those situations because they can run the ball better than anyone. In the throw in the deep thing, well, that's where I think you press the line of scrimmage and then you just short routes are pressed. And then from the short routes, you can also press into the run game a little bit if you stack box. The key on it is allowing freedom on the back end to where you're going to leave some holes on that back end, but you don't believe, especially if it's on the back of pressure, that Purdy's going to be able to make you pay the price if you do leave things open up like that. And I would have that trust with our particular defense to pull that off, especially knowing the kind of guys you have, Deatel, down by the line of scrimmage that can provide that discomfort to Purdy. I always keep going back to, in my mind, Deatel, that second Niner game that you played at home against them. Purdy starts out the game 11 for 11. And every one of those first 11 attempts, your Seahawks defense drops back in a soft coverage. Soft coverage, soft coverage, soft coverage. Dink, dunk, dink, dunk, dink, dunk. He's just picking you apart, bit by bit by bit by bit. And then you finally come up and bring your first blitz of the game on attempt number 12, and you get your first incompletion. And then on attempt number 13, you bring up a stack box, you show a blitz, and then you drop out of the blitz and you confuse the hell out of the rookie. You get another incompletion. You know, I think this is one where you've got to force him to be uncomfortable a little bit. And they didn't do it in the playoff game either. And I hope that they open up more to doing it that way, because I'm just not worried about, you can stack a box and then drop that stack box into short zones and take away all of that dink and dunk stuff. But it's got to come with Coach Carroll moving away from the one thing that's hard for him to move away from, which is the commitment to the deep coverages, the commitment to taking away the deep pass. This is hard for Carroll to relinquish that. But to me, that is the requirement here in playing Purdy and forcing him to be uncomfortable. Theron says, I'm tired of D. Eskridge being on the team. He's holding us back at this point. I get where you're coming from that, Theron. And I think he is certainly on a short leash. I think also a little bit of the injury situation oddly sort of helped him here, because the team gets back about a third of his salary this year back on the books. So like having him on the roster now this year is almost kind of a freebie thing for them with this suspension. Yeah, you lose him for the first 6 games, which does hurt. But considering that you thought at the time at least you had JSN for most of those games, there wasn't going to be a lot of him playing at that point either. But I get people being over that, you know, over the Eskridge experience. I'm kind of at that spot myself too. I gotta be honest with you. Megan with another $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. It says Tofunky B. Oh, okay. So we got the tofu turkey. All right. Nothing wrong with that, Megan. Vegan here. Love you and talk soon. Love you too and talk very soon, Megan. Appreciate you as well on that. And thank you again. All of those donations, all that support tonight. You're amazing. Amazing. And tofu turkey it is. I'll be going real thing here, but you know, it looks like the same thing at least, you know. Morgan says my main issue with the play was that it should have been Doug Baldwin running that route versus Ricardo Lockett. Yeah, I get where you're coming from on that, Morgan, but then you're making the call, of course, at that point that you have Darrelle Revis, who's manned up on Baldwin, and he's following Baldwin all over the field. So if Baldwin goes over to that side of the field, then you're going to have to hope that Jermaine Kearse can run the pick on Revis to free up Baldwin. But to your point on that, I don't know that Baldwin would let any defender get through him to the ball. You know, he may not catch it, but I don't think he's going to provide, and he'll have an understanding of not to provide an angle to a closing defender over the top to come get the ball. And he'll play that a little more aggressively, I think. I'm not a fan of it going to Lockett, though. I agree with you there. The play call and not being the exact play call they made, we can definitely talk about that being very suspect. Morgan says he explained why pass, not player personnel. Are you referencing me talking about the goal line? Because he mentions the goal line too. Carol mentioned the goal line in the personnel in the interview. That also came up. Brian Myers is finally back home and the family's still here. Hey, 12s. What's up, Brian? Good to see you. Yeah, I think Morgan Barclay, if I may, on your points with that, I'm not a fan of the play. I'm not a fan of going to Tyler Lockett to try to beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl. I mean, just that on the surface of things is ridiculous, right? I'm okay with them not necessarily having it be Baldwin even and going with that pick. I understand even to a degree of Morgan with the not necessarily going Baldwin's way with it, with Revis being out there. That was Revis at the height of his powers. And he had given Doug Baldwin a really tough game in coverage. Doug, part of the reason Doug did that whole poop move that he did on the touchdown he did catch in that game was because he was so frustrated at the coverage of Revis, who was just tough. What I liked in that situation, Morgan, I'll be interested to see if you might agree on this one, would be to run more of a, you get Russ under center, you have him run a play action to Marshawn, you roll him then out in space, you give him basically a 2-read look, a short read to the short side of the field, like into the flat, and then a backside, maybe it's Baldwin coming around the backside of the end zone at that point. And then you tell Russ, it's 1, it's 2, and then 3 as you run it in. And if you can't run it in, then you throw the ball away. And you simplify it down to Russ in that situation. And then when he's letting that ball go, he gets to really see what he's throwing as opposed to trying to get a timing throw off, which is, I'm just wasn't a fan of at all. But yeah, I think we're pretty much in agreement on that. Janeth Kumar, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you helping us get over the top of 13,000. Ethan says, hey, Brando, that was a fun fantasy draft. Glad you're able to participate. You certainly had some interesting picks. Yeah, the fantasy draft tracker didn't love my picks at all, but I also think that there's a problem to me. And when you draft your fantasy, when you lean into too much of the player rankings and try to sort of let almost an auto draft based on player ranks go. And I tried to look at this through a little bit of a different lens than I'd done previous fantasy drafts, which was, looking less for these front, especially when it came to running backs, looking for less of the horses at the front. Because when you try to predict that game, it gets harder every year to do that. And you end up having a guy you've taken as a running back position really early, who ends up just not getting it done. So I went more wide receiver heavy, that was for sure. But I still like my squad in retrospect. I mean, I got a guy like Sky Moore, who's like my 5th wide receiver on my roster. And that guy, Kadarius Toney's not going to make it through the whole year. They lost the kid out of Clemson for a little while with an injury. And Sky Moore's tearing up camp. I mean, that might be my 4th receiver, But I feel good about it. I feel good about my chances. Diggs Ox, Brandon might try schnapps shots, not tequila, lower proof level. It's hard for me. It's my dad used to drink schnapps when I was a kid, so the smell kind of got to me when I was a kid on that, which makes it hard for me. But I do like my peppermint mochas, and I know they got a peppermint schnapps that's pretty popular. I might have to, especially around the holiday season, I might have to try that out. Diggs Hawk says Lance for a bag of peanuts is an insult to peanuts. Well, they're still shelled, so I mean, he's not going for unshelled bag, You're still going to have to do some work to get the value in return for the trade for him. Random the Guts says, none of those schnapps for me, gin and bong rips. I've never heard of that combination before. Ashley Lamont, would I be willing to trade for Trey Lance? Unfortunately, no, I would not. And not because of the fact that I wouldn't be able to give up I wouldn't be willing to give up the draft capital. I don't think the draft capital would prevent me, Ashley, from doing it. The preventative part, and why I'm mumbling a bit, is because I want to bring up the numbers here. The preventative part on the Trey Lance deal is that he has, his roster bonus is $2 million. So, well, maybe it is actually functional. It's only $3 million, I guess. They really put all of his stuff into bonus. He has like no base. That doesn't cost as much to bring him in at that point. So, let me check one more thing, Ashley. I'll tell you, the more I think about it, and I was poo-pooing this. If Randall, if you're still in here, I might be changing my answer on this a little bit. Because he is only going to cost you about $3 million in cap space if you trade for him this year, and then he would cost you $10 million next year if you still, yes, he would. I'd be open to it, but I'm not giving a lot up for it. And it really wouldn't be what I'd want to probably do at the heart, because I still like to take that $3 million you'd be spending on him as a third quarterback and as like an investment into the future. And I'd rather be paying that for a guy that could actually have impact on the defensive line. So it took me a long time to answer your question, Ashley, but I'm going to go along to the spot of saying no. I'm torn, but I'd go no. I want to save that money to go get somebody who can help us on the defensive line. Gal G says, everyone Hawks fans that doesn't live in Seattle, listen, get Sunday Ticket on YouTube. Make sure you set it up on your TV first. It will lock your region. You'll be able to watch Hawks anywhere after. Hell yeah. It's a good YouTube deal there. Also want to, it's a good time right now to thank the sponsor of this show. That would be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is going to be sponsoring us throughout this upcoming year. And I'm going to be doing some fantasy-based shows on Saturdays as we get into the year. Sponsored really by Fantasy, and we're going to be doing some fantasy picks and stuff like that. Pick-up tournaments and all of that, go head-to-head and whatnot. But if you do use my code right now, you go over to Underdog Fantasy, use my code, which would be NEST as you're signing up. That's NEST. They will match you up to $100 on your first deposit, up to $100. So you get a bit of $100 on me. You support the channel a little bit. Not the worst of things to have happen. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy for supporting the show. And do get over to Underdog now. And yeah, go have some fun. We're going to have some fun with that. Add things off a little bit this year and get a little extra fantasy this season. Motor says, please trade Taylor. They might. Morgan says, I'll have my wife subscribe. Thank you for having your wife subscribe, Morgan. We got up over the top. Let's go. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Janeth Kumar, thank you for subscribing. You are my 13,000th subscriber, and now you're also dropping in a $10 donation. So thank you for that double dip. I really do appreciate you helping get us up over the top of that mark. It feels good to clear the $13,000 or 13K subscriber mark. So thank you for that. But thank you as well for the $10 donation. That is very kind of you. The NFC Championship game in Philly. How well do you think Geno does in that situation? Tough environment, of course, Janeth. And I think that we could do good in that situation, because I think that I'm going to try to take this a couple steps down the line a little bit in my logic and my reasoning. I think that the Seattle Seahawks offense is going to be built in a way where we will go ahead and attack what you want to give us defensively and take advantage of that. And we're not going to apologize for that. And we're not going to have to just beat you a certain way. That's our signature style. If you are weak against the run, we'll attack you in the run. If you're weak in base, we'll come out with our 2 and our 3 tight end sets and we'll hit you all day with it. If you suck in nickel, then you're going to see a lot of 3 wide receiver sets from the Seahawks that particular week. I relate this, Janeth, to Philly being a team that when you look at last year, Philly defensively, I think they set a sack record, good defense across the board, great tackling defense. But the part that stood out with them is they were a team that just really wanted to, like the Niners at times to me, they're pinning their ears back trying to get after it as pass rushers first and foremost. That's their bread and butter. That's what's most important to them. That leads there to be holes to attack in them again the run. But it takes the commitment. And that's what teams weren't willing to do against the Eagles last year, probably for a couple of reasons. Number one, not many teams are committed to running the ball, period, anyway. Number two, the Eagles were scoring so much offensively, it was forcing your hand as another offense to feel like you had to throw to keep up with them. But I am still expecting that those run game issues are going to be a part of who they are this year. And they're going to try to do the same thing they did last year, get up on top of teams, force teams to have to score, force teams to have to leave a running game that might be very successful, where they might be getting 5.5 yards per carry, but you can't lean into it because you feel like you have to pass just because they're scoring so much. So if he was to play against Philly, I think that you're going to see Geno at times audibling, changing into calls where he puts you into advantageous run situations and doesn't overthink it from that standpoint. How does he do from a throwing standpoint? How does he, go out there when he has to make the $1 million throw in the $1 billion moment? I think he does well. I think he showed you a little bit of something, Janeth, in that first playoff game that he played, right? Because you came into that playoff game with an offense that had been faltering through the back half of the schedule, whose offensive line and pass protection was nowhere near as good as it was to start the season, who you were weakened at your running back core, right? You had no Travis Homer, I think, by that point. You had no Rashad Penny by that point. DJ Dallas was fighting through a high ankle sprain, and you still had Kenneth Walker, who was working through basically that ankle injury that was kind of, hounding him through the whole back of the year. You had no slot receiver coming into that game, Janeth. And you're going against basically the best defense in the entire NFL on the road. And yet, Geno went out there and balled out of his mind in that first half. And yet, you came out of that first half with the lead. You had no business in that game with where you were at to have the lead. And indeed, it wasn't really the offense at the end of the day that was the reason you lost that game. It was that you couldn't stop the Niners offensively at all in that game. I don't think we came into that game with a nose tackle that was healthy. So Geno rose to that occasion. And if he can rise to that occasion with the difficulties that he was facing with his 2 rookie tackles coming into that playoff game, undermanned as he was across the board, then I would think if you get to an NFC Championship game and he's got more of a stacked team, he's got more of stuff solidified in certain parts of the, just the offensive line, for instance, playing better, that alone would make me feel confident that he would play well. I don't have a lot of worries with Geno Smith at this point. The way he won last year, the way he played the position last year, even like I say, the reasons that he fails and not fails, but the reason that he slowed down as the back half of the year went along, it was explainable. And it's not an excuse, it's an explanation. The line got better. You can prove it in the grades going from the start of the season to the end of the season with PFF. The injuries at the running back were there and tangible to the point you're signing guys like Tony Jones off the streets to fill in for guys. If I don't have a running game and if I don't have a defense that has to worry about the talent at the running back position, I can concentrate a whole hell of a lot more than on that quarterback. And what he ran into at the end of the year is not something that he's likely to run into at any point in time throughout this course of this year, because you're a more talented team, you're not starting as many rookies, and you're deeper. This is one of the reasons I do say, Janet, that I think that he is not only going to match his performance from last year, but surpass it. Surpass it. Thank you, though, for the $10 donation. I will like Geno's chances in that stadium against that Philly defense. I think he'll play. I think he'll play some really good football in that kind of circumstance. And Philly last year was able to beat the Niners there, but they won that game because Brock Purdy got knocked out. That game is probably a whole different game if Brock Purdy's in there playing throughout the whole course of it, if they don't have Christian McCaffrey taking snaps at quarterback. I like this Eagles team, though. Don't get me wrong, Janet, and I do think that they are kind of, to me, the front runner here for for a team that's likely to be the team that's going to go to the Super Bowl out of the NFC. I loved their draft. I think not only on top of loving their draft, Janeth, I think they're going to get returns from this draft. I told you guys back 3, 4, 5 months ago that I thought Sidney Brown could be a star in this league. They took that kid, and he's looking great in preseason. Carter's looking great in preseason. They're going to get some returns off this kid to help re-inject their talent a little bit. But I trust Geno. I trust Geno in the big moments, tough situations. He proved it to me last year, and I don't think it's just a flash in the pan. Janet, thank you for that donation, and thank you for subscribing to the channel and helping us to put over the top 13,000 subscribers now on the back of Janeth's subscription. So appreciate you to him. Barry Soy Toro coming in with a $20 donation. Thank you, Barry. Appreciate you there, man. Thank you for the big donation of $20. He says, "Sup, B? How you doing, man? Good to see one of my OGs in the house, and I hope you're doing well. Appreciate the dono. We're having ourselves a great little night here. Enjoying how the team's looking. Enjoying a little bit also as how things are going with the Niners." Tony Wright says, "Congratulations, Brandon. You are one of the hardest working content creators on YouTube. Heck, you may be the hardest working, as on my Falcons channel, they never do more than an hour and a half streams." He says, "You definitely grind, and you grind for long periods of time. I don't know how you do it other than you love what you do and you love your Hawks." It truly is at the heart of it. I get asked about it a lot, Tony, from especially the new folks who come in and will note it. And it's really not a hard thing for me. I'm a guy that if this was a grind and to stay on here long times and just go for hours and hours, if it was hard for me to do, I would have fallen off after year 1 or 2. But I really do love the interactions, and like folks like yourself that come in here as a resident Atlanta Falcon fan to come in. And as we talk it over, and there's always something interesting to turn over and discuss. And I really do love football, and I love my Seahawks team. And I love the sport for just the depth that you can really go into it. And the fact that there's so many of you out there like me in that way, that want to get to that depth, that want to go down way beneath the surface, down to like lower than sub depth, and try to understand what's happening. And it just sort of enriches, to me, the viewing experience that much more when you do have that understanding of the game in that way. But I love it, man. I love it. It's not hard work for me. When you love what you do, it's not hard work. That old saying of, find something you love, and you'll never work another day in your life. And indeed, I work on this channel harder than I've ever worked on any job in my life, by far. But it's not hard work, because it's fun work. I mean, 2 days ago, Tony, I was sticking Tariq Woolen's head on a video of the Death Star laser beam shooting, and I was keyframing Tariq Woolen's head firing off of the Death Star laser beam. And I'm giggling to myself at like 11 at night as I'm doing it, where it's just, it's hilarious that I get to do this. It's awesome. It's unbelievable. And Megan's our hero. Megan's a hero tonight with the donos. Logan says, "My view with Adams is we need him to play no less than 12 games this season, depending on when he comes back from this current injury. He doesn't even need to be an all-pro player, just needs to play." Got to get him on the field. Got him in the field. And this is kind of a make or break year for him, Logan, on where he is. And I think the team's giving it that one more chance, but they do save a tremendous amount of money after the season if he's not able to make it work. So make or break. But I like the odds of where he's at. I like where the team's at. I like how they built this team to where when he does get on the field, Logan, we were talking about this at the top, to where I believe they have put him in that position for success. And that is something that they didn't do initially, I think, in 2020 necessarily. Alexander says, "Pumpkin taking the tongue bath." She's got to stay clean, man. She's got to stay clean and pretty. What's up, Kelly? Kelly says, "You guys know I love Jamal. I know you love Jamal. He's going to get it done this year." Did we get a troll? We're due for one. Yo. Do you think the Seahawks can pull a 2022 Bengals? I absolutely do. Yo. Yeah. This is just, we've had a team that's gone and won a Super Bowl in the last 10 years here. This team is every bit as talented as that team is. It's really young, so it's going to take the youth coming together and maturing in a way that's going to require them to do it and have it come together fast. But they are supremely talented. Coach Carroll has shown that he can get the most out of a young roster many times before, including back in college winning national titles. And Geno Smith, to me, is a guy that's proven that he can get it done. And he's going to have as good a supporting a cast around him. Let's also remember this with Geno. He's going to have as good to great a supporting cast around him as any quarterback in this sport. More of a supporting cast than Mahomes. More of a supporting cast than Burrow. More of a supporting cast than Josh Allen. More of a supporting cast than Lamar Jackson. Nobody surpasses him on what he's got to be able to work with, both from an offensive line to running back to receiver to tight end. Kelly says, everybody knows I met Jamal, and he and all by myself said to tell my dad hello for him. My dad lives in Delaware, but I got to meet him at training camp, and he said that after I told him my dad used to be a Jets fan. And we shared a laugh. Jamal is his own dude. He's a beast. True beast mode. And Trey Brown said on the great interview with Seattle Sports that Jamal has helped him a ton. They're good. They're best friends. That's awesome. It's great to hear. You hope Jamal's able to help some of these guys out if he's not able to have that direct impact on the field. Certainly Ryan Neal maybe was able to glean a little bit off of Jamal and him taking steps forward in his game. I'd love to see Jamal ball out, Kelly. And he is my brother's favorite player. There was no funner thing in the world than being able to call my brother on the day that we traded for Jamal, because Jamal was his favorite before that, and he's been so hyped for him. And it's been so hard to watch my poor brother's heart get broken a little bit with him not being able to go out there and get it done. But there's still time. There's still time. The Jamal Adams story is not quite set or said or has been written. Jaws says Roseman won't cut Penny. He'll probably put him into one of those swindling trades, probably Jonathan Taylor. That's a very smart comment, actually. He probably will find a way to get it out with that. Yeah. Yo. Do I think Brown, Jackson, or Kobe get traded? I don't. Yo. Because you don't really right now with Witherspoon's health. You think he's going to come back fine off of the hamstring. But for you to make that kind of trade, I think you would have needed to have Witherspoon rolling along fully healthy through this training camp. And he's not done that. So I think you need the insurance that those guys provide. Unless you get an offer that just blows you away, which I don't think you're likely to get. I think Brandon, you have a point about playing spoon and zone, and Reek would be a mistake this year. About playing in zone and Reek would be a mistake this year. Yeah, I think it just sets him up for a little bit of that, rookie, I expect rookies are going to have growing pains at Dick-to-Docs, and if he can have those growing pains in doing something he feels comfortable in doing more so than being uncomfortable in the other role you'd have, I think that's best. We got to watch. It's hard with this one on the assessment of Dick-to-Docs because we haven't just seen any of Witherspoon play. I don't know. I haven't seen him in the slot. I haven't seen him on the outside. So it's going to be a question mark on this one all the way kind of through, with him. But I have kind of grown more on board with the slot thing making sense this year. If the guys on the outside are kind of balling and doing and being good in zone, and holding up out there, be it Mike Jackson or Trey Brown. Because I don't think Kobe Bryant, he was okay last year in the slot, but he wasn't a difference maker down there. And there's a potential in my mind, I could be wrong on this, that Witherspoon could go in there and be like a difference maker for you in the slot. Even in year one, because he took to it so naturally in college. D-Boy, how you doing, D-Boy? It's good to see you, man. This is just saying what's up. Go back to work. Hope you're not working too hard tonight. Appreciate you jumping in, though. And Utero says, I hope we don't trade any of our defensive backs unless we absolutely need to. Depth at running back and defensive back is a must. I share your thoughts on this in Utero. I just don't, both those positions, I'm good with just staying with what we got. Unless we get blown out of the water by some just amazing offer, which I don't think is likely to happen. Mr. Dog says, as soon as the Green Bay game is over, week one is started basically. Yeah, pretty much. We're on the books. It's live. I missed somebody's comment. Prezon says, thoughts on the 2023 Broncos. Sean Payton's doing a lot of kind of wizardry as far as public relations wise, which makes me wonder a little bit when he's trying to do as much of this kind of vocally out front, in support of Russell and the shading of Hackett and that and whatnot. I would think that the defense would still be really pretty good for the Broncos, which will keep them in games and close in games, I think. I think Peyton's going to do with Russ a little bit of like what he did with Jameis Winston or when he had Drew Brees at the end of his career, which is a lot more of the run-heavy approach, limit the number of attempts, work Russ off of play action. I think especially this last preseason game with Russ against the Niners, I think it was, you saw Russ doing a lot of running. And I think that that's what's going to be at the head of this is Russ under center, Russ rolling out, Russ doing a lot of running of the football this year. And those things can help, I think, to salvage some of what Russ was sort of eroding into last year and his de-evolution as a quarterback in the NFL. So he'll put him in a position for success. They may be a fringe team that can maybe on a fringe level get in the playoffs by just playing defense, running the ball, and Peyton being just smart enough to work around Russell's strengths enough to get him in there. But I don't see him being in contention for the division, and I do think that they're really more likely on the outside looking in when it comes to the playoffs. They'll win 6 or 7 games, maybe 8, but I don't think that they're going to be a playoff team. I think that the defense will drive a lot of it, but the offensive line is still very bad in pass protection. And McGlinchey's signing from San Francisco didn't improve that. He was a big free agent signing they brought over there, but that's not helping that out anymore by bringing him in. Also, a guy that seems like he's injured a lot of the time, too, on top of it. Broncos are going to be in a good situation with Peyton in the long term, but I think it's going to eventually take probably the divorce with Wilson to make it happen and starting to kind of turn everything over a bit, which means that they're a few years out. Minimum. In either row, I hope we don't trade any of our defense. Oh, sorry. Mr. Dog, as soon as the I'm rereading comments. D Nugget says, we ride or die with Brando, Pumpkin, and all the kitties for life. That's right. That's right. She knows it, don't you? Yeah, you know it. Yeah. Yeah. You tell him. Yeah. Let him know. And are we playing at home on Thanksgiving? I think it is at home, isn't it? Let's double check. Let's do a quick checkaroonie here. Yep, indeed, we are at home. Indeed. Ooh-wee. It's going to be a fun night. My Daily Bread, Dan Patrick's in the Hawks Nest. Hell yeah, D-Nugget. D-Boy says, wait, where's all the Jamal Adams haters at? A lot of people was talking bad about him. Nothing to say now. It's been pretty quiet on that D-Boy today. I was expecting to get a little bit blowback from the folks of like, don't even do a show on him. He's not going to give us anything this year. Come on. I haven't gotten any of that, D-Boy. Surprise, because I have heard some of that in the past before. But no, tonight's been just nothing but basically positive when it comes to the outlook on Adams, which is good to hear. And I'm glad there's some hopefulness in regards to him. Ran the Cut says, if we start an hour early, the drink will be flowing so freely by the time the game starts. Yeah, I don't know if I can start. I got to maybe think that one through, Ran the Cut, because it's going to be a countdown. The second the bottles start popping, there will be a countdown to, dysfunction, at least for me, to the point where I start just babbling. I did good on the last one. I think I got a good 5 hours, 6 hours in, but it does get rough at the end of it. I'll tell you that. D-Nugget says, I really want to see Jamal do a whole season at his best and dominate. Me too, man. Me too. He was such a good player with New York, and we just haven't gotten a chance to really see that guy, which is tough. Mark Hovercorn, how you doing, man? Says, hi all. Not sure if I will be on here until after Monday the 28th is my birthday, and then it's a log story, I think you meant. Well, have a happy birthday, Mark. Hope it's a wonderful one for you, and no worries on that. In utero says Montana had the same arm strength as Purdy. No way. Montana had stronger arm than Purdy did. Montana could throw a 9 route. He was a guy that was anticipation and accuracy and all that, but Montana was like with Brady. Brady's never a guy known for his arm strength, but he had an NFL arm. And same thing with Montana. He had an NFL arm. I don't know if I would say when I look at Purdy, that's an NFL arm. Dig Docs Brandon agreed Purdy as a game manager limits things, but with the Niners defense, is there a similarity to the first few years of Russ in the LOB? Well, the thing with the Russ and the LOB, to me on that, there would be a difference. I think it's a good comparison to maybe potentially make at first blush. I think the one difference I would go to, though, on that is that the way that the offenses find success were two different ways on that. And yeah, they both run the ball and that they have a commitment to that. There's some similarities there. The Niners are more about the run game getting laterally into the edges. The beast mode run game was more about wearing you down over time and forcing you to dedicate resources into the box. And then when you dedicated resources into the box, the offense with Russell's beautiful deep ball could take the top of the defense off. So when we make that comparison between Purdy and Russ, the one part that doesn't add up and the part that's exactly right on to what we're talking about here on the arm strength side of things is that Russ had the arm strength to make that throw, to make defense pay the price if you bring the 8th man into the box. You give me a single man-on-man matchup on the outside, I'm going to trust my guy to go win out there on that outside. And I can throw a perfect ball, accurate ball down the field to put him in position to go make that catch. And Russ did that time and time and time again. I mean, it almost became to his detriment. He was so good at it. Purdy can't make those throws. He's not. I watched time and time again last year. He's not making those throws. It's not happening. But there's some. There's some similarities in that he's getting. He will be effective to a degree. It's not that he's going to fall off a complete cliff. He's going to be able to be efficient, dink and dunk. They're going to run the ball well enough where that'll help them to certain degrees and certain points of things. I just do feel like. As you say in your comment, is that it eventually gets to a point of limitation. You can find success with it to a degree, but eventually it gets to a point of limitation when you have a quarterback like this. Mark says, I'm not baking my own cake. Nor should you. It's your birthday. You shouldn't bake your own cake. Radu Turkan says, hey, Brandon, where do you see the Trey Lance thing going? Will someone take the risk with with him? I think that they get a trade made at some point here with some team that's quarterback hungry and like their evaluation of Lance and doesn't think that maybe 49ers have done right by him. They're not going to get very much for him. Late round pick seems to be what it sounds like he's going for at this point. So I don't think he comes to Seattle. If I was to make a prediction about a team that, he probably would go to, I guess, as an ideal, or not ideal, but as a one that would make a lot of sense. Ooh. Like a Washington team could make some sense to me. Patriots haven't exactly seemed. You could have the Patriots, they go like, well, we'll go with the other guy in that same draft, Trey Lance over Mac Jones. I don't know. They haven't seemed completely sold yet on Mac Jones on the other side of it. There's a few teams I think that would jump forward. They're not going to offer a lot, but they'd give them something. They would do something, I would think. Washington Fish Quest, thank you for the $5 donation and as well for being a member of the channel as you are. Appreciate that support. He says, if we got to a Super Bowl or conference championship game, Jamal could have a big play and Percy Harvin his way into not making the trade terrible. Very, very much could, Washington Fish Quest. I very much think that could be the way this plays out. I think if Jamal goes out and gives you a good year of play out there, if he goes out there and plays upper level play at safety again, gives you a near a Pro Bowl level season, that would also do that in that way. Certainly if he has a signature moment or goes out and is able to kind of be a dominator or have his presence really be felt during the playoff action when kind of all the eyes of the nation are upon you, that certainly would help to start to dispel that down there a little bit. And I agree with you there. That could help things out, tremendously. So as I said, kind of at the top of the show at the beginning of this quest, his story's not set. It's in a dark place of the book right now. The plot's turned bad for our main character, but that doesn't mean the story is completely set for him, and that doesn't mean that he's done and he's spent and he's cooked, and there's no chance that he can reclaim back to the player he was. These are injuries that are all over the board for him. It's not been just one that he keeps having happen again and again, with the exception of his fingers, but he got those fused. So how much that continues to rear itself, we'll see. But I still like him, and my only other point with this at the top, Washington Fist Quest, was that I feel like the best iteration of this defense, the best possible version for this defense to reach its highest heights of productivity this year on the field, requires Jamal Adams to be out there. And that's as much as anything why I'm hopeful here for this, is I do really believe that in my bones. Him out that field helps to take this defense to a higher top notch than they would be able to get to otherwise. Without him, maybe they're a top 15 defense. With him, I think they can creep into scratching into the edges of a top 10 unit. Thank you, though, Fish Quest, for that $5 donation. I do appreciate you for that. Ayush, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I really do appreciate you for doing that, Ayush. Welcome aboard. Says, hey, B, usually not live in the chat as I only listen in while busy, but I appreciate you and your community as I live in the Bay Area now. Ooh, that's tough, Ayush. I did a year of Bay Area and said to myself, never again. They were mean. I wore my hat. I wore my Seahawks swag out there because I don't care. I don't care about San Francisco. I don't care about your red colors. I'm going to wear my colors wherever I want to wear my red colors. I'd be going into banks and the bank manager would be like, you just need to step right out. Be like, no, I need to fill out a customer form. So they're trying to laugh at me. I don't think that's very funny. But I hope you're hanging tough out there in San Fran's land. At the very least, now you're getting to enjoy some of their crocodile tears here over their quarterback situation. But thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you whenever you can joining in the chat. And I appreciate you as well. If you can't get in the chat, just listen, kind of doing work or listening on the side. Thank you for that as well. Any way you consume this content, as long as you're consuming it, I'm very thankful and appreciative for it. And thank you for the support. I'm becoming a member of the channel as well. We're going to continue to expand these membership benefits for you folks that are members of the channel. So thank you, Ayush. Welcome aboard. And thank you. Make it back in the house. Said with a $2 donation, says, you babbling, B? You don't need to drink to do that. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong on that. I'm certainly, especially 5 hours in, the babble starts getting pretty heavy for me. I've noticed, big time noticed. Thank you, Megan. Glad you're back. Radu, how good would the Niners be if they had Geno? I think they would have to be far and away the Super Bowl contender. I think they would have to. He changed the nature of the position for them at that point. Because now they're not just getting by. Now they actually have a guy that can be almost a difference maker there. And I don't know that they've had that at the position in years. Radu Turkin, Chris Jones to Seattle. I'd love to see it, but I think that this is a situation that works out both for Chris Jones and for the Chiefs situation to just kind of sit on things. Jones would like to get the deal done. Don't get me wrong on that, but it's not a bad backup plan for him to just sit out the first 8 games, rest up the body, get him health right, plays through the back half of the schedule, and then he's back into free agency next year and not missing out on any dollars. He'll still get his contract at that point. And from the Chiefs' angle of it, I think that they can get by with him through the first 8 weeks, Radu, where they don't have to feel pressed to make this situation get resolution at this point. He comes back when they need him for the stretch run, and I think that works just fine. Gibson says quarterbacks proving to be the most necessary component of a quarterback of Super Bowl winning teams as of late. Despite the Niners' overall talent, the quarterback position is an obvious weakness. Agreed. I'm a guy that says you don't need Superman there. You don't need cape flapping in the wind on this, Gibson. But I do think you have to have a guy that you're not just having to work around their deficiencies and limitations. And the Niners already went down this road. It's funny to me that they're so wrapping themselves back up in Purdy. You went down this road with Garoppolo. You already went down the road of a limited guy. Couldn't make all the throws. Didn't have mobility. And Purdy's not the same guy in his skill set as Garoppolo, but there's things he's better at and things he's worse at. But, it all kind of boils down to the same thing. You're going to have to work around your quarterback to win. And if you're going to talk about going and trying to be a Super Bowl winner or contend for Super Bowls, no matter how strong your roster is, if that's what I'm saying about your quarterback position, it really does feel like on the surface of it, you're only going to go so far. In utero, I'd say the deep, you mentioned deep throws in utero. I think deep is making throws like a 20-yard post route. I'll go single high. I'll run press coverage on the outside. And then I'll squeeze zones tight underneath with my linebackers and my strong safety down in the box. I'll run a short quarters coverage across the board. Show me you can throw a 9 route over the top. Show me you can have your receiver beat Tariq Woolen over the top on the outside. Have Mike Jackson playing off coverage and zone on the other. He drops into bail technique. Then you buzz the linebacker underneath on the other side to take away the short stuff. The commitment, the key on this commitment thing with this in utero, and this is a very important part of this because if you go to the games last year, you go to the Niner games we played last year, there was not a commitment to squeeze the short zones. The defense remained in its protective state. Cover 3, quarters, half. There was no let's make them uncomfortable. Remember the big thing that I was saying about that Niner game when I was leading up to it? The playoff game was we're outgunned here. We're down men. They're healthier. They're in a better state. We're on the road. This is not a game that we're likely to win. This is not a game anyone has us likely even competing in. So let's go for it. Let's press this tight. Let's make these guys uncomfortable. Let's make Brock Purdy beat us throwing the ball down the field. Don't let him beat us by running the ball. Let's bring stack boxes. Let's bring coverages in tight. And let's make Brock Purdy beat us over the top. But if you go in utero, watch that third Niner game, you did the complete opposite from a defensive standpoint. I don't even think you ran a lot of 3-4 in that game. But you did not work to stop the run. You did not work to try to get him to throw and hit you over the top with the passes. He had a couple of throws in the game here or there, but you didn't consistently ask him to do it. And so it will be the first time they do it this year will be the first time they've done it up against Brock Purdy, now having played him for the third time at that point. And if he goes and he beats that, I'll eat crow in utero at that point. I'll eat crow. If he goes out there and some team does this and he actually can show himself to do this stuff consistently, then I'll stand up and be like, okay, I was wrong. You actually can pull those throws off. But I want to see him do it. And I just haven't seen a team that's forced him in any of his starts. He's made some throws down the field, but have forced him to consistently have to stay into those kind of throws. DVN, you can definitely stack the box on Purdy. Next gen stats show he only throws short all over the field and deep on the left. Cowboys started to expose it last season. Yeah, that's that tendency thing that comes in. It's like a baseball player. You see this too. You see a baseball player will come out and he's at first major league action and he's on fire. And for about 3 or 4 weeks, and man, he is hot. And it's like, wow, we got the answer here with this guy. But then he starts to fall back down to earth as the advanced scouting reports start kicking in. As they get a lot of data on the guy and they can really start to refine down where he's good and where he's bad and isolate it. Now they're going to force you into playing left-handed. Now they're going to force you into what you don't do well. Now what is your counter? And what makes the good players the great players is those that then have that counter to the teams that are countering their initial strength. Because some guys just don't have that second counter. They just got I had only the one move. I had my first one move. That's all I had, was just that one move I do. You took that away. It's kind of all I got. We'll see. We'll see if Purdy's got a second move. I don't think he does. I don't think he's got an ace up that sleeve. I think he's played all his cards. Radu, would Seattle draft another high pick cornerback in future years if Witherspoon is not the guy we think he is? Or would you just do a trade at that point? I don't think we would, Radu. We don't have a history of drafting cornerbacks high throughout Coach Carroll's time. If you look at it, the highest draft pick that you've made, I think, is you took at one point, I think, a second rounder on Walter Thurman 10 years ago, and you did a late third rounder on Shaquille Griffin like 6 years ago. So going this high in the first round is not usually something they've done. I think they only did it because of the value that they had on their board for Witherspoon and by how high they held him in a claim. So I think he's just an unusual evaluation and prospect for what they normally look at when they come into these drafts. Besides, I could see us drafting an outside linebacker in the first round next year. It's possible there'll be some good strength there. I'll tell you, the middle linebacker class is looking good, Herside. It's looking real good. D-Boy, I'm a real thing guy too. I can't quite get to the tofu side. D-Boy says, did everyone see DK has the number 1 jersey last month? I was showing that. Another interesting thing, D-Boy, is take a look here. I've got the actual graphic here. You probably saw this as well. But take a look at this on this for a second. Kind of interesting. And what you'll notice there, D-Boy, is look who's number 2. The number 1 jersey seller in the UK is DK Metcalf, and the number 2 is Tyler Lockett. How about that? How about them apples? Furlack is celebrating 17 months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that, Furlack. Long time support. Hypothetical trade here, Brando. I love hypothetical trades. Let's go. Let's go. He says, Seattle sends one of our defensive backs that won't make the team. The pick we got from Denver, third rounder, in the upcoming draft for Chase Young. Well, this one might be a tough one for me to quite figure out on this one, Furlack. I don't hate the trade, so I'll say that. But let's chop this one up a little bit. You're currently 4 deep at the edge, at your edge group. You have Darrell Taylor for 2 years of cheap club control. You're going to go then trade Chase Young for a third rounder and one of your potential guys like in Trey Brown that you might have multiple years of club control remaining with him. So you're only getting that 1 year remaining of Chase. And then who's starting and who's not at that point? Because you're 5 deep at edge. So I just don't, there's only so many snaps on a defensive football field for those guys. You're not going to kick Chase inside. Maybe if I guess you move Darrell Taylor in addition to it, but then the thing I don't like about that is you're only then getting the 1 year of club control for him for that third round pick. That part kind of bothers me as a guy that I'm going to be probably heavily rotating in with the amount of guys that I've got to work through there. So I like Chase Young a lot. I'm not opposed to bringing him in, but that would give you one hell of a log jam at your edge class position at that point. And we've just got, I'd rather put those assets to a defensive lineman for me for a lack at this point. Get a little bit of a better guy down there. Herbicide, where will Trey go? Not sure, man. Washington. I don't know. Not a lot of landing spots when you look at it on the surface of it to it, you know. Minnesota. Maybe Minnesota looks a year from now to move on from Cousins and goes to a guy like Trey Lance. I think they could make some sense. Sony Bakerman, I want Pumpkin to wash my face too. She's a good cleaner, man. Every once in a while, she'll start cleaning my hair. DJ Amadeus says, wish Cortez Kennedy happy birthday today. Happy birthday, Cortez. Rest in peace. Tony says, Brandon, in that play in the Super Bowl, your Hawks should have had 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers, and number 24 in the backfield with Russell under center on that play. They should have called a quarterback sneak. Russ wasn't really the greatest, Tony, at quarterback sneaks. I don't know if it was just kind of because he wasn't a bigger guy. You know, when you're a 6'4" guy falling forward, it's easier versus being like a 5'9" guy trying to fall forward, and you're only needing a couple inches. And Russ never did the quarterback sneak all that well. I don't disagree with you in that, you know, 2 tight end look or under center look would have been more advantageous for me. The problem when you're going to run the read option, and they didn't even run read option, but run a shotgun approach, is that you remove what is really on the forefront of the Patriots' mind in that moment, which is that they're going to run this here. They're going to run this here. This is for sure going to be a run. Well, then you need to run the play action then as an offense, because you're going to get bite. You're going to get that defense to take the false steps. But instead they went with just a pure pass play. And that's where I did not like the play. There was reasons why they selected that play. That play had a lot of success even at the goal line over that last year of time. But I would have as well gone under center and play action, rolled to the strong side, give them 2 reads. They're not there, run it in. If you can't run it in, throw it away. Live to play another day, and then go to a run on 3rd down, you know. Join the whale. Aloha, Brandon. Aloha, Hawks Nest. Aloha to you too, man. Hope you're doing well. We don't want Trey Lance as Alexander. We didn't end up breaking his leg in practice. Yeah, that's probably true. Probably true. D-Nugget, Mariners lost today, but are 3rd place in the AL right now. I got to take it to the last game of the season. They're looking good, D-Nugget. They've been as hot as team as anybody in baseball, and it's been tremendous to watch. Julio putting the team on his back, and then Julio sitting for a couple days, and the team's still just balling out of control. You know, they're getting hot at the right time of year, and it might just end up propelling them into the playoffs. And if they're this hot, once they get in the playoffs with this pitching staff, they could be a tough out for a team. I like our chances. Brandon the Cut says, no juice, straight shots. I think I'll enjoy just after work. There we go. Let's go. Gotta put a couple shots in if we're drinking, you know, a few. JT, the Hawks will lead the NFC in rushing yards and rushing attempts. I hope so, JT. I took Kenneth Walker on my fantasy team the other day. So I hope you're right on that. We're winning a lot of games if that ends up being the reality. Herbicide, how do we like our chances versus the Packers Saturday? I mean, Julian Love's going to play a lot, and you got to go into Green Bay. I don't know. It's the last preseason game of the year. I think the team's probably already going to be looking a little bit towards that first game of the season. I'm not liking the odds. And we should have gotten that one, D-Boy, but, you know, hey, we're still at least rolling along, the Mariners, you know? They're at least rolling along. Janth Kumar says, that's a great answer. Thank you, Janth. And I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. If I'm wrong, I'm not intended to, but thank you. Would like to always want to make sure I'm answering kind of fully on these questions. It's a great question. It's a great question. Because there are those quarterbacks that, you know, you don't have the faith in that they're not going to wilt in those big moments, that it's going to be too big for them, that their hands are going to get a little bit shaky. Yeah. I have a wonder at times with like guys like Kirk Cousins in that respect of things, you know. DVN, I'm just ready for the regular season. Nothing gets me going more than the Hawks making plays. Oh, me too, man. Nothing better than a win. I'm amped up for hours after a win. Part of why I love going with the live streams. It gives me a chance to expend my built-up energy, you know. Jonas says, I do not like the Eagles team. There's only one bird of prey in the sky around here. And he's not in Philly. He says, I'm pretty sure we beat the Eagles 50-0. I like your prediction. D-Boy B, I said, what's up? I don't know if you've seen it, but I got back to work, and everyone have a good night, Hawks. Hey, you have a good night, D-Boy. I did see you, man. I hope you have a good one. Don't work too hard out there. DVN says, playoff Gino was cooking. I was in the mall jumping for joy the first half while watching on my phone. Then the refs woke up. Yeah. And they're like, we got to get this, but we can't let them win. But Gino showed me enough in that game with what he was kind of having to work through, the difficulties of play on that offense. He showed me enough on top of what he had done throughout the course of the season to make me feel pretty firm about, yeah, we good. Alexander Brandon, you ever think about doing Cash App on the streams because YouTube takes 40%? I do have in my description section. I do have my Venmo account in there. I've got my PayPal down in the description section. I don't broadcast it a lot. And it's only like 30%, which is still a decent amount, but, I probably will try to broadcast that more into the future on that. You know, the thing that I do like about the YouTube thing is that the comments come up and people can see them when they're posting them through as far as donations on the channel. If I do it through, you put PayPal or Venmo, it doesn't then necessarily show up as a notification on the channel, you know. There's also the part of this too that, you know, with them taking the bits on this that they do on their part, which does suck, but there is the part of this too where it becomes in YouTube's best interest to then promote me on algorithms because I'm a producing channel for them in that respect, right? So this is what allows me to dominate algorithms when I want to post a new video, because it's like, we want to get this guy out onto eyeballs. So it does also keep me into the good standing with YouTube, to where they keep me at the forefront and promoting me in a way that other channels are not going to get that benefit from, you know? So there's a bit of that into it that I have thought with it, but I do technically put it down there in the description if somebody wants to go through and do it that way. Jonah says, I'm sorry, I'm not subscribed right now with the Ring of Honor like I usually am, Brandon. My account is there. All my money this month went to my brother-in-law in Lahaina. Pray for Hawaii, y'all. No, that's a better place to go right now on it. My heart is going out to those folks out there. I talked to my mom about the situation that's happened out there. And, you know, not exactly getting the support that they should be getting nationally out there to help them out. And it's really sad. And somebody needs to step to the forefront out there and be a leader in that situation, because that's what's in dire need of what's going on out there at this point. Is let's get some leadership in there to get this thing fixed. A lot of confusion, a lot of a lot of confused looks from leadership out there that should not be the way it is right now. We need you to kick in and lock it in place at this point. But no worries, Jonah. Appreciate you whenever you can support. You're watching, hitting the like button, doing that type of thing. You're doing mighty fine by me. That's all I ask a minimum, and that's helping this channel out, no doubt about it. Hope your brother does well, or hope he's able to get back up on his feet over there. It's that's just a tough situation all the way around. The more you think about it in every which way, you know, from the housing now to housing in the future to jobs. Oh my God, you know, the more you unravel it, the tougher it looks. PTHV, what are the odds of Jamal Adams finishing the season? What type of trade could we get for him? Maybe a 4-for-1? Right now, there's no Jamal Adams trade value, PT. There just isn't. You're not going to get. He carries a big base contract, number one, which nobody's going to want to sign up for. Number two, you're going to have to get way too much dead money hit at this point to move him in a trade. So it's just not going to happen. If he goes out and has a really good year this year, PT, and he lights it back up, and maybe the team just feels good about their other safeties they've got, and they're like, let's save some money, maybe then you could look at it as a trade at that point to get something back for him. But there's just nothing to be had back for him at this point right now. Odds of Jamal Adams finishing a season, he has yet to finish one season here in 2 years. He was healthy with the Jets prior to that. 50-50 based upon his career is what I would say. All of these injuries have been different, PT, so it's not technically where you look at a knee like you look at Todd Gurley and say, well, there's no more cartilage left in that knee. They've already ripped the meniscus out about 10 years ago. He's got bone on bone going on there. It's not going to get better anytime soon. He does not have that going on. So that does provide me with a little bit of maybe hope that there's something you can still reclaim here within Jamal. But the team's already made their peace with this PT, and they're going to ride with him this year. They're going to try to make this work for one more season at least. Grandizer, Brandon Kane, my EBT card doesn't allow for fantasy football purchases. Oh, well, no worries, man. It's all good. I understand sometimes there are some of those restrictions on there, so it's all good. As I say, if you guys are able to support. If you're not able to support, if there's some hurdles on it, if you're watching, liking, that's as much as I can ask, and I'm perfectly happy with that on that side of it. You know, because we've got amazing support here on the viewership, amazing viewership, like all that stuff. And that's what's going to help this channel both in the short and the long term. So it's all good. We'll be doing some fantasy-based stuff, Grandizer. I'll be doing that Saturday show that's going to be around fantasy. I'll be doing some kind of my picks for the week, fantasy advice, that type of thing on these kind of Saturday shows. So it's just kind of to do a little bit of an extra, like, little fun thing, you know, kind of a little bit of new, different content than the normal stuff. DVN, I will say the 49ers do have an easier schedule, though. So even if Purdy gets found out, it may not matter till the postseason. Might not. To your point on that, I will say, DVN, though, that's that thing that'll happen where early on in the season, And this would happen with Garoppolo too, where Garoppolo starts off and he looks really good in the early year when, the weather's 70 degrees and these guys are throwing into the warmth and there's no wind. A suspect arm can kind of look okay, but it is once it rolls into those winter months when the wind does start blowing, when everything gets colder, and when things get colder, the ball doesn't travel as far. And now those limitations become a little bit brighter and more on display, in my opinion. So you might be right. We have to wait to really get to see that at that point. But we will see it, I think, at some point or another this season. DVN, I'm glad to be a Hawk. The other teams don't have the community that we have. I joined right around the panic of the Wilson trade and haven't regretted it. Learned so much more about the Hawks. Well, thank you, DVN. I am so blessed with the community I got and so happy with the community I got. And every one of you guys, to a man, to a woman, is tremendous. And everybody understands what time it is when we're coming in here. Everyone understands what the point of what we're trying to do in here is. And it's a very, very, very special place because of that. And I'm glad that comes off to others as it feels like it comes off from my standpoint of it. It's just that it's so unique and that it's hard to find this thing, I think, in other communities. And part of why we will, not only have a great place here into the future, but, why I think we will be successful, because there isn't any other people that can get and keep their community on the page in the way that we're able to keep everybody on the community. Things always got to roll. Look at the Niners right now. You want to go look at some toxicity, go look at the infighting going on just the quarterback situation, not even any other subjects with the Niners, not any other stories with the Niners, not about their line, not about the Bosa contract, just about the quarterback position alone. And the toxicity on that is like next level. And we have managed to avoid that here so very often. And I love it. I absolutely love it. Roxanne Roll is in the house. What's up, Roxanne? Thank you for the $10 donation. And it is very good to see you in here tonight. Says the Pete Carroll interview with Richard Sherman is something to behold. Gives insight to that Super Bowl 49 play we all hate. Do yourself a favor and view it. It will get your heart pounding. It's a fantastic interview, Roxanne, and I don't think words can do it enough justice as opposed to just go and check out the interview. It's one that will illuminate certain things that may be in the bit of the darkness in your own mind and your view of the team and of the play that they talk about in Super Bowl, but just as the team too. And, just in the reference of what made that team tick a little bit in a more expansive way, in a little bit of the, you have a team that is that dedicated. And the thing that I take away as much as from this is that, it's like you sometimes have to get paid the cost to get the benefits of stuff. And if you want a team of dogs, of guys, Roxanne, that are all in, that are football all the time, that when they leave the facility, they're still thinking about football, that when they're all hanging together after playing football and they're getting tight and they're becoming a brotherhood and they live for the sport and they want to do something special and they want to be held into a high esteem of greatness after their careers are surpassed in a way that players kind of don't do or are unable to kind of feel that in that moment. Like players are so young and they think they're going to play forever. And it's hard to get guys with that recognition on this is how much you need to be in on right now because you have the potential to be so special and to set a mark in a way that no one else really can because you're how young and how good you guys are. But then the price that comes with that, when you have a situation like that feels like a betrayal to the dedication. And it wasn't a betrayal, but as to why it would feel like that, Roxanne, right? And it's also really good on the other part of that you come out the end of it of feeling like some of the bitterness that's been at play there with the players, especially with a guy like Richard Sherman in regards to, I think, that play and their outlook on it and their view of it, even years afterwards. It does feel like there's starting to be a level of peace from a guy like Sherman in the way that he talks about it. A lack of bitterness, an acceptance to what Carroll was telling him. And that, Richard, this is the reasons why we did this. This is why this was done. Not to make Russell Wilson's star big and bright and shine across the landscape, but because there's a lot of logic and reasons that goes into making this decision. And I think Sherman was accepting that, Roxanne, which was encouraging to see. Because I don't think Carroll tells any lies here. I think he's being truthful and forthright and honest. I just don't think the players wanted to accept it. But now they maybe are starting to be willing to do it, which is great. DVN says, I was in 49er and Ram country as a Hawk fan, so you already know that was tough. I do. I've lived it, man. It's brutal. I prefer Spoon. I saw a documentary that made me appreciate him a lot more on the YouTube. He's a good player. I'll have to go look that up. I didn't know there was a documentary out there on him, but I will. I'll go check it out. And I thought I'd be in. They're all laid back hippies out there. You think you wear a Hawk hat or a Seahawks shirt, you'd be all right. But yeah, I felt like I was going to get egged when I walked the sidewalks. I was getting kicked out of banks by bank managers. Get a grip, people. Don Power Ranger, Hawks Nest. Hello, Brandon and all. Hope everyone is well. You too, man. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you jumping in. Seahawks, I said the Falcons could trade for Lance. I'd love the Falcons to do that move. Ritter's all right, but Lance has got a lot of physical ability that I don't know that Ritter does, especially from an arm talent standpoint. PT, should we trade Adams before? Yeah, there's no trade value on trading Adams at this point, PT. You're not getting anything back from him, and the dead money hit you can't make. If you're going to move on from Adams, you're going to have to just cut him at a certain point of this offseason to where you could designate him as a post-June 1st designation and spread the dead money over a 2-year period. You cross that Rubicon line, and so you can't go do it now. Now you're with him for the whole rest of the year. Team 24 Momo, you a robot, bro. You've been on here for a minute. It's how I do what I do, brother. As Megan says, this is a short stream for me. This is just a layover. Gio says, are 5 hours in already? Man, I love this show. Thank you, brother. We're creeping up there. Judah talks. Do you think our D coordinator is a good play caller? I think it's a little early to make the assessment there, Judah. Little early to make the assessment on that. He didn't have a good first year. But Judah, you were in a rebuild season. You were turning over a lot of the roster. Let's also remember too, with Jamal Adams, you lost your best defensive player after the first quarter of the first game. So I think we've got to give Hurt a little more slack on this one, Judah, as far as time, before we make that kind of assessment, because he was dealing with that. He's starting, what was he starting, like 3-4 rookies on defense? Logan, Pete owned the mistake, said he knows there's nothing he can say or do to fix it, but also reiterated that Bevel called the play in 49, and Sherman acknowledged it. It was a great play by Smith to pick it. Accurately put, Logan. I don't have a whole lot to add on top of that. That's exactly as I took away from it too as well. And that's exactly the thing that I've been trying to say for years in regards to that play on top of it. I've been trying to have really Carroll's back with this. Not to be so super ultra supportive of the play call, but to say that it's not simply just as some people were trying to put it. And it really became this, well, it's them to try to make Russell Wilson the star. They didn't want beast mode to be the star. They wanted Wilson to be the star. No, that was not what went into that. That's not accurate. ADL Williams, Otani has a torn UCL. Ooh. Otani, Tommy John. Well, they're not saying Tommy John yet. Undergoes successful Tommy John surgery. That's interesting. I think it takes some time to process that one, ADL. Jonah the Whale says, if Jamal Adams stays healthy all year, he will be Defensive Player of the Year. You heard it here first. I'm Nostradamus-ish. That'll be your new, it's no longer Jonah the Whale, it's Nostradamus-ish. You got to change your handle to that, Jonah. And hey, you're going to get the credit. If you're right, I'll give you the credit, man. Jeff Crackwack says, Pete seems really confident about this team. I think rightfully so, Jeff. I mean, it is a very young team. That's the big question for me in my mind about this team getting to a competitive state of truly being a contender this year. is maybe you're just too young to quite get there this season. But from a talent standpoint, I think this is every bit as talented as the team that went to the Super Bowl and won it in 2013. I mean, and easy to understand from Pete's standpoint of why he'd be happy, is so confident with a team that is just this good. They have stacked this up, and they have really killed it these last 2 drafts to put themselves in this position. And it's a testament to their team building philosophy and concept, but this is a monster they're building right now, an absolute monster. Furlax is low risk, high reward. There's you're right. There's a low risk, I guess, to a degree for Lack, but like you say, if it's Trey Brown and you're moving Trey Brown in this trade, you're losing 2 years of team club control with Trey Brown there, which is maybe valuable if this guy's going to step back to looking like he did in his first year. And if I had maybe multiple years of club control with Young, I could be with this for Lack, but you're only getting that 1 year of club control with Young. And as other people have said, he's been so injury prone. To get that 1 year off of him, and then now he's your 5th edge. Where does he fit in? It's tough. Logan, there isn't a ton of ways to save money in 2024 without taking big dead cap hits as well. Adding Chris Jones would hurt more than help. We need more than just one player to boost the roster. I don't know if it would hurt more than help to bring in Chris Jones. And it certainly does make things tough and difficult for next year's salary cap situation. But let's remember, Logan, with the way that some of these teams have stretched things out at times in years when they're going for it, this is a bit of the price to me of the modern age, in that you can stretch things out. You can move money around at that point. If you're in a rebuilding state, if you're in an in-between state, if you're in a devolving state to where your team's getting less and less talented and you're not looking like a contender, then you don't make these kind of moves. But if you are a team that is into that Super Bowl mode, then you're moving money down the line. You are moving money down the line. You mentioned that we can't do a lot. Let's take a look. So we go to the 2024 season as it stands right now. And you're sitting on what I guess projected it. Basically, they're saying -6 as it sits with Sports Track right now. So you got almost a $9 million savings by moving off of Jamal Adams. You have a potential $11 million savings by moving off of Quandre Diggs. You have a $7 million savings by moving off from Will Disley. The Brian Monet contract, Monet is on the books right now at $6.4 million. You have only a $500,000 dead money hit with Brian Monet. So that means that you would clear $6 million more with Brian Monet if you moved on from him. Jaron Reed, you can save an additional $5 million almost by moving off of Jaron Reed. So yeah, there's some dead money, but Jaron Reed and Brian Monet are $2 million. Disley's $3 million. So that's $5 million. Quandre's $4 million, so that's $9 million. Jamal's $14 million, so you're $23 million of dead money you eat, but then you create upwards of $30 million of new space with that on if you went that route with it. So there is a hit there, but this is also on probably what's going to be a $260 million cap, I would say. So you can make it work is kind of what I'm saying there with Logan. Is it going to be a little bit tough? Yeah, but you can make it work, and you have other positions that are cheap to augment that on the other side. I'm not saying we need to aggressively go make the move, but if it presents itself, I'm not opposed to it. Michael Cam, with the JSN injury, we are placing Lockett in the slot and keeping Bobo and company on the outside. What's your take on this? I would probably rather put Bobo into the slot than Lockett. Lockett does his best work on the outside. And he doesn't give you enough from a yak standpoint to me. Not that Bobo is going to either, but I would go probably the opposite. Flying blind, I'm late. What's the injury status of the rookies? So Witherspoon's still out, flying blind. We're waiting on him to be able to return back to practice. Mike Morris had a surgery on the shoulder, so probably not back for another 4 weeks or so for him. JSN's going to also had successful wrist surgery today, so probably out minimum 4 weeks, maybe a little bit extra beyond that. Kenny McIntosh is still working through the knee injury. And Olu is still working through his own injury as well. But those guys are more in, I think, a day-to-day-ish kind of status, more than it's about them out for a couple weeks. Sean Tillis says, I sure hope Jamal plays a full season. He could have a big year with how many playmakers we have on defense now. He really could, Sean. The table has been set. The team has transitioned away from the 4-3 defense, which Jamal didn't work into, to a 3-4. The team's gone out and gotten guys like Julian Love that now can free Jamal up from having to play traditional strong safety roles as far as like cover 2 looks and stuff. So you can get him now down up around the line of scrimmage. So the team have taken some steps to really put him in a position to succeed. Now we just need, Sean, to your point, him to remain healthy, and he should be able to flourish. But that is a big what if. G-Man Carr, trade Brown and D. Eskridge for Trey Lance. Yeah, I don't think they would trade inter-division with each other. I can't see that. JL Seahawks, me neither. To live in the past is to die in the past. Bill Belichick, that's right. Got to move forward. Got to keep moving it forward there. Seahawks, I'm mad at the 2006 Super Bowl blow that the refs rigged us and had the Steelers fans that owe Seahawks a Lombardi trophy. Now that I agree with. That I agree with being bitter about. That I agree with never forgiving, never forgetting, never allowing that to pass. Never let any of those freaking steel curtain suckers out there try to tell you differently with that. And I will die on that hill, Seahawks. I will die on the hill. Die on the hill of. That team was absolutely ripped off in that game. And that's the most, I've said it once, I'll say it a million times, it's the most rigged game I've ever seen in my life. By far. By far. Never forget. Gabriel W. Yeah, the whole they didn't want beast mode winning the MVP is such a load of S. No way in hell they were thinking that far. That's not Pete. They were simply trying to win the Super Bowl. It always struck me as so silly to Gabriel, and the fact that the players kind of fueled this for a while, as though they were like giving it some onus. It was just, think this through, folks, right? Players, think this through. Right? In this heart of the moment, a miracle plays happen with Jermaine Kearse. You've got, you barely look like you're going to squeeze this one out. In the moment, you're like, we got this one by such a far length, we're going to go get this touchdown, that we can choose the nature by which we get the touchdown. And then to communicate that all, as there's no timeout called, by the way, because Kearse makes the catch, and it's not like Pete and Carroll and them have a timeout call and they all sort of deliberate and talk it over. This is all happening as the clock is ticking down. It's like, no way. No way. Yeah. Wizard doesn't seem to agree with me, though. He says, Wizard says, I think we should trade Mike Jackson and Darrell Taylor while their value is high, and give us a dominant nose tackle. We got enough depth at the positions to be okay. Wizard, I'm way more in favor of that than I am of, and of course, no shade, no shade to you for a lack on this one, but I do like the idea, if we're going to package those players, of going a little bit more for the defensive tackle, nose tackle type. That's the hole on the team right now. It's not really as much the edges. That's the spot. Deadshot Killer says, if Love's playing, I love our chances against the Packers. Maybe like a little bit better if he's out there. He's a hell of a player. He's going to be really good for us this year. He's going to help us out a lot with his versatility. Wizard was not in agreement on this. He says the NFL didn't want beast mode to be the star of a Super Bowl to then not talk to the press. Yeah, see, that's the part where I don't get that with that Wizard. So when did that conversation take place, with Carroll and company on that one? So like coming into the game, it's that they had the NFL and Commissioner Goodell had the foresight to come down to Seattle and say, if it comes down to Marshawn Lynch having a chance for a game-clinching touchdown run, you don't give him the ball. And let's think this through on this, Gabriel, or Wizard. If on that throw, that's just a mere incompletion, then are we to understand then if Seattle's able to run 3 plays there at the end, And if they're dead set, then the fact that they weren't going to go to Marshawn Lynch would you really believe that they're going to run 3 straight plays there at the 2-yard line and there's not going to be one run to Marshawn Lynch? The time wasn't in place to set that up. There was no spot. There was no timeout. There was no moment to cut. There was no opportunity to make that kind of call to have that happen like that. Did the NFL probably not want Marshawn to be the MVP? Yeah, probably not. But there's a difference, I think, between not wanting Marshawn to be the MVP and constructing it so that you prevent him from becoming the MVP. I think the NFL, if they really wanted to control that wizard, if they really wanted to beast mode to not be the MVP, let's remember with this too. If beast mode runs that touchdown in and he has a very good game and he's a great game and he's certainly deserving of being the MVP. But if the NFL at that moment wants to make Russell Wilson the MVP instead at that point, did Russell not throw for 300 plus yards in that game? Was Russell not playing pretty much a tremendously clean game throughout that? Certainly could have made the stronger argument that Marshawn earned it at that point, but the NFL could have just as easily, without having to have any machinations and calling down the field and getting into Pete Carroll's headset, like, shh, hey, Pete, this is Roger Goodell in the moment here. What, Roger, why are you on? I've got to make a call here. Yeah, you do not give it to Marshawn. What's easier, doing that on that side of it or just simply then giving it to Russell Wilson? And let's face it, for whatever worries they had about giving the reward to Marshawn, there would have been no worries in giving it to Russell Wilson. Quite the opposite end of the scale on that one. Dior Brian, do I think we trade for a defensive tackle? I do think, Brian, we trade for one or pick one up. There's 3 possibilities of the way I think, Brian, this comes through. You have the cut down day on the 29th. There will be 1,400 players cut on the open market on that day. You better believe Schneider's going to be picking through that lot, looking to see if there's somebody of value he can go get. The other way that you can do this is by trade. Go get somebody out there that maybe you get a team like the Colts that suddenly go into trade mode, sell mode if they move on from Taylor and they're open to moving a Grover Stewart or, dare I dream, DeForest Buckner. The third method would be before the trade deadline. I think one of those 3 methods is going to be utilized here. I just don't know which one it is on that one, Brian. I'm a little uncertain. 360 bets, how bad did the Ravens kick the Texans' ass week 1 with your favorite quarterback playing his first game week 1? It's going to be rough. That Texans offensive line does not look like the greatest. Texans defense is pretty good. I think that's probably actually somewhat of a low-scoring game. So I think the Ravens beat them by like 8 points. But they keep it close because the Texans defense is going to be able to keep it close. I'm also not completely sure 360 bets that this change with Lamar Jackson to the new offense is just absolutely going to take off, no doubt about it. I think there's a reason in the first place that they ran that Roman offense, and moving away from it, I think is going to start to lean into things that Lamar doesn't do as well, and maybe doesn't make him as productive as he once was. Tummy Tickler, love the nickname, says a bold Jake Bobo prediction. After this season, he will be viewed as someone who should have been picked in the first 2 rounds. I love your prediction, Tommy. And, the way he's played out the gate here, from the scrimmage game to the first 2 preseason games, he is looking every bit like that kind of guy, isn't he? I really enjoyed him coming out of the draft. I loved him as a player. I never quite got to a second-round grade on him, but he has been very impressive. Very, very impressive, Tommy. I think we've reached the spot of there's no doubt he makes the roster. And now we're looking at this guy actually being a guy to really contribute this year and come in and help this team out. But he has been very, very impressive. And just goes to show you when you watch a guy on tape and there's something about him that a guy like watching a UCLA tape where he's not highly rated, highly valued, but there's something about him that just sort of, use your nickname word there, just sort of tickles. Something is sort of like, there's something here with this guy I'm seeing that I cannot quantify every bit of what it is, but there's something this can work at the pro level. He can make this work. Brian says JSN has some trade. John Snyder has made some trades for pieces on defensive line in the past. He's done this at this time before, Brian. You've got Sheldon Richardson that they traded a 3rd-round pick for back in, I think, 17. You've got 2019, the Jadeveon Clowney trade of a 3rd-rounder when he was on the franchise tag. We got the Jamal Adams trade that we made right before the start of the season with the Jets. So he has a track record of doing these very kind of trades at this time, Brian. I think you're smart for bringing it up as a possibility. It is in play. Matthew said, I'd love for Bobo to have a breakout year and we trade him for a second and a decent interior lineman. I would too, man. That'd be amazing. Amazing. Logan, trade Darrell Taylor and Trey Brown to Indy for Grover Stewart. That's the trade I want. Grover Stewart has been consistently one of the better run stuffers in the league and fills a position of need. I love it, man. I love it. Sign me up. Logan says, my issue with moving off of players like Adams, Diggs, Disley is, does it make us better? Can we replace them with lesser contracts and get more protection? That's what we're relying on. Yeah. It's not necessarily you're going to cut all of them, Logan. You got a potential to cut up to a certain amount. I think you also have a little bit of flexibility here where if you're going to cut them, you don't have to cut them, but you're cutting them if you do because you have another commiserate move that you're looking to make that you would consider an upgrade. Another part that you could do to approach this, Logan, as well with this is the potential of what about with Disley and Diggs converting their base to bonus? You know, how much money would that free up? Maybe 10, 11, $12 million. You know, there's also some creative ways of doing this to where you can extend some stuff out and whatnot. And there's some straightforward guys, Logan, like I'd mentioned on that list too, like a Brian Monet or probably even a Jaron Reed, frankly, where it's not going to be very hard to move off those guys and get that another 10, 11, 12 million there. You know, you're not going to have to slay half your roster to get down to create some cap space is kind of what I'm saying on that. You might have to cut a couple guys, but you're not going to have to snip everything, you know, and you can always do the base to bonus thing. You can always put a voidable year on contracts, you know, and that's what teams do. I would say, Logan, that are in that Super Bowl window. It's what smart teams do. DVN says, Dad, what I saw earlier about the doc, it was a quick video showing the come up of Spoon and JSN. Shows how he was always the underdog. I'll check it out, man. I'd love to see it. Seahawks says Bill Levy admitted 4 years later that he kicked 2 calls in the fourth quarter. He's pointing to flagging quarterback Matt Hasselbeck for a low block when he made a tackle after throwing an interception. Yeah, that was one of the most insane ones in the game. Matt tackles a guy and gets called for an illegal block. That's how you knew they were just pulling things out of their butt at that point. And frankly, I don't buy Bill Levy's whole excuse there. I think he just laid on his sword on that one, Seahawks, because it was so overt. So it's like they had to come out and have an official actually just lay on the sword. But at the end of the day, to me, that was more of a league mandated situation that came down the pike. Megan says, I've always had Steeler fans tell me how much better their teams was than us. I can't repeat what my answer was to them on that stream. Well, you know, Megan, I'm usually a pretty person that's like, be respectful and kind and everything to that. When it comes to them and responding answer on that, they stole one and they should be nothing but now humble and looking down at the floor. You stole a Lombardi trophy. You don't sit there and raise your head with pride and stick out your chest. You look at the floor and you think about what you did. Unfortunately, we can never ask a Steeler fan to do that because they're capable of self-introspection. Radu, do any other team NFL teams run anything besides 3-4 or 4-3? The Bengals occasionally run 5-man fronts. They'll run a 5-2 every once in a while. Wink Martindale with the Giants will run a lot of different kind of stack fronts that aren't necessarily a 3-4-4-3. And of course, Radu, now you're having this new thing, which is the 2-man fronts. That's sort of kind of taking a bit of a hold. Matthews, anyone else hoping Cross shines a bit more next game? I was a bit disappointed. Me too. Wasn't a great opening game for him. Wasn't really impressive. Matthew says, I've honestly never been so hyped about this team, which makes me worried that I'm blind to their weaknesses. Well, with any NFL season, we've learned this in the past, Matthew, because it is a thing that can hold your ability to get to greatness or good or contention is always on a, you're always kind of hanging on a ledge a little bit with that one, even when you're great, even when you're running. I mean, look at the Niners last year, you know. It's all going good. This is our year. We got the energy. We got the spirit. We got the hunger. We got the right time. We got the chemistry. We're playing hot at the end of the year. And, Brock Purdy just got broke. We're done. So it's one that will take your heart in that way. But Matthew, you're right to be hyped because this team has never been this talented. Not even, I think, in 2013. This team may even surpass that team as far as its pure, raw, unadulterated talent goes. And there certainly wasn't another talented team behind that one going back to 80s, 70s, or 90s. And so that's where I say that you're right to be hyped. Does it mean there's not still a precipitous fall that could come up out of nowhere that we hadn't expected? Absolutely there is. Absolutely there is that possibility. But I would say, Matthew, there is that possibility with every NFL team, even a Chiefs team. No Chris Jones this year, sits out the first 8 games. Don't have the playmakers on the outside to get it done. Offensive line isn't as good. Defense falls apart. Suddenly they fall back in the pack to a 3-4 win team as you're 12, 13 weeks through the season. And that's a team that no one would think their floor would be at a point of that. But everyone's got that, I think, trap door sort of beneath their feet to some degree. Matthew, 49ers should be looking at the AFC, teams that are desperate like the Titans. I don't know, Matthew. The Titans seem pretty set where it stands with Malik Willis and Levis, and then you got Tannehill. So I think that they're not going to go 4 deep there. You're not wrong that the Titans aren't set at quarterback, so that's definitely right. But when you look at it, there's really not a lot of teams here that are going to stand out to us as far as being potential teams where this is going to work. New England to me is a slight possibility, but it's a pretty far outside of the box one. Raiders maybe. Commanders to me make a lot of sense, and the Vikings make a lot of sense to me. Tampa Bay is another team that could come into this. It's more NFC teams here than anything else. Logan, I'd rather have Grover because he plays nose tackle and happens to be quite a bit less expensive, especially since Buckner will want a new deal after the season. That'll be more than Grover Stewart. It's a good point. Good point. He does still carry around like about $8 or $9 million cap hit this year, does Grover. So he isn't super cheap. But I'll take either one, Logan. Either one will help this team and help what is kind of, I think, a bit of a deficiency on this team right now. Gibson says, I think we need to upgrade the D-line, but the key for us is health and the development of our young guys. Our run D is to improve from the last season. Agreed with that. Gibson. All that you said on that, I'm with that 100%. Young players and health is going to be much more of a decider. It just feels like maybe the run D or having an extra defensive lineman could be what helps maybe put you quite over the top, especially in stopping the run. King Bomber in the house. How you doing, man? Logan says the one position that has me worried for the future is linebacker. Do we rely on cheap 1-year free agency and draft a rookie, or do we overpay Jordan Brooks to retain a need? Devin Bush, I'm not high on. Let's see where things fall out with Jordan Brooks and Devin Bush. And let's also say, Logan, we don't know for sure that this is necessarily 100% Bobby's last year. It might be, but it might also not. I'm kind of okay with sitting and waiting on this situation. I will say too, in looking at the draft to next year, Logan, one of the strongest positions you have in next year's draft, it looks like early on, is middle linebacker. And if that's the case, maybe some of this could inform us as well. Peanut butter and waivers? Yes. What's up, man? Megan says, what is our cap space for the coming cut day be? Meaning, if we're looking to fill space and holes, how much do we have to spend and what moves can we make to create more? They basically have created the cap space that there is to create at this point, Megan. There's not a lot of other moves after you've done the Quandre Diggs conversion from base to bonus. There really is not another place for you to go out there and make another move here. Currently, Sports Track has the Seattle Seahawks. They've got us at $5 million. I think we're at like $12 million. But they're going to hold like $6 million aside. You got about $5 million to spend right now, Megan. $5.5, $6 million to spend approximately, give or take. They could create a little more space with a couple other moves if they really wanted to go with a big swing. If If you really wanted to go with a big swing, you could pull something off. And that would be more about, to me, Megan, converting the base to bonus. Another thing to consider with this, Megan, is like the Noah Fant deal where, okay, you have $6 million, but if you were to include like a Fant in the trade package, now suddenly you have $12 million because he saves you that kind of money by moving him in return. So there's some other creative passion, other ways than just cutting. You can restructure, base to bonus, put avoidable year on a deal, move the money around that way. That's why I say this, we don't have any cap space or any way to do it. We could do it if we want to do it. There's a price to be paid for it. They're sacrificing a future space to do it. But if the team thought the player worth it, or thought the player was going to be a move to take them over the top, then there you go. Jordan Cropper says we have a higher ceiling with Drew Lock. Maybe. Nuosu and Mafia are going to be a good combo this year, Matthew. Love what I'm seeing from them. Matthew says, shoot, I forgot about Levis. Yeah, it's easy to forget. None of them are standing out, man. It's easy to forget. Matt says, Truth, Hawks Nest. Thank you, Matt. King Bomber would have liked them to draft Trenton Simpson this year, but I guess they didn't like his tape. Nope. Understandable, too. The previous year in 21, he was more of an outside kind of guy and pass rushing and doing some of that stuff, and that's where he looked really good. This last year at Clemson, it was more moving him to the inside, and he wasn't as comfortable with that stuff, and there were some question marks there. Athletic as hell, fast as hell, a guy that's got a wide variance of skill that he can provide to the football field, and that he can be an outside rusher for you from time to time. But can he play middle linebacker? That's what was most important to you. Was not his ability to press the passer. In fact, that was kind of devalued for Seattle with where they were with their edge class. And that's the part that was a question mark that you don't really want to have to be a question mark, King Bomber, if you're taking that guy in the second round. He's got the talent, but he's never quite shown doing the job we want him to do there, that talent's going to rear itself. Logan says Bobby will be 34, then King Bomber. I'm not relying on 34 Bobby to play 110 snaps. I will say, Logan, there's been a history of middle linebackers being able to play at that age and still being able to play fairly effectively. So it is the one position I might point to on a football field, especially defensively, where a little bit of an older cat can get by. Guys like Lyndon Fletcher, Derek Johnson with the Kansas City Chiefs. There's been a few of these guys that have come down. Anybody else see AR-15 quote, Marshawn quote? I'm here so I don't get fined. That man wanted to be a Hawk, man. You know he did. I think they would have taken him if he would have slipped and fallen to us, too. DVN on the Beast Mode thing, I did watch KJ podcast, and I saw that they had a literal design play for this exact Super Bowl situation. They decided not to call it. Next day, Carroll blamed the defense post-game. Yeah, they had a dive play in place to Marshawn Lynch on a fullback dive, which would have been awesome for them to call it. This was probably a play that they might have gone to, I think, DVN, if they had gotten off of that first play. I think that if you go back to the next play on play 2 in that set, it would have been to Marshawn. So I think there was a plan to get back to that point. Quite honestly, I always hate with the DVN stuff with the last play in the Super Bowl play, especially. That drives me crazy. And fans do this at times in my post-game discussions where they'll get locked onto one play in a football game and they'll go, see, this is why we lost. This one play here with this one thing that happened, that's why we lost. And I always have a hard time with that because it's really a collection of plays more than a single play. And beyond being a collection of plays, it's the totality of plays as to why you lost. And the Super Bowl play, as bad as it was bad, but Carroll wasn't wrong. You gave up 10, you had a 10-point, you gave the Legion of Boom a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter of a Super Bowl. Should have been game over. And instead, they let the Patriots walk right up the field to them on multiple drives. It's understandable because they were injured. There's an explanation for this stuff, but that's where we come back to the explanation not being that there's an evil man sitting behind the scene guiding this. Right? It's just that this is the way this boiled down and broke down. And so, yeah, the defense does get the blame there. You gave up a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter. The offense had done enough. The Patriots only really had Julian Edelman, and you couldn't stop him. So Carroll wasn't wrong, I don't think, to put that blame out there. That's much more to me of the blame than that single final play is. Yeah. Logan, the Chiefs should be extremely worried about losing Jones. Outside of him, there isn't much on the defensive line that scares an offense. And Jones single-handedly saved some games last year for KC. Agreed. He's as important a defender on that defense as any defender in the sport. Logan, agree with you there. I don't think this is why I don't think that they feel the calls for him at this point. This is why I don't think they've done the Tariq Hill, Orlando Brown situation with him where they just let him go and call it a day because they recognize that value. I think that they're also comfortable with feeling Logan. Look at Andy Reid and how he starts off his years. Okay, go Logan and take a look at Kansas City through the years through their first 8 games with Andy Reid. He starts out every single year 7-1, 8-0, 6-0, 7 every single year. You know, so they could easily look at the situation and say this is not important to get this done right now. Wait till he comes back after the week, and then we'll be fine at that point. And if I was in the Chiefs front office, especially if I thought that I couldn't afford to sign him to that contract, there's just no way we can spend $30 million on this guy. It's not the worst of ways for them to go. King Zhao, Levis needs more reps and confidence because he has a lot of potential and notably his arm. Yeah, he's still a very good prospect, but yeah, he does need confidence needs to come forward in there a little bit. And it's been a bit of an up and down preseason for our guy. A bit there. Just a little bit. Radu, if our run D is good next year, do you think that that's the difference of being able to win Niners, or do we need other things? I would say, yeah. I mean, if you're able to stop the run, that's a good indication you're going to be able to beat the Niners, Radu. If everything else is where I think it would be at that point, pass rush is good. You're able to be balanced offensively and explosive and put up a lot of points, and your special teams is awesome. I mean, you've basically, at that point, fixed up what was really one of your big detriments on the team. So there's not a lot of weaknesses you have at that point. I would think that that would be enough to go then, you know. Peanut Butter and Waivers says Charbonnet is going to wear down 49ers D. He's going to be a horse for us. I like how violent he runs. Got that old Marshawn Lynch kind of style to him a little bit. DVN says apparently the whole team knew about the play and they were yelling, what's going on? Why we're not hitting the play? Yeah. It sucks. But as Pete says with it, you know, that's why I say I think DVN need the second play of that situation. Carroll says we wanted to get 3 plays out. The way to guarantee that you get 3 plays out in that sequence is that you pass on the first play and then you come back to the full back dive on the second play. But there's no full back dive on the second play because your quarterback threw an interception, you know. But it doesn't mean that there wasn't that call coming down to be made at, you know, some point with it. Radu, what do you think of DJ Reed when he was with us? I personally liked him. Love DJ Reed. I also fully supported the team not necessarily signing him to the contract that the Jets signed him to. And they made him an offer, so they did offer him something, but I wasn't going to want to pay him the money the Jets did, and it's been a good signing for the Jets. They're happy with that deal. But the team wasn't in a place to compete where that signing was smart for having happened. You were needing to turn the roster over at that time. You were needing to kind of clear the books, and you weren't sitting on a lot of cap space as it was at that point, Radu, to go and make that signing of DJ if you wanted to, even if you had the money to do it. But yeah, he's a really good player. Complete player, a little undersized, good ball skills, sticky in coverage. Good player. Cutting Dallas and Ballore or restructuring him because he's making a lot for being a fullback when Levi can do it for free. Almost. Yeah, but Levi's never played fullback, King. I like that you're being creative in your outlook on this, but And a couple people have brought up the Ballore thing, and I think where you're coming from and where a lot of people are coming from is they don't like the Ballore signing. Why are you signing this guy? Why are you giving this guy money? 34 years old, why are you doing it? I get where you're coming from, but we've got to sometimes respect and understand the fact that even if we disagree with it, the team's giving you an indication of what they want to do on the situation. They like Ballore. They love Ballore. You may hate him. Other people may hate him. You may think he's 34 years and he provides no value to this team because he's only a special teams demon and that's all he gives me. But it doesn't boil down to that for the team and their outlook of it. And I'm kind of surprised that people are bringing up Ballore as being a cut-down candidate. He was one of the first guys that they signed in free agency. They hitched their wagons to Ballore. I didn't like the deal. You'll hear me, if you go back and look at the stream of me talking about it, King, I was against it. I wasn't for it. But I also can't get too torn up when the team's told you what they're going to do on certain things. And we can't look at guys as cut candidates that there's really no way they're going to be a cut candidate. You know, Ballor's not going anywhere. DJ Dallas isn't going anywhere. You know, these guys are part of this team coming into the season. There's like a 0% chance either of these two guys gets cut at this point. Doesn't mean I'm in favor of the Ballor contract. I'm not. I'm with you on it, King. But we've got to look at the guys that are really feasible as far as the cuts go, not guys that the team has indicated that they look as being valuable to them to some degree, even if it doesn't make any sense to us as fans. Wizard, I think people don't realize this problem as much as they should. I think our turf is a part of the injury problem. There's no impact softening like on grass. Yeah, I'm a big proponent of grass. I've been calling for the NFL to transition fully to grass 24/7, but they don't want to do it because I guess it's going to be so expensive. And it's so expensive because you want to have all of these different sports playing on the same turf, which would just tear it up, which makes the maintenance of it that much more, and they just don't want to do it. But you're 100% right. They should do it. It needs to go to this. I don't know why they don't. Show you my hawk. Thank you for the $20 donation. I really do appreciate you. Show my hawk for that $20 dono. Says, have no idea how long I've been subscribed, but you and Pumpkin are the best. Big shout out to the mods as well for keeping the stream clean. Thinking the Niners' dysfunction may allow us to take the West this year. Go Hawks. Hey man, go Hawks. Show you my hawk. And I love the little the name as well, in addition to that. So thank you for being subscribed to the channel like you are. Thank you for the donation and supporting the channel as you do. Pumpkin definitely appreciates it. See, she said yes. You heard her. You heard her show you. Like you, my feeling is I look at this Niner team and I see what they're at right now. It may not be at a fully dysfunctional state, but it's moving towards what feels like more dysfunction than it feels like everything in alignment, right? Everything last year felt in alignment for the Niners. Even with the Garoppolo injury, once Purdy set forward, it was like, the best shot right now this year. The best team in the best state, the best health that they've been at this time of year. Everything from like a star alignment was coming into play, it seemed like, for the Niners last year. And this year it feels like the planets are all in every different direction, and this star's over here, and that star's over here, and Orion's belt's way over here, and the Great Dipper's over here, and there is no alignment. And it's like, it does feel a little bit like that right now. And that could be enough. That could be just enough for us to take that leap ahead of them further in this division. And it's why I was laughing about it at the top of the show, show you my hawk. It's why I've been reveling in it and throughout this show, in that I like to see it from the Niners. They're a really good team. They're a team that I think should win this division and should be a Super Bowl contending roster. But if they don't have their quarterback situation figured out, and now they're going to move on from one of their quarterbacks and be down to these two guys, Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold, and that's it. I'm liking our Seahawks chances at that point, show you my hawk, way more than if Lance is there. Because I think they're going to end up testing into that quarterback depth, and I don't think they've got the quality to make it happen. And I'm loving watching it. Let me add that last part. I love watching it. It's so nice. Show you my hawk. Thank you for the donation, though. I do appreciate you on that, man. Hope you're having a good night. And again, thank you for the subscribing and the support. Do appreciate it. Logan says DJ Reed was one of the better corners in the league with us. He had an injury that knocked off a pretty darn good 2021 season. Many fans weren't happy when he left for a reason. Yeah, I mean, it sucks losing players, but you got to sign players at times that you got to sign them. DJ Reed was leaving at a time that you were going to have to move Russell Wilson, and this stuff doesn't just happen in a vacuum where you're signing a player just because you like a player, because you think a player is good and you like him. You sign a player because you're looking at where your team is at to be ready to compete. You have to look at your cap situation as well. And if I'm not mistaken, the year that you would have had to have signed DJ Reed was also the very year that you were eating $57 million of dead money. It was the year you were moving on from Bobby. It was the year moving on from Russ. You were moving on from Carlos Dunlap. You had the dead money in there from Chris Carson. You know, you weren't in a position where if you signed DJ Reed, Logan, I guess I would put this because I get a little bit of your inference in this, and maybe I'm off on this, Logan. But within your inferences, this is that they should have, in retrospect, have signed DJ Reed. And I don't think that this has proven that out. That was what the smart decision was to be made. The smart decision is to do what they did, and that was to let him walk, to clear the money off the books, to wrap their arms around the rebuild. And when you wrap your arms around the rebuild, it's not to make go-forward moves or make signings for, here's a temp-pole guy that's a cornerstone in what we do. That's not what you're doing. And Reed, you had a guy sliding into his prime, ready to go through the best years of his career. You weren't, as a team, in the best years of your state to go out there and get that done, to take advantage of that, I think, properly. And so there really wasn't a way to go sign him. You didn't have the money to go make that deal, really, at the mark that the Jets did. And that's just the reality of Russ wanting out of town when he did, and the dead money being on the books as it was. And I get it, honestly. And me, in retrospect, it makes a ton of sense. Mom, we're just waiting for Jack Wilson and Trey Lance and watch them have a career resurgence. There you go. Logan says those are a few guys out of many throughout the NFL. I just believe that relying on a 34-year-old Bobby to hold down the fort isn't a good idea and shouldn't be the approach anyone should go for. Well, maybe we disagree on this one, Logan. If Bobby's going to go out there and give me a year this year like he gave the Rams last year, I don't see a really much of a reason to have to go usher him out the door because of simply his age. If he's being efficient, effective, and productive as a middle linebacker, then I'm fine with him no matter what age he is. I brought up London Fletcher and Derek Johnson. Those are just names off the top of my head when I'm 5 hours into a stream and my brain's getting a little bit dead. If you had me sit down and go through some other names, I could probably provide you another bigger list of guys that were middle linebackers that were able to still be able to play even late into their career and still be effective late into their career. Especially guys like that have been on a career path a little bit like a Bobby Wagner, where, Ray Lewis was a better middle linebacker, but another guy that was able to play late into his, middle 30s and still be a pretty effective player at that point. Not prime player, but effective player. If Bobby goes out, Logan, and, performs and puts out a 60 PFF grade season and he looks like a shell of himself, I'm not saying you sign up to Bobby at that point, but I think you'd agree if he goes out and puts up what he did last year with the Rams, where he was the highest rated linebacker by PFF in the sport on a Rams defense that wasn't good, that wasn't stacked, that didn't have Aaron Donald for a majority of the season, say nothing of having no help up front on that defensive line to protect Bobby last year. And he still went out and posted that grade. I think that's indicative of that there's still some meat left on this bone, not that the meat's sliding off the bone. Matthew, I was watching Super Bowl, the Steelers Super Bowl in Austria. A guy from China was a Pats fan, and at the end, I tried to congratulate him and shake his hand. He started gloating. I started truly hating the Pats then. Oh, it was the Pats fan. Yeah, there's not going to be any of that. They're going to let you hear it, that's for sure. Logan says a big thing that still worries me for the season is interior pass protection. It wasn't necessarily good last year, and we didn't exactly pull in superstars. In fact, we got unknown factors starting in. Yeah, Damian Lewis was strong in pass protection last year. That was the best part of his game. Phil Haynes, throughout the most of his career, the best stuff that he does is in pass protection. But I agree with you. It does remain a question on that interior of that line, especially when it comes to the center position. Got to feel like it can't be worse than what Austin Blythe brought last year. Kings Out says, Jets made him a top 15 cornerback paid. That was tough from paying him $2 million or something. Yeah, and he earned the money. Jets okay with paying him. I get what they're coming from on it. They needed a corner desperately out there. And if it was at a different time, if our team was in a different state, I might be open to making that kind of move for a guy like Reed to signing him at that point. But where our team was, where the dead money was, you looked far away from competing at the moment, at the point where we were at. We didn't know we were going to hit the draft as well as we did. I think it's smart at that point to just let that go. The timing on these signings has got to be a part of it beyond just the assessment of the player and how good they are. Is the timing right? Is our team in the right state? Logan says Sidney Jones wasn't horrible for us. In fact, after those first two games, he was quite literally shut down. There was a stat sheet showing he was like a top 10 in yards allowed from then on. He was pretty good for us. Yeah. Radu, I hope we don't regret Ryan Neal. Could have kept him and just had Kobe at outside corner or nickel, and then I think that would have been better for him. Agreed. I would have the Neal cut didn't make a lot of sense, Radu. That was a strange kind of cut. As Jody says, that one does still kind of hurt me. That one still sort of stings. Gregory Jones, if Witherspoon is just the nickel, do you think we made the wrong pick at 5? I really don't, Gregory. I kind of don't understand it really myself, but maybe I'm just kind of slow on this particular one because it's been raised. Gregory, it's definitely one that there's a lot of people that are frustrated with this one, and I just don't share it. Gregory, last year you ran your outside cornerbacks on defense. Those two guys, Mike Jackson and Tariq Woolen, they played 93% of the snaps. 93 of the defensive snaps your outside cornerbacks played last year. Your slots corner last year, the times that you had a slot on the football field from a defensive snap standpoint was 71% of the time. So, Gregory, what we're really talking about here, what's got so many folks twisted up into a bunch, into pretzels, frustrated as hell, mad at Witherspoon, mad at the Seahawks for making him the pick. We're talking 22% in his first rookie year. 22% lack of snaps by playing in the slot. His only rookie year, because I think Gregory long-term he gets moved to the outside. I can't quite get why people don't look at that and say, well, he's being effective. He's helping you win football games. He's making your defense better. But instead, there's this seemingly, kind of obsession with him playing on the outside. And I don't find myself in that same place, Gregory. I don't. Because he happens to play nickel his rookie year does not mean that long-term he's not an outside guy or a guy that's a lockdown on the outside. There's a lot of reasons to him playing the slot, and it goes more to just him not being good enough to play on the outside. It also goes to the best way to get the most out of him in his rookie year, the best way to set him up for success in his rookie year, because he plays man better than he plays zone. But I think people just, on this one, it feels like people are a little bit touchy to jump to that conclusion on it, but it's one that I don't even approach to coming into the vicinity of. Slot is basically a starter now, just like the third wide receiver is basically a starter now. And what's weird is I bet you have a lot of the people out there that love themselves JSN at 20, that absolutely love themselves with a first round wide receiver that's only really going to play the slot. And they don't wring their hands over that one, but then they'll wring their hands over Witherspoon playing the slot. 15 pick difference. Seems kind of arbitrary to me. Levi Bell did play fullback, actually. It was one snap, but people are overreacting. I mean, yeah. I don't think it's as, The thing is, we don't run fullbacks, and Ballore being on this team he's not on this team because he's a good fullback. He's on the team because he's played special teams. That's why they signed him. So it's, I know it's one that frustrates people. I get it. People go over to Sports Track and they go take a look at it and they go look it up and they're like, what are we paying Nick Ballore this year? And you go and you look at it and you're like, he's making $2.6 million as just a special teams guy? What the F? This is stupid as hell. I get it. I just don't like going down the road of talking about it a whole lot with Ballore because, it ain't changing. You're not moving out of Ballore. He's on the team. He's staying on the team. He ain't going anywhere. He ain't getting cut. He ain't having money moved around. The team loves him. Logan says Ballore felt like a cultural must need for the team. He's a team leader and special teams leader. It wasn't necessary because of the production he can give. Yeah, I'm okay with it. It's not that much money for them to make a choice on this particular player to do it, which is why I don't get too much into we got to move him. This is a stupid, I didn't like the deal, but there's much more worse deals on the books than this one, and it's not really killing us too much. Megan says, if the NFL doesn't want real grass as it's too expensive, aren't the injuries as expensive, if not more? That's one of those things where it's, tripping over nickels to save pennies, Megan, One requires you to do a little bit more advanced math than the other one does on the front end, where you have a study and it's like, what would it cost for us to go all grass and maintain those grass fields in all conditions across the NFL? It will cost you $300 million. I don't know if they're doing the math to that on the back end with the injury stuff, but you're probably right. The cost, I'd offer that even if the cost wasn't more on the back end, Megan, at least the lessening of your product on the football field is taken down a notch at that point when you don't have as talented players out there because they're being injured at a higher prevalence due to the fact that you're playing on this artificial surface. Will, after the preseason cuts and additions, are you going to do a regular season record prediction? I will. Yeah, we'll do a prediction show. Probably next week. King, what's funny is that it does feel like a college vibe team. Had seniors gone and retired, with one coming back as a pure senior. And yeah, it just feels like a college Carroll winning team. It does feel like a college team, especially how young they are, as you say. They're definitely quite young. Logan says, I totally get the reason why Reed left. There was no way to pay him $11 million a year with the current cap situation at the time. No, there just wasn't at that. A different time, different stage, but these decisions have to be made with a lot of other factors brought into whether or not the guy's, just good, just earning the contract. And I would offer too, the dumb teams are the ones that just get into that. We just got to keep this simple, stupid, right? Like that they would say, keep it simple, stupid, as the old saying goes, which is, he's earned his contract. He's going into his prime. No brainer, you pay him. But I think that you've got to put in the extra aspect of where's the team? How does this guy fit into where the team is going? Are we in that state? With me, I've harped on this, Logan, that a team finds itself in 4 states: rebuild, ascent, in between, elite. And if I'm going to sign a corner for that kind of money, I want to be in a state of elite, or I want to be in ascent. I want to be in an ascent state. I don't want to be in the rebuild state, which is where we were. And why I harp on that being so important, because I see so many teams around the league not being able to itemize and identify which one they land in. You have teams that think that they're elite, but they're actually in between. You have teams that think they're ascending, but they should be moving into a rebuild state. And like, for instance, the Colts. Colts should be moving into a rebuild state right now. Instead, you would think that they think they're on the ascent, which they're not. And smart organizations build a little bit more into it. But I'm glad you agree. There was no way to do it. I get that the fans weren't happy having to let a good player go, and they shouldn't be. Should always be a little bit frustrated with that. But if the reasons are understandable, then the reasons are understandable. DVN says, I definitely agree on that. Pete does harp on all 4 quarters of play no matter what. Yeah. And I'm not trying to shade the defense and giving up the 10-point lead. Richard Sherman's arm was hanging by a thread. I think Earl Thomas had torn ligaments. Cam Chancellor tore his MCL. Jeremy Lane tore his ACL and broke his arm after intercepting Brady on the first drive of the game. You didn't have the ponies in the stable to make it happen. But that doesn't mean that the ponies that you did have in the stable didn't allow it to happen either. And it certainly doesn't mean that it's on the offense at that point. Because the offense did enough. The offense put enough points on the board in that particular game where they probably should have won it, especially having the defense that they did have. But that's why nothing's so when they make it so simple down that one play. Nothing's so simple. Nothing's so easy in that way. There's more to the story always. King, for me, we have Bush and Brooks. We can keep Bobby fresh, and he will help those two in terms of being more defensive sound, and he knows he only has so many years left too. Well said. Well said. Kings out, Evan Brown, I feel confident in. He helped made Charbonnet get the 20-yard run when he created that lane. Brown was really impressive on that run. What's awesome with the 2 Kings out was he was taking on first-round pick of the Cowboys and a guy that was noted as being, included by myself, as one of the best run-stuffing defensive tackles coming out of the draft last year in Maze Smith. And Brown just about put him on his back on that play. Very impressive. Very impressive of Evan Brown. Matthew, I do think Witherspoon ends up on the outside. I do too, Matthew. He'll get there eventually. Even next year, I think. I have a high degree of confidence that he probably is there by next year. But this initial year, to get the most out of him, to understand that you have corner ability on the outside with guys that have played multiple years in the NFL, that have been in this scheme, that understand how Carroll wants to play on the outside, and that are fluent in that approach, take advantage of that. Take advantage of that. I boil this down to, get the best 11 players out on the football field. Regardless of which position is what guy playing in, get me my best 11 guys out on the football field. And that will produce the best defensive performance with it. Central Valley Kings. Nick Bosa has a torn ACL in college and his second year in the NFL and is still great. Plus, he doesn't play preseason games. Bosa, McCaffrey, and Trent are the most fit and physically ready. I will give you this, that Bosa is a guy that you certainly don't have to question his work ethic with. And if there's one guy who who can maybe get around not having practice, then maybe it is that guy, Central Valley Kings. He does have that injury history with the torn ACLs. And I will say, Central Valley, that beyond him, when I've tended to watch players in the past that miss a whole training camp without practicing, there does tend to be a higher prevalence with them of injuries moving into the season from that lack of preparation. There is a reason you have training camp, and it is of value to players in preparing their body. And there is only so far you can take it on a practice field on your own. But that will be one of the stories I think to watch for when Bosa, does eventually return. Here's the other thing with it, Central Valley. When's he returning? When exactly is Bosa coming back for this Niner team? Because he's not in the building right now. Eventually, but not right now. He's not there, 13 Olfro. Coach Carroll is working out for quarterback 3 so we can carry an extra O-line. Always be competing, man. King Bomber, the only reason I like the JSN pick and not the Witherspoon pick is because of how much more it opens up your offense. JSN is kind of like a missing key, the guy to all the underneath stuff. Witherspoon isn't a missing key to your defense. JSN can do things that nobody else on the offense can do and open up the rest of the playbook. Not to mention you had Kobe, who wasn't great, but wasn't terrible by any stretch of the imagination. In general terms, I definitely agree with everything you said for the most part. I would push back on the front of it in the missing key stuff here. One of the ways by which your defense has been beaten in half over the years at times is by the slot receiver. Amon St. Brown came into your house a couple of years ago, and that Lions team gave you everything you could take when you should have been beating him pretty easily at the end of that game, and you end up getting on top of him. But Amon St. Brown was kind of unguardable in that game. There's been times that Cooper Kupp has been unguardable at times. The slot receiver is rising more to a prominence to me, King Bomber, as evidenced by you taking a guy like JSN that is only going to play in the slot. And other guys like Justin Jefferson in recent years that have been taken that are only going to play in the slot. This is one of where the position is going, not necessarily of one of where it just is right now. And if I can take a team's best receiver out of play on a football field offensively, and there are a lot of teams now that do have their slot receivers, their best wide receiver, then I'm going to help to make my defense more effective. And that's what it bottom lines down to me for when it goes to moving Witherspoon in the slot. There's enough guys down the slot that are leaned on so heavily by offenses. To take that away is to inhibit offenses. And to inhibit offenses is to lower down their scoring and lower down their productivity and lower down their production. And that should make your defense better. But I could be thinking of this in just a little bit too simple of terms too. Don says, well, the Hawks Nest, well, I must go. Thank you all. You have yourself a good night, man. Appreciate you. Rand in the cut says, I'm all for grass, but let's not forget Diggs got injured on grass. There's something weird about the Cardinals grass, though. They got that desert grass or something. I don't know if it's like a stiffer grass, but that stadium's something weird about theirs. Especially that cheap-ass organization. They're sus. There's something they do that's sus out there. Like they're calling it grass, but like the owner's like, just call it grass, but it'll be the fake stuff. James Watson, Jake Bobo's getting plus 4 touchdowns this year. All right, let's go. I like the prediction. King, if it was Jackson's first year ever starting, technically basically a rookie year, did well in my opinion, and he's still so cheap in terms of finance. Yeah. And Jackson, what if he grows off of last year's performance? Like you say, King, it's first time to really being able to run out there in a full year on his own and learn the ropes. You got to figure he's going to be even better this year. Maybe not tremendously better, but better. And I'm hopeful of Jackson in that regard of things. And he played good for us last year. He had a tough task too. The thing that people forget about with him is the back half of the schedule, teams stopped throwing at Tariq Woolen. And that meant that he was going to get targeted a tremendous amount. Another part I want to put on that too, King Bomber, to you on that discussion in regards to the slot. Let's also think about the Woolen part of this too, the Woolen fallout of this. Because when you have a guy like Woolen now, you do have a guy that's going to have teams ignore throwing his way. They're going to go into game plans where like, we've got to avoid this guy. He's too dangerous to throw over there. So in addition to this whole thing of the slot becoming more valuable, when you play particular teams on any given week, because you have a Woolen on the outside, that means that there's going to be more attention drawn to those other two targets, being first the outside guy out there and then the slot receiver as well on the other side of the field. And then that means more targets going into that slot, which means if you have a good guy who can play in the slot, who can shut things down in that slot, This again comes back around to making you that much more effective defensively and you able to shut that much more stuff down offensively now against the opposition. King says too early to say anything, but hopefully next year he is locked down across from Reek. Hopefully so. Logan says the Bosa memes are hilarious to watch. Dude's a menace, but easy to laugh at. Yeah, it is pretty funny. Mr. Kane, wow, my brother from another mother is hardcore. I'm working graveyard. Got to tune into the live stream. Way to go, Brandon Kane. Thank you, Mr. Kane. Appreciate you, bro. Hope you're not working too hard out there tonight. It's late night. You need to just be relaxing. Chilling. Logan says, I don't agree with the Kobe praise at slot. Besides some pass deflections and fumbles, he was an absolute liability in coverage. Anytime he was on the field at nickel, he was the target. I think he was up and down, Logan, for me. You know, it was up and down for me a little bit with him, but there were some tough moments. And I don't know if he's situated to be that's his best position either. You know, he's kind of I've always thought maybe the outside thing is really his best spot. Central Valley Kings NFL stadiums who host World Cup games are required real grass in this upcoming World Cup. And SoFi, aka Levi South, can't host the final because it's only NFL stadium and can't host required. That's interesting. It's cool to hear soccer's leagues going there with the grass stuff. Smart of them to do it. They've learned. NFL will hopefully start getting around this cheapskate mentality with it. Matthew says grass won't prevent injuries, but turf causes it. Yeah, exactly. Logan says Sherman made Pete squirm uncomfortableness when he mentioned the Arizona field. Pete literally tried to change the conversation. Pete said that's one topic that he has a hard time discussing. Ooh, Pete not a fan of the field out there. They've been snake bit on that field. I can understand where he's coming from. Like I said, there's something weird with that grass. I know technically it's natural grass, but it's like it's been voodooized or something because that thing has taken so many players. We got a sad Niner fan in the house. Gabriel, is there more cringe football chant than Bang Bang Niner Gang? No, there's not. It's one where it's just like, really? That's your guys' go-to? Okay. King Bomber says just hopefully he plays well enough to justify the pick. For sure. For sure, King Bomber. You know, and if he's just another guy in the slot and he's just kind of average in there, then that's certainly not a good selection with the 5th overall pick. You know, it is only a good pick if he's in that slot and he's kind of dominating in there. From my standpoint, in the case I'm trying to make here, of course. But we'll see. It remains to be proven about where he is and what he does and what he's capable of doing. So we're making some guesswork here, but you know he's not been on the field a lot during training camp. I'm talking about Bosa and this being kind of an inhibiting factor to him in this upcoming year. I think it's something you can probably apply to a degree here to Witherspoon. You know, kid needs to get on the field. He needs to get up to speed. Part of the reason why your rookies last year were able to take off and be productive and somewhat varying levels of success early on was those guys were out there in training camp and preparing themselves and getting ready to go 100%. King says, my thing with Kobe is when he was beat and didn't make enough plays on coverage, he still got turnovers with his fumbles. That's special to see. He's got a nose for the ball. He does. He does indeed. That's not to be undersold. Kid knows how to create turnovers. He had a couple of, I think, interceptions called back on penalties too. Watch Visquest. I don't understand the bang bang thing. They should be on a registry of some kind, court ordered. Yeah, it just doesn't sound. It just doesn't sound right. Let that one die, Niner fans. Come up with something else. You can be more creative than that. Central Valley Kings, Kittle, McCaffrey, Trent, and Bosa have not played preseason games this year. Debo played a couple drives, but only because he admitted that Kyle showed him film looking unfit. Now he looks skinny D-boy. Yeah, I mean, but there's also a difference between Central Valley Kings of not playing preseason and not in training camp, not even practicing. And I think everybody's got to be prepared and get their body prepared in training camp. I don't think that there's any one special athlete that just every year they don't need to do anything and that they'll be fine and that they don't miss a beat And I think there's a price to be paid by doing that. There's higher injury risk, and I don't think you're playing at your peak performing level if you miss all of training camp. Maybe there are weird outliers to that, and Bosa certainly could maybe be that guy, but it's not ideal. It's not ideal. And in the case of all three of those guys, I will say all three of those guys have some injury things that come up quite a bit with all three. Trent's been healthy for the last couple of years, but certainly had a share of stuff at Washington, and McCaffrey at Carolina, and Kittle every year seems to get hit with something. Watch Fizz Quest, I feel like it'd have to be like glide, Broncos country, let's ride to equal the 49ers cringe. That would probably be about on the same level at that point. Glide, Broncos country, let's ride. Matthew says, I take that over a rhyme that doesn't use your team name, repeating bang, bang. Matthew says, it's all awful. Logan, the 49ers are the Kings. They almost won a title. Packers a close second. Yeah, they are. They like to come close, Logan. They just don't like to put it over the top, Right up to the line. 2 torn ACLs sounds like an outlier. I don't know if his recovery for a torn ACL means he doesn't need to practice. That's kind of a dubious connection. I mean, I could just as much make it on the other end of it, That's why he needs his practice, so he can make sure his knee's completely 100% stable and right. Because that knee has a tendency to get unstable. You can just easily say it kind of on the other side of the end of that. And I always say with the Central Valley Kings, I'm pretty consistent with this. Doesn't matter whether it's injury situations or predicting a player or taking a risk on a player to become this, let's say. I always say, if you're in football Central Valley Kings and you're leaning on outliers and anomalies, you're going to get your heart broken pretty quick because those things happen rarely, and those things and that method of success is very infrequent. You want to be more sticking to tried and true and more of things that you can kind of count on, in my opinion. And I say this as well. Let me make sure I'm clear with the Central Valley. I still say this as well as saying that I do have the Niners still winning this division. But I think that the knife's edge that they suddenly find themselves kind of standing on a little bit with this upcoming season a bit is getting thinner and thinner, it would seem like, the further we start to get closer to the season as it stands. We'll see how it goes, though. See how it goes. We're going to go ahead and wrap this up here pretty soon here, Logan. So let's get the last couple of questions in, and we'll put a button on this one. We got a stream tomorrow with Brendan on the B&B show, so it's good to get this put on through. Logan says, I feel like 11-6 is the record I'm leaning on. The schedule has a lot of tough teams further down the stretch, but we have some soft spots throughout as well. It's a pretty good balanced schedule to me, Logan. I'm going to go with 12 wins. That's where I'm going to end up landing on. I feel pretty strongly about that. My cat predicted 12 wins. I'm not gonna say she doesn't know what's up on this one. So I'm gonna go 12 myself still. I still feel pretty good about that. But the way you put it is right. There are some tough games down the stretch, especially right there. But every point through the schedule, there does seem like some spots where stuff can kind of soften up a little bit. You always get a bit of a deep breath you can kind of take in the schedule at certain points, which is good to see. Jonah says, ran the cut. Let the Niners have Central Valley Kings, dad, first-round pick, brother, first-round pick, Nick, first-round pick. He started a seafood diet after he tore his second ACL. Maybe very well will help him. But let's also remember, if we're going to take the track record, if you want to include his brother and the family in there, it's certainly his brother has not been the outlier. Certainly his brother has had his share of injuries there throughout the Chargers. They share the same genetic code. So if one has a bit of a problem with injuries, and, some people make some guesses here, and I'm not going to make this guess myself, Central Valley Kings, but, there is some sort of, conjecture out there that perhaps maybe the Bosa brothers are, they like a little bit of the juice. And you know what that juice ends up doing eventually to those ligaments? We'll see. We'll see on that. Matthew, I will be doing a prediction show next week, probably Wednesday. Next week, we'll be doing the prediction show, or Sunday, one of the two. Logan, I feel like we're a team built to last in the playoffs, not necessarily the regular season schedule domination, similar to 2020 Tampa Bay. I could see that, Logan. Balanced offense, opportunistic defense with an ability to with a big playability to it. I also think there could be a point with this, Logan, where because you have a young roster, that's going to benefit from the more games they get to play, from the more of the maturation process that they get to benefit from, that this is a team that will probably be at its strongest, especially if health willing, at the end of its season rather than at the beginning of the season. Logan says, I love the stream, B. As always, never a discussion that goes with sour intent. Go Hawks. Never any sour intent on my part. And even if I disagree, folks, I hope it always comes across. And sometimes I can get a little bit hangry at 5 hours in. So I know I get touchy 5 hours in, I notice. I try to keep myself even keeled, but it can happen at times. But even if I do disagree on certain spots, the folks, I hope it does go without saying that completely respect your positions where you're coming from. And I don't have all the answers. I do have an opinion, but certainly I can be as much wrong as anybody else out there, you know. So I do appreciate always the discussion on this stuff, even if it isn't always same spot. But like you say, it never does get sour. We're always on a positive tip here. Why do I says Seattle's 32nd run D EPA, second in a half of 2022, but yet gave lower scoring from 24.4 to 22.6 in the second half. Why? Because they had the 9th drop back EPA D and at that same time, proving again how little running matters. Hasn't the season started yet? It needs to start. Well, those are some great stats. Why do I? And this was certainly the track that the Eagles took last year. Not a good run stuffing team, but they could rush the passer. They could create turnovers. They could stop the pass. And they could score points, forcing you to feel like you had to throw the ball and had to get away from that running game that much faster. So there are some pathways to get around protecting yourself against the run that's not necessarily about just being stiff against the run and tough against the run, to your point on that. Ron Chandler, did you see Pete Carroll and Richard Sherman interview 100,000 views in one day? It was a great interview, Ron. Really, really nice. There was an honest, open discussion between two guys, and that you didn't feel like anyone was holding it back, and people were just and Carroll was being pretty forthright with what he was saying, and Sherman was being open to hearing what he had to say on it. And I really appreciated it. It's good. It's beautiful to see that the fences have been mended all the way around between not just Coach Carroll and Sherman, but it would seem like all of the old guard coming back into play here. I love to see it. Matthew says, I can't believe I'm looking forward to the Rams game. I'm looking forward to every game, man. Every game. And you get a chance to take down McVay, it's always a little bit extra on that. Jordan Cropper, poor tackling needs to be cleaned up before the season. Certainly was an issue last year too, Jordan, to your point on that. It's a spot that definitely needs some love and attention, some TLC. Jonah, I know next year has a great middle linebacker class, but we have some really good young linebackers. Any thoughts on Radigan? I really like the way he plays. I actually think we should keep him and let go of 57. I'm not big on Ben Burke-Irvin either, I think is 57 who you're referencing there. Radigan, I don't like him in coverage. I like him a little bit better against the run. I don't think he's a part of a future, though, for you at the middle linebacker position. I would like to get one of the probably young guys in the class, Jonah. I think Radigan's just kind of a guy, special teams guy. And his instincts in coverage are not there. Especially when you watch the All-22 with him. It's a little bit rough. Megan says, congratulations on the 13K once again, B. So proud of you in the 12s, onwards and upwards to the 15 by the end of the year and the drunk stream. That's right, drunk stream Thanksgiving. It's going to happen, Megan. You put it on the books. Write it down. And thank you for all your donations tonight on the channel, all of your support. You were unbelievable tonight, Megan, and I really do appreciate it. You're always awesome and always pretty much unbelievable, but really appreciate tonight all the donos from you on that as you did, all of what you do as far as too for being a mod on the channel as you are. Really do appreciate it. Dom H says, hey B, hope you're well, my man. Boy, am I glad football's back. Football's back. Let's go. JL says, Brandon, can you tell me everything you know about everything? Start at the beginning, please, and thank you. Let us start. DVN says, hey, I'm working graveyard. Guess we are all tuned in to the nest. This is keeping me awake for my last couple of hours. Well, sorry, I'm going to be bailing on you now here at this point, but DVN, we will be back around here very quickly. I'm going to be doing the B&B show tomorrow at 7 o'clock. We will be doing a little bit of a preview of this Cowboys game or this Packers game coming up here. I'm a week behind already on my brain. We'll be doing a preview of the Packers game coming up here on Saturday, 10 a.m. You guys know as well, I will be live streaming throughout on that side of things. I want to thank the sponsor of this show, Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy right now, you can go over there, start signing up, play some games during the year, win some money, compete with other folks on games, on players, and all of that type of stuff. It adds an extra little layer of enjoyment to the football season. I'm going to be doing it myself. We're going to be doing Saturday shows around fantasy football, around these kind of stakes that will be at play here. But if you do go to Underdog Fantasy right now and you use my code NEST when you sign up, they will match you up to 100% on your first deposit, up to $100. So a free $100 in your back pocket hip on the Hawks Nest. How about that? And you support the show at the same time. Not too shabby. So thank you to Underdog Fantasy for supporting the channel, and as they are, and please do feel free to jump over there and get that code as you do. Dom H, it's great to see you in the chat. Appreciate you. Jonas says, okay, I understand. With Radigan, I think it's the hair. Anyways, always bet on the Rockstar hair. Rockstar hair always adds about 5 extra to the tackling ability too. I will say that. That's real. That's legit. Just like Samson was helped by his hair, so is the same way for a football player on a football field. But yeah, he's had some moments in coverage where he's just sat there and deer in the headlights staring at the quarterback and guys are running through his zone and he's not doing nothing. And I don't know if that's going to grow, as Jordan Brooks has kind of taught me that doesn't really tend to get better if the guy's got it or he doesn't. He has a feel or he doesn't. He can do it or he can't. Maybe I'm being short selling on him a bit, but that's just how it feels. Megan says, just got to beat you in fantasy. Let's go. Let's go, Megan. It's on. Bring it. Bring it. Bring your St. Brown and Waddle up in here. You'll have you waddling back out the other way. I like my team. Like them. Central Valley Kings, Nick tore his ACL in MetLife Stadium against Jets and got injured last year against Atlanta. Both have artificial turf. It's legit bad, man. It's legit not. I hate artificial turf. Dom H says, let's go sponsor. I'm stoked, man. Yep, they came in with an awesome offer, and we're going to be doing an extra show on Saturday, Dom. Every Saturday, we'll be doing a fantasy show, kind of a quick in and out, hour and a half show or so on Saturdays. But it will be based a little bit around the Underdog Fantasy stuff and fantasy in general and whatnot. So I'm really stoked for it. Just keep adding on to a little extra content for the channel at the same time. Megan says, I don't actually play you, sadly. We'll play at some point, Megan. Our swords will cross at some point. Central Valley says, good night, Hawk fans. Much respect. I only had the Hawks because they have dominated us these past years. It's a wonderful rivalry, Central Valley Kings. I love the fact that the Niners are our rival. I will talk my junk. I will talk my noise. I'll get on my soapbox, But at the end of the day, I love the fact that you guys are our rivals like you've been, and for 10 years. And yeah, we got the better end of the matchup the last 10 years, but you got us 3-0 last year, right? You came back and slashed your sword across our chest last year. We've had to mend it up this off season. We've had to be like Russell Crowe in The Gladiator, where we're putting little maggots in the thing to help it heal so the dead skin doesn't get bad, right? But now we're back on our feet, and now that sword stroke is healed. And now you're going to get our best effort, and it's going to be fun, and it's going to be lively. And I hope you're looking forward to this upcoming season the same way we are, and that it's us and you. It ain't the Rams, it ain't the Cardinals. It's us and you. Mano y mano. Dark alley, middle of the night. Two approach each other. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, I knew there was going to be some sword crossing jokes. I knew the second that left my mouth, I'm like, oh, someone's going to take that there. I should have known better on that one. Well, we will be back here in 24 hours on this channel with Seahawks Brendan Nelson to discuss this upcoming battle with the Green Bay Packers. We got Jamal Adams about ready to return to the field. Jordan Brooks returning to the field himself. No real major injuries. Well, we're not going to be getting back, guys, much sooner than later. It has been a smooth training camp. Look no further than 400 miles to the south out there in San Francisco for what will look like a turbulent, uneven, disheveled training camp in certain respects of things. We have not been that. It's smooth running. The building blocks are on point. You're 2-0 in the preseason. They've been 2 complete team victories. If you're not hyped up already for this team, if you're not on the bandwagon for this team already, I ask you, what's it going to take? Do they got to start out undefeated through the first 8 weeks to get it? Because this team is showing you the signs. It's right there. Look down in the tea leaves, because this is a team that looks like it's about ready to make some noise this upcoming season. It's a team that's giving you all the right kind of energy of a feeling of a team that's ready to go take that next step forward. You got the quarterback, you got the commitment, you got everyone on the same page. Now we just got to go out there and seal the deal. Roxanne is going to start us off or finish us off just right here with a nice $5 donation to bring us on home in the best of fashion. So thank you, Roxanne, on a night which has been just tremendous with the donations and the support. It's only fitting that you're finishing it off in this way. I really do appreciate it. So this is still the best Seahawks chat on all of YouTube. Thanks, B. Bought 2 cups from Etsy. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Roxanne, for reminding me of that too. You can go into my description section right now. And I have an Etsy store now open with Hawks Nest swag available for you to buy. I tried to keep the prices as low as I could where I'm not taking a loss on when they sell. So I'm sorry if they're up a little bit high, but it's their pricing of charges from Etsy's to delivery fees and all that other thing. But you can now go get the Hawks Nest swag over there. So if you're looking to get some of that and pick some of that as Roxanne has done, thank you, Roxanne, for buying those items over on that. Thank you for your $5 donation as well in addition to it. But appreciate you and all of your support. It's great to see you always in the chat. One of my OGs is here in the chat, long time supporter of this channel. I appreciate you, Roxanne. I hope you're having a great night. And I'm really looking forward to this upcoming year with you and all the rest of the folks and being able to really hopefully enjoy what I think is going to be the most successful season we've had for our Seahawks here in a good maybe 10 years. I don't know if we can get to the Super Bowl, but I do think we're going to make a whole hell of a lot of noise. And I hope you guys do too. I'm going to be back in 24 hours, and I hope I don't have to remind you in that time. I hope this stream's gotten you hyped enough to satiate you over this time period until we can return together here soon. But just in case we can't, just in case it might slip your mind. I know there's a lot going on in this world. It's very easy for things to slip your mind, but it shouldn't this year, this right now, because you got a team that is loaded for bear. You got a team that is ready to go. You got a team that is as talented a team as I have ever seen as a Seahawks fan, almost going on damn near 4 decades. Get hyped, get ready, and do not ever forget, especially right now, especially for this year, especially for what we're about to go do. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.